Happy Tuesday morning, all. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live from 106.7 The Fan, Team 980. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. If you want to watch us on the TV side, we do appreciate however you're consuming this content this Tuesday morning. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. Please give a follow if you're not already. I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
Morning, everybody.
Hello. I'm also joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning, Ericy.
Hello. I'm
Morning,
not joined
everybody.
by John Paul Flame. He's on vacation. He will return next week.
I saw
Morning,
some pictures of
everybody.
them. They were out on the beach, hanging out, of course. You know, Puerto Rico, that's what you do. Go to the beach, hang out. Sure that Kelsey has them doing some other excursions. I have no idea what they are, but
Very good.
they'll probably jump out of some high place and do something with a bungee or something.
Probably do something adventurous and
something,
death-defying.
something I would never do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's on vacay. He will be back next week.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning to you.
Matt and Matt. Is Mike here today?
I do not see Mike Marr.
No.
Mike's taking the day off.
So you got a lean crew. You got a 5 total man crew at this point. 3
I saw
Junks, 2
Drab
producers.
as I was walking up, and he was cursing 395. I don't know. Drab, if you want to explain, I don't know what was going on.
What happened on
I
395?
didn't even have time to grab my headphones, so I'm not sure if you guys can. I can hear you guys, but yeah, 395 was shut down for like an extra 30 minutes or something this morning.
Oh, really?
Why? You can't be JP and leave. You know, no room. I still got here 15 minutes before the show.
Yeah. You got to budget
It's
in
a
that
nightmare
extra
today.
time. I mean, 95% of the time, there are no issues driving in. Sometimes there's big accidents, there's road closures, there's traffic snarls.
Yes.
I didn't have
Yesterday.
any. I didn't have any backup on 395. I wonder. Maybe it cleared up. I don't know where that was.
When I left here, I don't even know where did I go? Went to PT, but on 495, right shortly after the GW Bridge, heading into Maryland, there must have been 15 fire department trucks, fire trucks. I don't know what. I mean, obviously there's some sort of accident, and they just kept coming, and they just kept coming, and they just kept coming. And it was, caused a little backup, maybe 15 minutes or so. We were always moving, but right when you get up and you want to rubberneck and you want to see what was doing, couldn't see. Too many fire trucks. They were covering the cars that were involved. They were obviously dealing with people in the cars, but it looked like a multi-car.
and that was
issue.
going into Maryland, you said?
Yeah, going into Maryland yesterday afternoon. Because I don't know, traffic around here is crazy. I'm not breaking any secrets,
Right.
but usually when you head back into Maryland around 10 o'clock, it's usually not bad.
At times, I fantasize about living someplace where there just aren't a lot of people. Like when I've had my fill of traffic, I'll turn to my wife or daughter and say, "We need to move to Wyoming, or we need to move to Montana."
You would like
or
where
just fill in the name of a spot where just aren't many people.
You
Right.
should move to Rising Sun, Ohio. It's where my mother grew up. I think Rhonda said was it like 300 people live there. If you go into town, it's just you just go on these little country roads and you say you're going into the town. You're going into the store.
Right.
And that's what it is.
I mean, I can look at some Zillow porn for Rising Sun, Ohio, and see if anything catches my eye.
Dude, I wonder
I'm
how
gonna
much.
guess it's pretty affordable.
I'm gonna guess.
compared
I mean,
to
I would
here.
have no idea. Like a house, like a farmhouse in Rising Sun, Ohio. I would be shocked if it was even $100,000.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I honestly have no idea.
Rising Sun,
I mean,
Ohio.
it's the world's smallest town. The neighborhood where you could get a little rancher. Those things must be like $50K or something. I mean, you live near nothing.
Right.
You
There's
live
just
near
nothing
What-
around
what
So
are
if
they-
you don't
what are
want
they
people
showing?
around, Mr.
you
Cakes,
want-
I mean, first came up Rising Sun, Maryland.
No, you
I
got
didn't know that
Rising
was a
Sun,
thing.
Ohio.
I didn't know Rising Sun was such a popular name.
Yeah, you don't remember seeing that every day when you come back? Well, every day, because I come back from New York all the time or whatever. When you're on 95, you always see a sign for Rising Sun, Maryland.
I'm rarely, if ever, come back from New York, so I'm not really that familiar. I guess
Well, you
coming
go-
back from like Atlantic City.
Yeah, come back
or-
from Atlantic City, you would see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time when you go up there, you go to the Chesapeake House and all that.
True.
You would see it. But I guess you're not paying. What do you see? What are the
I don't
home
know.
values for Rising Sun? It's not even coming up.
It's just coming up Rising Sun MD.
No, type in Rising Sun, Ohio.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess. Now my uncle lived in a
Here we
nice,
go.
good sized farmhouse, but I don't.
what's the population of Rising Sun, Ohio?
I think Rhonda says like 300 or 400. I mean, something like that. It's pretty small.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
Maybe it's grown. But
I mean, I'm Rising Sun, Indiana. I just can't find.
can't find Rising
I just
Sun.
can't-
That's
I
how
can't-
small it is.
I can't work the interwebs this morning. Apparently,
Yeah.
that's my bit.
yeah.
But speaking of what happened here last night, Max Scherzer made his return and probably his final start ever at
Is that what
Nationals
people are
Park.
thinking?
I mean, he's 40. He turned
Yeah.
42 years old.
I just feel like he's a
yesterday.
lifer. I'm getting the vibe he wants to pitch forever. And even if he pitches 5 times
Sure,
a
he
year,
just
wants
has-
to pitch
he-
forever.
he has a
but-
million
I mean,
injuries
at some
every year.
point,
I
your
know.
body
Yeah, he's-
let's
betrays
just say
you.
he pitches 5 times every year. What does he care? He loves. He's a competitor. He seems to be that type.
I don't know what his contract is, but
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
can't
assume
imagine
he's
the.
on a year-to-year deal. at
I mean,
this
the
point.
last thing the Blue Jays need is some guy who's just going to pitch 5 times.
But
He's
the-
42.
the Blue Jays let him take the field basically by himself so the crowd could acknowledge him.
All right.
Crowd gives him a standing O, of course, as
Mm-hmm.
he takes the field. And, you know, it's Max Scherzer. Same old, same old. Like, he doesn't really want a lot of the fanfare. He kind of just wants to get to the pitching. He
Yeah,
acknowledged
yeah.
the crowd. And he didn't last very long in the game. He lasted
75
two and
pitches.
2/3 innings.
I mean,
But then-
75 pitches. He should have lasted longer than 2 2/3.
Yeah. Well, he walked. I think he walked 3 or 4 guys.
Then he got another standing O on the way out.
Yeah.
As he departed. So
Yeah.
the crowd.
Did he
did
acknowledge
like-
the crowd?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
he waved to
Little
the
wave.
crowd on his way out into the dugout.
Yeah.
But Nats take one on the chin at home.
Yeah, it
Lose
wasn't a good night for
3-2
them.
to the Blue Jays. Their bats went quiet
13 Ks.
in a home loss.
13 Ks against Toronto. I think Toronto used 7 pitchers, maybe 8. After Scherzer came in, maybe there were 7 guys that came in, basically for an inning each.
Well, this is what happens. We're a 500 team. Gonna win one, lose one.
1 over 500.
Win one, lose one.
A little bit better than 500.
All right, one game.
Yep.
But basically, we're gonna win one, lose one.
Yep,
Win
I
one,
know.
lose one.
I need to update my file on, is it Eddie Yeen or Yeon? Or the,
I think
for
it's
the
Yeen.
Nats? Yeen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the pitcher of note for the Nats
Yeah,
last
he was.
night.
Yeah, he was the opener.
Yeah.
He has
Took the L, two and a third. Give up 3 hits, 2 earned runs.
Yeah, he hadn't been here very long. They just got
He
him
only
in
has
early
3
July.
starts. 3 starts so far for the Nats.
Yep.
And then did you
Well,
see?
yeah, he was not always starting, but
So they brought they traded for early. They brought him in. I guess he did a bullpen or something for him. I guess he is on track to do his rehab start or whatever.
He was on with Grant and Toby yesterday.
Oh, great!
Heard him on the air yesterday.
But Red Sox fans are freaking out because Meade unfortunately was hit in the 4th inning on the wrist.
yeah, he was.
Saw that.
And it's kind of like mini disaster. Hopefully, it's not anything long term. Hopefully,
Yeah, they said the
didn't break
X-rays were
anything.
negative.
That's
so,
good.
But he might be out for a few games.
That's good. But I saw them freaking out. Can you imagine you trade one of your stud young pitchers to get some help here? I mean,
Yep.
it's not like they still won,
And
right? They won
they
18
won.
to 20. I
Yep,
mean, they're
they're
still
on-
cruising.
They're on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, you trade for a guy and then he gets hit on the wrist in the first game he's there.
Right.
But luckily, it's not broken, just contusion. So I don't know how long that's going to take.
Right.
Could be a few days. But Cavalli goes tonight for the Nats, so hopefully,
A good chance.
and he's been pitching well, so hopefully they bounce back. Not sure who. I think Bieber's pitching for Toronto, 6:45 start. So maybe the bats come alive tonight and they get back on track. There's still only one back in the wild card because Arizona lost again. Arizona's lost 3 straight, so didn't lose any
Good.
ground.
Want them to keep losing.
Didn't lose any ground there.
Keep taking L's.
Yep.
Dylan Cruz had a hit, and, when you're only hitting 200, whatever, you go up. He was up to 228.
Yep, he's up near 230. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's, back when we grew up, that was nothing. That was terrible. But, with the way he started, he's definitely trending in the right direction.
See, the month of July, he's only hitting 233, but that's a lot better than what we expected. Need to get him up in that 260, 270 range.
That would be ideal. Then you could say I don't have to worry about him anymore.
Yeah, but he's had a bunch of multi-hit games.
Yeah. I know they're pleased.
Oh, yeah.
with his
And
development.
then defensively, he's very good. So,
I noticed
but
that
hopefully tonight they bounce back and Cavalli pitches well and they score 7 or 8.
so
Although Bieber can be tough.
we're just a couple days away from the trade deadline, right? So 31st is the
August 3rd,
28th.
yep.
It's August 3rd?
August
I thought it was
3rd.
the 31st.
No,
August
August 3rd.
August 3rd.
Yeah.
All right. Getting closer and closer. I still feel like they're going to make some more moves.
You got at least one more Foster Griffin start in a Nats uniform before August 3rd hits.
Yeah.
I'd squeeze that one last start if they're going to wind up dealing him. So we'll have to see what happens as we get closer and closer to August 3rd. Today's another big day, though. Commanders training camp with veterans reporting. We have the first full practice slated for tomorrow on Wednesday. When we come back, big news Commanders related, and a lot of the news isn't good. We will delve into that next here on The Fan. All right, we're going to shift the more weighty, serious Commanders topics to 640. We'll hit those in about 20 minutes.
Right.
But we wanted to touch on...
Because there was a couple serious things that
yeah,
happened.
things we need to discuss.
Yeah. Commanders related anyway.
But we wanted to talk about the media get-together we did out in your neck of the woods, Jason, in Ashburn yesterday that was hosted by the media department or the PR department for the Commanders at DC Prime.
Was it basically
Sean
the same
and Charlie.
bit as in years past?
Yep.
Yeah,
Basically
they
the
just-
same deal?
Yeah, they just
Pretty
rent out
much.
like the patio area of a nice restaurant in Ashburn, and
Yep.
all the media congregate there that cover the team.
Same media members that you expect, that you always see
all
every year.
the whole cast of characters that we're used to
First
seeing.
person I saw walking in was David Aldridge.
All right.
Yeah, you saw DA there. He
And
was
then
there.
Scotty A was walking in behind me.
Talked to Scott Abraham for a bit.
Yeah. And then, got Barry's Verluga was there. John Kime was there.
I think that's my first meeting
Barry
person to person with Barry's Verluga that I
No.
can recall.
No, we had him at spring training.
We had him at spring training one year.
Unless you
You
didn't
did?
go to Florida.
Unless you
Was there
weren't
ever
there.
a trip you didn't go for
I don't-
spring
I don't
training?
think so. I think he was there.
made all the trips. Maybe I'm just forgetting.
Yeah, you just you're old.
I mean, it was years
yeah, I'm
ago.
old.
but-
You're old.
There's
It was
certain- my
4 or 5
brain
years
is
ago.
decaying, but it was good
It
to
was
touch
years
base with
ago.
It
Barry's
was probably the
Verluga.
same trip where somebody was upset that they were called Sweetheart. Might have been that one of those same trips.
Yeah, I don't know. We saw John Kime. I mean, media stalwart, of course, covering the Commanders
John's great.
for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all the guys.
Talked to the Rooster, Chris Russell. Of course,
Right.
he was
How was he,
there.
was he Natalie attired?
He's dressed like I think you would expect the Rooster to be dressed. He was wearing
Right.
jeans
And an
like,
oversized shirt
Anything
short-
tucked in?
that
or
fit him perfectly.
Did he like look nice and
I mean, he looked
He looked
like
fine.
he looked like the
He
Rooster.
looked like you expect the Rooster to
Kinda
look
s-
at a
kinda-
media get together.
kind of sloppy?
Just kind of like the way he generally looks is the way I
I
would
wonder if
put
he's
it.
ever really tried to
to dress up.
just tighten up the outfit a
I don't
little
know.
bit.
I don't know if that's
I
really
mean,
his
it's coming
thing.
from a guy that wears sweats to work every day. But if I went out there, I wouldn't wear sweat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So we saw Dan Quinn, we saw Adam Peters
Yep.
from
We-
afar.
We didn't say one word to either one.
Like we saw them. We saw it like they were just getting not assaulted is the wrong word, but they were always busy.
Yeah.
They
People
were
wanted their
always-
attention.
and we gravitated, or this person gravitated towards our table. I think we monopolized his time for like 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, at least.
Mark Klaus, the
Oh,
president
okay.
of the
We
Washington
talked to Mark
Commanders.
Klaus. I think we talked to him for about a half
And
hour.
he's a great
He's a
dude.
great guy.
Super nice
Did
guy.
he know who you were? Did he recognize you? It's hard to tell, right?
Hard to tell,
I think
but like
so.
he's so good at the schmooze.
He can
and
fake it.
like making you feel comfortable and like you know each other, even though you've only met one time previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was super nice. I mean, we talked to him for like 15 or 20 minutes, and it got to the point where Jason and I were like, we gotta let him go. We gotta let him circulate around the room a little bit.
Yeah.
Like we're just
But
monopolizing his time.
But he was enjoying the conversation because he easily could have cut it off and
Sure.
left.
Yeah.
But he was talking a lot about the stadium and
Well, he's,
all
he's
the stuff he's
basically
got.
a marketing guy, right? And
yeah, he's
that
the
his
business
deal?
guy.
He's running the stadium deal.
Did he give you anything interesting? Not necessarily
Well,
some
just-
super private nugget. but-
No, nothing private. I mean, just what he's dealing with every day in terms of the structure and the building and
Imagine.
all the like ins and outs that
All
you've
the
got to go
the
through.
bids that you have to pick through.
Yeah,
and-
talking about food and
yeah.
You know how when somebody, and Jason knows, he's, but when you're building a house and all the little decisions, can you imagine
Yeah.
build a stadium? I mean, can you even fathom
I
it?
know.
Well, I mean, it's also something that's going to be, like somebody's. It's going to be Josh Harris's legacy as the owner of the
Right.
Commanders. What the stadium looks like,
Right.
How people receive it.
yeah.
Like.
And Klaus was saying
it's a big deal.
He basically has multiple meetings every single day.
Yeah.
Of course.
About the
I
stadium.
can't fathom it.
Yes. So I think he said he had 2 or 3 meetings today.
It'd be so stressful.
Yeah, well, that's
I
what he
mean,
signed
it
up
just-
for.
I
right?
guess, and they pay you good money, but I just couldn't handle that.
So by the
stress.
time we were done talking with Mark Klaus and he started circulating around the rest of the room, that's when I had to look down at my watch.
Say, time
And
to
I,
go.
I saw it was 7:15, and
Yeah.
this event ran from 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. And Jason,
plenty enough.
Jason and I kind of looked at each other, and Jason goes, "I'm out of here." And I said, "In 2 minutes, I'll be following you." And in 3 minutes, within 3 minutes, I was sitting in my car in the parking lot.
Perfect.
Punching in my address in Waze.
Well, you
to get home.
got in your car before I did because I did plan on leaving, but as
Yeah.
I'm walking out, I see B. Mitch hanging out with Fred Smoot,
Oh, okay. I did not even see Smoot there.
and
Luke's great.
he's so funny, especially when they're drinking. So I went over there and just said hello, and
Yeah.
I ended up being in a 20-minute conversation with those guys.
Really?
Yeah, they're just so funny.
They are. They're funny and
Just
they're-
joning on
they're-
each other.
They're engaging.
And so it was Smooty and B. Mitch, and I just sat there and talked to him for about 20 minutes, and then another friend of mine was there and talked to him and his family. So I got home for me
Yeah.
pretty late.
It did make me chuckle at one point when Adam Peters is talking with, I believe it was Barry Verluga and Ben Standig, who's been on the show many times.
Yep.
And Jason goes, "Who's that guy talking to Adam Peters?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "That's Ben Standig. You've met him 50 times.
I haven't met him.
You haven't?
I mean, I just know his voice. I don't think I've
Okay.
ever seen him.
I was like, "Yeah, that's Ben."
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
that.
how
should have had an introduction
know Ben
between
at
the
this
two.
point.
I don't know. I just don't know what he looks like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pointed him out.
Yeah. But when I first got there, I got there before Cakes. And
Did they have food set up for you? They have appetizers?
Yeah, they bring out like
yeah, and you know what? I botched it. I didn't
Nubs?
have one.
I didn't eat one morsel.
I didn't have anything. And
You botched
I
it.
I really
you did
wanted
botch
to,
it.
but by the time we started talking,
Yeah,
it was hard to just kind of get away and go get a plate.
Right.
And then I just wanted to leave, so I ended up having leftover pizza when I got home. But
That's fine.
But when I first got there, Dan Quinn was there first. Adam Peters wasn't there yet, and there was only a couple of media members there. And Scotty A went right over to him.
Oh yeah.
I was going to go over and say hello to Dan, but once Scotty A went over there, I said, "You know what?
Yeah.
I'm just
What
not
are you
going to
gonna
say.
do?
I'm not going to say
The
anything."
thing is, it's a nice gesture from the Skins for sure.
Yeah,
I just don't know what the point is. You're not going to get anything. I mean, I guess it's to be social.
It's
just to be
the-
a normal
yeah, it's
human.
just
I mean,
to
who
be the
knows what
social
those guys are
setting
talking
outside
about.
of the locker room or outside of covering them
Yeah.
at the complex.
yeah. But it was, it's a pretty cool event every single year. I like it because
Yep.
it's so close. If that was in Maryland, I'm not going.
Oh, well, then I got in my car and I drove by literally 50 massive data centers
Yeah.
and then got on the toll road. I mean,
Yeah.
it is astounding when you drive from that spot in Ashburn down, what is that,
28,
7?
Route 7.
28. I mean, these buildings
Well, yeah.
are.
If you went to, where'd you go to 66 or the toll road?
I went to the toll road.
Yeah, you went down 28.
Yeah. I mean, they dominate the landscape.
I know.
You can't miss them.
Oh, it's a huge deal.
They're ugly.
They're big.
They're very ugly.
imposing and
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah,
but
there's just nothing great about it.
They're very ugly.
it's what it is.
It was cool talking to Barry's Verluga, though. I mean, we
Barry's
have
a great
we
guy.
have him on the show a few times a year, but
Yeah.
we never really see him.
Yeah.
And he's always cool to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course Scotty A. I mean, I just like talking to Scotty A.
Good dude. It's good people.
Yeah, he's money.
He's a good dude.
Yeah,
Everybody.
but we didn't say
actually,
one,
it's a
not
good
one
town.
syllable to Dan Quinn or Adam Peters.
No.
You didn't need to. They weren't going to
I
tell
mean,
you
we probably should have, but we didn't.
No.
Did we drop the ball by not approaching them?
No.
I just felt it would have been weird. It would have been like there already were like 2 or 3 people talking to them at all times.
Yeah, you can't
You
get
would
in.
have had to
You
like
got to bust in the
would have had to,
conversation.
like, crowbar yourself into the conversation.
Yeah, they're never by themselves.
The only
And
thing
I was
you
just
could
more-
have done is maybe say, "Hey, thanks for calling in on the
I know, but
anniversary
I,
show."
you know
That
what?
was about
You know
it.
what? I was just more comfortable hanging out with Jason and the Rooster and Scott
course.
Abraham,
Yeah.
Right.
like people I already knew.
But the PR guys, Charlie and Sean, are just
Oh,
really
they're great.
They're really cool dudes.
They're amazing.
So I talked to them for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Good.
But then for me, Mr. Bickle, getting home at 8:30 and getting to sleep at 9, very late. Tonight, early night.
Yes, you're gonna be in bed by 7.
I'm trying to
I'm
think.
gonna watch the Nat, but turn on the Nats at 6:30, watch a few innings, and then go night. 9 o'clock's just too late.
Oh, I also need
What
to
time did you
mention-
get home?
I got home around 8:15, 8:30.
All right, so you got the better
Wasn't
run
bad.
then. So there wasn't any traffic on the Beltway.
I went out and stopped in
That time
at
is
Jason's spot, Open Road Distilling in Reston,
Yep.
on my way.
Did
Yep.
did you leave with some stuff?
I got the
some goodies?
whole. I got the whole tour. Now I know how they distill all of their
Yeah.
spirits there at Open Road Distilling.
Yeah.
Now
He
I
had
didn't
never
underst-
been there.
I didn't understand any of it.
Right.
As they're taking me through like the still process, and they're telling me how everything works, and
Right.
you know, there's all this bourbon aging in barrels, and my head is literally swimming.
I know.
and I don't understand any.
I
of
just
it.
want to go in there and grab a bottle. I don't care how it's made.
So they were very nice. They gave me a hat and a T-shirt, and then I
What about
made
some
my
booze?
way out.
They didn't give you any booze.
I did not get any booze on the way out.
yeah, I was a little bit perturbed by that. I have an issue.
again, I was not expecting anything.
Oh, I was expecting you to get something.
I just wanted to go and get the tour and see, like you're always hyping up Open Road and for good reason.
Well,
I mean,
next
that's
time
a
you
really
go,
impressive place.
Next time you go, you take your
You
wife.
should have said, you
I will
expect
do
me to
that.
drink this hat? Like, what is going on here?
I know.
No,
Exactly.
here's what I did. I'm a gracious person. I said, thank you very much. Appreciate the tour. I will be back. I'll be back for dinner at some point.
Yeah. Bring Amy out there.
It's a really
So, Mr.
good
Bickle,
spot.
you missed a huge night last night.
No, it sounds like it. Sounds like a great
you,
night.
you missed a huge night.
Good.
In between those two spots, I have this scenario for you guys. I want to see what you guys would have done here. So I had a little bit of time between Open Road and hitting DC Prime in Ashburn, and I was thirsty. I was like, I gotta stop and get a.
Should have been thirsty. It was just that Open Road.
I gotta
but all
stop and get a Diet Coke because I had some time. So I pop into a McDonald's on, I think it was off of Route 7. Just traffic everywhere, just a snarl of traffic. So I was like, let me get out of traffic. Let me get a delicious fountain drink from McDonald's. So I go into the drive-thru. I order a large Diet Coke. I pull through the drive-thru. I get to the window to hand the cashier my money. Instead of, for some reason, I'm a dinosaur, and I gave her like a 20 instead of a credit card. I hand her the money. She goes, the person in front of you paid for your order.
Oh, my God.
And I kind of froze. I was like, this has never happened to me before.
So, wow.
I've never had anybody
Never happened?
pay it forward for me.
Yeah.
So I just looked at her and I said, thank you. That's really awesome. And I said, kind of as she's closing the window, I was like, thanks to the woman in front of me.
Well, that's,
And then I relayed that story to my wife and my daughter.
yeah.
And they said, well, then you paid for the people behind you then, right? Because
that's the deal?
That's the protocol.
Oh, so she didn't know who you were. She was just
No, she's just doing
Yeah.
random act of kindness. I didn't know this person. She didn't know me. Mm-hmm. You know what I did? I took my 20
and put it in your pocket.
And I said, oh, bonus. What a score this
That's what
is
I
for
would've
old
done.
Johnny Flakes.
I didn't know.
Money
yeah.
in the pocket. I didn't even think, I couldn't even thought of it after a minute after it happened. I'm on the road again. I'm just thinking, get to DC Prime, do the schmooze, do the hangout, get home, whatever. I'm in my mode. My wife and my daughter, they were horrified that I broke up this chain.
I didn't know that
this
that was a
chain
thing.
of goodness that I was
Well,
supposed.
you
that I'm
could do it
supposed to
again.
that I'm supposed to just say,
Whoever-
okay,
Yeah.
give it to the woman, say pay for the people behind me, and just keep this thing going.
Yeah, but I didn't know
had
that
no
was a
clue.
thing. But I don't know that's always a thing.
I don't know. Did I botch it, Drab? Is that like common knowledge?
It's very common knowledge.
It is.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was unaware.
Now,
think-
I'm not saying you have to do it, but it is common knowledge that you should at least go through that thought process. If someone
Yeah.
pays for your drink or your order in
Right.
front of you, you need to go. Well, the first thing I would do is look over my shoulder and see how many people are in the
Yeah,
car
that's-
behind me.
Yeah, see how big the order is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what if the person behind you ordered for 6 people? You're not buying
That's
that.
kind of the bit. That's
Yeah.
kind of your.
I wonder
that's
if the
kinda what you do.
woman asked the McDonald's employee, "What did the guy order behind me?"
I don't
That's
know.
what you would do.
So
Of course.
now,
What if it was a $40 order?
now
Are you
I'm
doing that?
carrying that
could
with
afford
me.
it.
Now I feel
Not
like
really.
the next time I go into any sort of drive-through, I just have to hook the person behind me.
You could do that if it really weighed you down and you feel like you ruined the
Yeah.
mojo.
Start a new chain.
You could start a new chain,
I
and
think-
then you could be, God will forgive you.
I think I'm going to do that. I don't think God cares whether I buy somebody, a Happy Meal or.
Well, I completely agree. I'm,
But-
I'm
but
being
now
facetious.
I feel like I've broken up that karma chain. That woman was trying to start a good karma chain, and I completely.
Well,
Yeah, you could buy breakfast.
Sideswiped
You
her.
could buy breakfast this morning
I could
For the
do
boys?
that
for everyone here.
Maybe I'd rather do it for a stranger though.
what might make you feel even worse is that she may not have started that chain. That chain could have been going for an hour
I know.
and
I know.
died with you.
It died with me because I just heard that my drink was paid for, and I didn't think of
But
anybody
maybe
else.
the
I thought
lady,
about
if that
myself.
had happened, maybe the cashier would have said, "Hey, just so you know that they've been doing this. If you want, you could continue." She could have helped.
Maybe
you.
I don't know.
She
but
could help you.
Sometimes those things do go on for a while. I saw one that said like 81 straight orders.
Really?
One time, yeah.
Wow, that's
No, I would have died
Pretty
with
amazing.
me too, because I would have said, "Oh, must be a fan of the show. Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Nah,
you."
I
That's
mean,
what I would have done. That would have instinctively been my thought.
When you first started the story, I thought that the person in front of you was
Yeah.
like a media member that just
Yeah.
recognized you.
No,
Just
just a stranger.
a strange
I'll
woman.
be honest, I may sound egotistical, but that would have been 100% what I would have thought.
No, there's
So,
no.
they must
I
be
mean,
a fan.
there's
Very
no
cool.
chance she knew that what I did for a living. I mean, I just pulled in behind her in a random McDonald's in Northern Virginia.
So
Maybe she saw your tiny ass cars that he can't afford
Yeah,
at
maybe
McDonald's.
she's like, look at this brokey.
Possible.
Look at this brokey. I'm going to pay for his fountain drink.
So
On your way home today, just stop by McDonald's and hook the person.
I can do that.
I think it's happened to all of us at different times, but I've told stories before where I've had people practically hanging out the car on like 495 or something, honking, you know, and you're like, what's going on? And it turns out they listen to the show. They're just
Yeah.
trying to say hi, whatever. It freaks you out a little bit. Last week I'm driving and that guy's honking and he's carrying on and I look over and he's waving and he's smiling. It's, of all people, it's Fubu Earl.
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen him for
Fubu
years.
Earl.
Yeah, it's so
Who I
funny.
mean, God bless Fubu Earl. He's
Yeah.
been calling into the show for probably 30 years. I haven't thought of Fubu Earl in probably 10 years.
Yeah.
And he's in some work truck or something, and he was just banging on his horn. He was
That's
super
funny.
excited to see your
A
boy.
random sighting.
So if someone bought me breakfast or something at a drive-through,
Yeah.
I would have thought that's just a listener.
Remember the stories I would tell? It's been a few years since I've done this, but I would just buy a random couple. It
Yeah.
always had to be a couple. It wasn't party of four,
Was it a
5, or 6.
top? Yeah.
Two top.
Two people.
But I would just buy their dinner.
Make sure they're not drinking a really fancy
I
ass
always
bottle
did.
of wine.
I always did. I made sure they had sodas.
Yeah.
And I would tell the server, "Hey, I got it,
Yeah.
but don't tell them who it was."
right.
And it was usually around the holidays. I'd say,
Okay.
"Tell them Merry Christmas."
Very nice.
But I haven't done that in a few years.
So now I feel
I used
like
to do it at Bonefish all the time.
I feel like
when
I have
was
to go
hanging
through
out
like the
Bonefish.
Chick-fil-A drive-through and just hook somebody
Think you
today
have to.
or over the next few days.
Let's go real quick to Cindy in Springfield. She has some thoughts here. Cindy, what's up? You're on with the Junkies. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, this is a random act of kindness, and Jason, it's not it's not about measuring who's behind you and how much. It's about giving generously and freely.
I know.
That's all.
I understand that.
All right.
I understand
All
that.
right. Okay. That's all.
But if
Love
it's
you guys.
if it's a $60 order and
You
they're
need a little
ordering
bit
for
bitter?
a big group of landscapers,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just not
Or
going to
like
pick
it's
it up.
like a little league team
Right.
buying every kid, 20 kids,
Yeah.
some meal.
I'm going to make sure that the meal is under $10.
Let's keep it reasonable, people. Okay.
So are you going to do that today?
I don't know about today. Might be aggressive.
Oh,
I'm going to do it over the next few days.
Yeah.
I don't know when. I don't know where. But
I
at some
tried-
point, I will pay it forward.
I think I told you a story before. This was 4 or 5 years ago. I was at Target, and a lady in front of me was buying a bunch of stuff, and her card kept getting canceled, and she didn't look like she had a lot of means to her. And I said, "Let me just take care of it." And I just put and she at first was very offended.
Really?
Yes. And like I was like big timing her or something. And I said, no, I just trying to help out. Honestly, I just want to get out of the line.
Right.
Get more than anything. I'm not gonna stand here all day. And it wasn't, it was no big deal. It was $25 or something. And eventually she took it and then she was gracious.
She said thanks. Yeah.
But initially she was very much offended. Like I was insinuating that she didn't have any dough. All I know is she didn't look like she had too much dough and everything wasn't working.
Right.
So what am I going to just be here forever?
Right. So you hooked it.
Yeah. So, you never know how those acts are interpreted.
Well, maybe we'll do that today. Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that Cakes didn't know about
That
random acts of kindness.
No, I knew they existed. I just didn't know the protocol was.
I didn't
as
know that
soon
you were
as it
supposed
happens
to
to
do
you,
it right away
Then you're
again.
supposed to pay it forward immediately.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Keep the chain going.
Yeah,
I
well,
wouldn't- I wouldn't know
I
that.
just kept my money in my
Drabby,
pocket. That's what I did.
I knew about it, but I would have just assumed if someone did that they knew who I was.
right. And they were just
Yeah.
doing a random act
And I
of
just didn't
kindness.
recognize them.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is unfair. There's no way to say it, but sometimes it is unfair because it puts the burden on a person who may not be able to afford what's behind them.
True.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Right? And you feel
Yeah.
guilty like I have to do this. And, it's a $100 order behind you. You can barely pay your bills or something.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
that person should never feel guilty. I mean, you do what you can do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You pay
what you
whatever
can
you
do.
feel like you can pay.
Yeah. If you're busto, you're probably not going to do it.
I certainly could have paid it. I just chose not
You
to.
chose not to, right?
Well,
Your
you
mind
did,
was on
honestly,
other things.
I think it's fair to not know. People do random acts that we've always heard that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you were supposed to do it right away after.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay, it's good to know.
Now I know. Going forward, I know. All right, when we come back, big news on the Commanders front as training camp opens today. We will get into those stories next here on The Fan. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So a couple of big Commanders-related stories as veterans report to training camp today. The first one is really disturbing. The son of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy has been arrested following a shooting at Bieniemy's home in Virginia. At approximately 7:32 p.m. on Sunday, July 26th, Loudoun County Sheriff's Office deputies responded to a report of a shooting in Ashburn, where the Washington Commanders have their practice facility. Deputies located one adult female suffering from multiple gunshot wounds who was transported to a nearby hospital for treatment of serious injuries. It was the wife of former Commanders offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, Mia Bieniemy, 57. Luckily, she is in stable condition after the incident.
Did they say where, like, she was hit? Was she, like, hit in the face? Was she hit in, like, the
I don't
chest?
think the story said that.
I don't have those
Yeah.
details, though it does appear that she was shot multiple times.
Yeah.
Saw at least twice.
And their son, Elijah Bieniemy, 27, was arrested on charges of malicious wounding, use of a firearm, and commission of a felony, discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling. He was transported to a Loudoun County Adult Detention Center, held without bond. He was arraigned Monday morning. He'll have a preliminary hearing on August 31st. So the Chiefs now, Eric Bieniemy is the offensive coordinator of the Chiefs. The Chiefs confirmed to USA Today Sports that Bieniemy is currently away from the team.
Oh,
So
yeah.
just a
I'm sure he hopped on
terrible, disturbing story coming out of Jason, basically close to where Jason lives. Jason said that's kind of close to where
It's
my
in
family
one. It's in
lives.
one Loudon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's right there in those townhomes. I was getting a bunch of emails saying that heavy police presence and off of North Park Drive, which is right there in one Loudon.
Yeah.
And they said there was 15 or 20 police cars. I'm going, oh geez, what's going on? Then I heard of the shooting.
Yeah.
I said, oh my gosh, that was it. I didn't even know Eric Bieniemy still lived here.
I had no idea he and his wife still owned a
But
home
apparently,
here.
apparently his wife really likes it in Ashburn.
Right.
So she didn't want to move out to Kansas City.
I mean, that guy's moving year to year to year.
right.
You know what I mean?
Right. So she wanted to stay there, and they really liked it. And so I had no idea that they still lived here. But it's luckily she's going to be okay.
Right.
And the son apparently, I heard some rumors that he had some mental issues, maybe some drug issues. So
I mean, it was just an absolute catastrophe.
not good. Yeah, not good.
So that story, I think that story kind of broke right after we were done on the air yesterday, because I heard Jeff Walker telling Beamich and Finley about that.
Well, yeah, I
as
was
they were
walking
about
out.
to go on the air.
I was telling Drab, Bieniemy's wife just got shot.
Yeah.
And you saw the video, right? Of all the cops at the door and
Yeah.
bringing him out.
I just saw the kid being arrested. I actually didn't see that part.
So that was a terrible story. Another big story coming out of the Commanders' training camp eve is that they fired tight ends coach Ben Steele on Monday, 2 days before training camp starts, and more than a month after he was arrested for driving while intoxicated. On June 7th in Loudoun County, Steele was charged with DWI after he was observed to, quote, change course after signal, according to Loudoun County General District Court. He was also charged with obstruction / resisting without force. According to court documents, Steele refused a blood breath test. He was released on his own recognizance.
I mean, he was stopped at 1:15 in the morning. I mean, you can't be out at 1:15 in the morning. Only bad things are going to happen.
Generally, bad
They're
things
looking
are
for
happening.
stuff.
Yes.
I can remember there have been times where I'd play poker, until 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I got pulled over in Kensington.
Right.
And the guy swore I was drinking. He's like, dude, I was just playing poker with the boys.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't have, and when I play poker, I don't drink.
Right.
I'm not trying to lose my money.
Right.
But yeah, I could totally see that.
So
happening.
charged with obstruction and resisting without force. Is that strictly just refusing the breathalyzer? Is that what that is?
I guess. I don't know.
I would assume.
I don't know. But I think he was only here for a few months, right? And this has been going on for a while, because I think it happened in June, right? I don't think
Happened June 7th.
June 7th, yeah.
Yeah, and I think they say Wesley Welker was coaching the tight ends. I don't know what's going to happen full time, but so I mean, it's terrible. I mean, just terrible lack of judgment. I think the Commanders issued a statement saying that's all they're going to say.
Right.
He's no longer there. Like
The last thing I was going to do is ask Dan Quinn about Ben Steele last night.
Yeah, that
you,
one.
you definitely didn't want to bring that up.
That wasn't going to
It would
work.
have been a touchy subject.
Yeah.
Steele, though, if you just wanted background on him, where did he play? He played at Fort Lewis and Mesa State, and it looked like he had a few cups of coffee in the league. I don't know how much, if it's mostly practice squad time, maybe a little bit of roster time. It was with the Niners, the Raiders, the Seahawks, the Vikings, the Packers,
Played for a lot of teams.
Texans. Yeah,
He'd be late 40s, 48.
he is 48. And then as a coach, he's basically been coaching his entire professional life.
Mm-hmm.
Was at Colorado, Cal, UC Davis, Tampa, Atlanta, Minnesota, Denver, Arizona. He's been
new.
around.
He's new on the staff, right?
New here, just like 4 or 5 months.
Right.
So, yeah, that's
Yeah,
know
a lot,
what?
Not good.
going on in
Af-
Loudon the last few weeks.
After the fourth or fifth drink, that's when you have to start planning for the Uber. You pull up the Uber app or the
Yeah.
Lyft app, and
course.
come back and get your car the next day.
Well,
When
it
you
just
call your
shows
wife
you-
or your girlfriend and say, you know what, I need some help. I've got over my skis, drank too much, can't drive home.
Don't
Special-
people think? I honestly don't think this, and I make mistakes, and there's been times in my life where I've drank too much and gotten behind the wheel. I'm certainly guilty of it, but you try not to. In most places, don't you think? Okay, how is today going to play out? Like I don't know, dude. This
Well,
is
like
how I live my life.
We went to DC
But
Prime
you know-
last night for a 6 to 8 p.m. happy hour. I had one beer.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I'm gonna have
One
one.
I had one
I'm gonna-
IPA.
I'm gonna have 1 to 2 drinks, and
Right.
then
You set a
I'm
personal
good.
limit for yourself.
Right.
You go, okay, I'm going to go play golf today. I typically don't drink, but maybe I'll have one drink afterwards.
Yeah.
And or I'm going to go out to dinner with my family, and if I have too much to drink, well, my wife will
I guess
drive.
some people just do not have that.
People just don't
They
think in
go-
advance.
they just go into a bar
You know
or
that
setting
doesn't
like
always
that,
happen like that.
and
That
they
just-
order a few, and they just don't think about.
Who knows what he was doing?
They
But
don't
he
think
could
about
have.
repercussions.
He could have said, "Yeah, I'll be home."
Tells me it's a
He
pattern.
could have told his wife, "I'll be home by 9," and he's hanging out. Whoever he was with, hanging out with his boys, goes a little late. I mean, you can't just script it like that.
I know, especially with my young kids. You're always like, "Are you guys going to be drinking? If you're drinking, you're not
Yeah.
driving." I'm saying,
Right.
I mean, the young people today are pretty well schooled on it, and they're so used to using Uber and stuff,
Right.
that they don't even really blink about that.
Yeah, guys in their late 40s don't think
But
about
the
that.
older generation, I guess they don't think that way.
Yeah, who knows where he was?
I mean, I did a Junkies bit years ago. We still have the audio somewhere where I was overserved somewhere in Northern Virginia, and I didn't get in my car and drive home immediately.
You went there, slept, didn't you?
I slept in my car in like a parking garage in Northern Virginia.
I remember that.
for like 2 hours
Yeah.
until I realized now I'm okay to drive.
Yeah.
If I'd gotten behind the
think.
wheel and
You-
right
you
after
probably
that interview,
weren't.
I would have been arrested immediately.
Yeah. Well, especially in Loudon at 1:15 in the morning, they're looking for that in Loudon.
I'm sure they are.
But you know,
I'm never ever on the road at 1:15 in the morning.
1:15.
Ever. I can't remember the last time I was on the road at 1:15. Now I'm on the road at 4,
Sure.
but not on the road at 1:15.
1:15. Yeah, that's
I have been a few times, but
that's
yeah.
crazy work being on the road at 1:15.
It's hard to be up
at this
that
point.
late. It's hard to be up, and I get it. A lot of times, there's nobody on the road, and people that are on the road, maybe they are out, running around. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I'm-
I would guess cops once the clock gets past midnight, they're scanning for people for
but
DWIs.
they can't just pull anybody over. You have to do
but
something
if
to
you start,
indicate.
if you like change lanes without a signal, they're gonna
Maybe.
pull you. They're
They
fishing
might.
out
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
They might.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might.
I mean,
that might do it.
that gives them cause to pull you over.
Yeah, but he was
at that
probably just
point.
trying to get home. He was tired, and he didn't realize there was a cop sitting
Yeah.
there on the side of the street. But man, that's tough. He was getting ready for the season, and now he's got no job.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I
to
mean,
put
can
on
he
your
get another
resume, too.
job? In the league with
it's
another
a pretty
team.
forgiving league. I mean, probably to sit out a year or so. Maybe you have to prove that you've been doing some
Right.
rehab stuff. You might have to volunteer somewhere for a while. I mean,
Volunteering. Not a big fan of volunteering.
well, I'm saying volunteer coaching.
I know. I understand.
Yeah. You don't have to go to the soup.
He's scheduled to be in district court on August 13th.
Yeah. Look, we all
So
make
just-
mistakes, but try not to make those.
Same
big
day
ones.
the NBA schedule comes out, August 13th.
August 13th. That's a big day for us.
You find out who's
Find
playing
out
on
whether-
Christmas.
If the Wizards play on Christmas, Drab is going to have to go out and take a personal loan, pay us all back.
actually can't wait for that. I do think it's an intriguing question.
It's
So June 7th they were still having mini camps.
Yeah.
okay.
So after the practice is when he went out and I don't know he was with other coaches, but he did it after the practice.
It's the same thing with Romo. Romo was up playing golf and just got carried away.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
got
he was
behind the
upset
wheel.
at Ben Sinnott's lack of production and practice. He just got
Hey, we
got away from
haven't heard
himself.
any of that. I've only heard good
I
things
know.
about
I'm just
Sinnott.
taking a cheap shot.
Yeah,
at Ben
always
Sinnott.
trying to take his cheap shot.
Kind of
kicks.
what I do, EB.
Yeah, you're always trying.
Sometimes I'll do that. All right, when we come back, we'll hit the Skins. The veterans are reporting for training camp. The first full practice is tomorrow at Ashburn. We've finally made
Thank
it.
God they're in there.
Getting back to NFL football, teams are getting into training camps, including the Commanders. They'll all be in camp today with a practice tomorrow. We'll hit the Skins next here on The Fan.
It was just like old times with Max Scherzer on the mound last night in D.C., what could be his final time ever pitching at Nats Park. This, of course, was for the Blue Jays as the Nationals were knocked off by Toronto 3-2 on Monday night. Mad Max celebrating his 42nd birthday, fan 4 over 2 1/3 innings. Nats did grab the early lead against Scherzer on Luis Garcia's RBI double in the second, but the Blue Jays went ahead to stay with the pair in the third. Andres Chaparro did homer again for the Nats last night, solo shot in the fifth, his fourth since the All-Star break, but the Nats lose, snapping their 2-game win streak. They stay just one back, though, for the final NL wildcard spot, with the Pirates winning over Arizona. Cade Cavalli on the mound tonight. Nats look to bounce back against the Blue Jays, 6:45 p.m. here on The Fan. And football training camp is here for the Commanders. Veterans set to report today. The first practice is tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
In case you haven't heard the news, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team right there in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Got the opportunity portion there,
right.
Jason.
Forgot about that.
Hey, real
Part
quick,
of the read.
before we hit the skins, I wish Stravy was here. But you know how yesterday we were just at the end of the show, we're just kind of making a plea for people to reach out, let Mark Hine know that that some of the guys want to go to the Mubadala Open this week, Hicks.
You got it. The Mubadala DC Open.
You know, I don't know if that helped or not, but Drabby did text me later in the day. He was going back and forth, and tickets secured.
Very
Hooked
good.
it.
Excellent. And
through Mark.
And Mark Hines
I don't
join
know
us.
that Mark was through it. Honestly, I think it was through the PR person, frankly. But I think Drabby said he sent the segment over to him. I wish I could tell you the tickets. They're definitely in some sort of box.
Okay, good.
So hopefully that means that they're good. Get a nice view.
Well, Mark Hines
about
will join us today at 9:45.
You know what I'm going to do with it, Mark? I'm going to ask him, are these Mark Hine worthy? I just want to, because maybe he wants to upgrade.
Okay, we'll see.
How about a
Why
bummer
not?
with Tiafo losing? That's a bummer.
That's not
Yeah.
great. I mean, he's one of the
What are you
big
gonna do?
draws of the tournament.
I'm just saying. I mean, he's local. He's a huge draw.
I'm going just whoever's playing.
I
I'll
know,
enjoy
I'm just-
whoever's playing.
Why don't you ask Mark if you can beat Taylor Fritz's doubles partner?
No, I don't really want to do that. I just want to just make sure these
It's a
are
lot of pressure.
These are Ein approved.
Are
As long
you?
as he approves.
And you're going at night, correct?
I'm going for the evening time. I'm sure it'll pour. I'm sure it'll be a pouring thunderstorm,
No, Wednesday.
tornado,
No.
and probably
No.
I don't know some sort
If you were
of
going today, yes. But
cataclysmic event.
Wednesday's going to be nice.
Yeah.
At least you have a positive outlook about
Yeah, I
it.
just assume terrible things will happen. If I plan something. But yeah, I'm planning to be there, and I'm planning probably be miserable.
You can go see Alexander Vukic against Lorenzo
Probably be terrible
Musetti.
weather or something. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on.
I'm just saying,
You're
guys.
very down.
Maybe I just
He's
assume.
not. First of all, he's not listening to me. The weather's going to be
I heard
awesome.
you.
I know.
I heard you.
I said tonight is going to be bad. Tomorrow is going to be fine.
We'll see. I
it's
don't know.
gonna be lower
You
humidity.
have more faith in the forecasters than
Yes,
I do.
I do.
I don't really have any faith in these people.
I have faith in Chuck Bell.
I don't trust any of them. I mean, they don't know anything. They just read the little radar.
They know more than we do.
All right, you want to make a wager
it
that
is their
doesn't
job.
I
run?
know this, and I look at the radar every day. The weather forecast is dicey. Every day it's dicey. You just don't know.
We gotta work on your positive attitude.
I'm just saying. I'm ready for.
You're ready for doom and gloom.
I'm ready for doom and gloom.
Yeah.
I'm always prepared. But thank you to them for the opportunity.
Well, you'll
Literally, I'm looking at the 10-day.
Yeah.
I mean, as you mentioned today, 82% of evening thunderstorms. Okay,
Right.
so that is dicey. But Wednesday through Saturday, the chances of rain are 20%,
20%.
17%, 6% on Friday, 24% on Saturday.
Yeah.
So you got like 4 straight days of a
reasonable
25%
outlook.
or less chance of rain,
Okay.
which
That-
means there's a 70
I
plus
like it.
percent chance of good weather.
I like it when it says 2%, 1%, 2%, 3%.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Well,
summer.
it's summer.
You're not going to
Okay.
get a bunch of 2% and 1%.
All right.
I think you're going to be fine.
Okay, good. I'll
You know
be
what,
fine either way.
Do you want Mark Ein to craft a personal dome over top of your spot?
Yeah, have him build a
At
bubble.
Rock Creek Park, so you
Well,
don't
my
get rained
understanding
on?
it is covered. So I don't
Okay,
know
well,
exactly
then you're
what
good.
I
Then
mean.
you got nothing to worry about.
Be a little high for my taste, but it's probably good. Probably good. All right, want to hit the skids, Cakesy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's hit the skids. Today's training
Hit
camp.
the sponsor.
I'm not sure that I have a sponsor.
Oh, we don't
Oh, you
have
know
one.
what?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. There is a sponsor.
So this kind of jumped out at me because I kind of wondered where this guy was going to fit in with all of the moves, the acquisitions, and it's somewhat of a numbers game. Not a lot of spots available, really. But the Commanders placed Nick Bellore on reserve retired list.
He's been
So
a special teams
he's
ace for
only
a
here
long
for
time.
a couple years. But he played 15 NFL seasons, the last 2 here in Washington. Played 32 games. He had 33 tackles, 1 for a loss. You just remember him making an impact on special teams. Often the first guy down there.
I know he's an important guy, but honestly, like if he walked down the hallway here
Yeah.
at Odyssey, I would not know what he looked like.
I agree.
Couldn't
I think-
tell you one thing about him.
That's not the issue. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he could walk in here and nobody know who he was, but you knew him on the football field. He made
Yeah.
impact.
I mean, there's
so-
a reason he's been in the league since 2011.
Yeah, and I think he did that as
37
an
years old.
undrafted player.
That is impressive.
I
Yeah.
think that
He
that's
was
2007
true.
undrafted.
undrafted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, went to Central Mish.
Made 2
So-
Pro Bowls.
So yeah, I mean,
That's
hell
pretty
of a
impressive.
career.
pretty
15-year career out of that.
You don't know where he's from.
I do not, but I can look it up.
St. Paul Mini.
St. Paul, Minnesota. Okay.
Very good.
So-
Twin Cities, one of the Twin Cities.
Yep.
So there you go. There's an opportunity for some guys to step up on teams, Cakes, and
by the way,
and
that's-
make some waves.
That's what 15 years of grinding hard work. Like as a special teams
That's impressive.
specialist,
Totally. Yeah.
like that's
Totally.
all you do. Not a lot of glamour in that job.
Yeah, and it's not like he was making $10 million a year either, right?
Yeah.
So he's making a good living, but you're going out there and you're cracking some heads.
Yeah,
You know,
that's a rough way to make a living.
Not
so
sure
props
that-
to him.
that many guys on the planet that would really enjoy 15 years of just special teams
You gotta be a
charging at
special-
each other.
You got to be a special breed.
You gotta be a special
to do that
breed.
for 15 years, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. So this is interesting. I don't know, Cakes. I just saw this. There was some speculation about fantasy
Ooh,
implications, and
now you have my full undivided attention.
I know this is the kind of thing that you get into. So let's just break down just the Commanders.
Okay.
And then I don't have the answer for this at all. But I'm going to throw it out to you.
I probably
Cakes.
don't either, but
no,
I'll-
but
I'll
no,
try.
you do. You can have your instinct. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to give you the players that I think are fantasy worthy,
All
and I
right.
want you to tell me where you think they will be selected.
Ooh, I like
Okay.
this. Okay.
So I'm going to go sort of in order.
Jason's
of,
a fantasy guy too. We can
Yeah.
both participate here.
I'm going to go in order of like what I think is kind of the top, and then after that it'll be kind of a mix.
All right.
So I would think, I could be wrong, because I know you guys value receivers very highly. I would think Jaden Daniels would be the highest rated guy, but maybe not. Maybe it would be, who goes first, Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin in most fantasy drafts?
I'm just gonna. This is strictly a guess, and I haven't really dove deep yet into like players' ADP, their average draft position at this point. I'm gonna guess coming off a down year.
Both are coming off down years.
injury-wise.
Both are coming off down
True.
years.
I still think McLaurin is going to go before Jaden
What
in
is
most
McLaurin
fantasy drafts
typically?
because there's just so much depth at quarterback that you don't have to pick a quarterback early.
It kind of depends on the league you're in, too.
Yeah, like if
Let's
you're
just say it's standard score.
standard scoring, you start one quarterback. I still think Terry's going to go
Third round?
third or
Yeah.
fourth, and Jaden might be like
Fifth?
fourth or fifth.
That could be a
Like
steal.
it's going to be
I think
close, I
McCoy-
think. But I think McLaurin's going to go off the board in most drafts before Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I think McLaurin's probably in the low 20s rank at receiver.
If,
So, but I think I still think that JD is top 6 quarterback fantasy.
If Jaden
Yeah.
has the kind of year he had in 24, is he a first round worthy guy, or even
First
that
round is aggressive
because of the quarterback?
if he had a year like 24, like his rookie
Yeah,
campaign,
like rushes for 900 yards, and
he's probably like a late second, maybe early third round consideration. Just because if you're drafting that high, like you need to secure elite running backs, elite wideouts in the first round or two.
okay, all right.
I mean,
so
you really don't start grasping at quarterbacks until like the second round.
But in the Superflex league where you have 2
Super
quarterbacks,
flex, you start 2, then yeah, you draft.
let's
those
just
guys
say
early.
you got Lamar or Josh Allen or
Right.
Burrow or May in the first round. JD's going in the second round.
right.
all right, so after that, I think it's kind of. I mean, I don't think there's a ton of guys that are going to be super attractive. Chig might be the next, right? I think I would put Chig ahead of Diami. I think it's a gamble. Antonio Williams, maybe Bill. Maybe people love running backs. Would Bill go?
I think Bill's going to be a relatively late round pick. I think Chig is going to be a guy who you can get relatively late too. That
so. All these guys are like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th round guys in fantasy drafts. Is there anybody else worthy of like a top in the top 10
for the
rounds?
Commanders.
Probably
Because
not.
it's not going to be Antonio Williams. It's not going to be
Probably
De'Ami Brown. I don't think it's going to be
I've
like.
got a guy who's a good, not probably 8th through 10th round pick,
Yeah.
especially in PPR leagues. I think Rashad
Rashad
White
White.
is a great pick.
Rashad
If you get
White,
a
okay.
full point per reception, if you're in one of those leagues, the fact that just look at his resume, he's going to give you 40 plus
So
receptions.
you're going to take
every
him
year.
over Bill for sure because his role is
If it's a
relatively.
PPR league, I'm certainly leaning towards Rashad White over Bill until Bill proves otherwise, and he shows a penchant for catching the ball out of the
Will
backfield.
someone draft Katron Allen, or will he have to have a big week before someone picks
I think
him up?
he's going to
Yeah, I think
He'll
he'll be
be
available.
undrafted.
in a standard 10 or 12 team league, like he's going to be an undrafted guy. But if you're an insane person and you're in like a 14 plus team league,
Yeah.
he'll probably get drafted in the late rounds.
Well, unless he does, some crazy things in preseason,
yeah.
and then they announce a depth chart, and your draft is after that. They announce he's the number 2 guy. Then maybe he could get
I'd
drafted
also
late.
take a late flyer on Antonio Williams. Like if you're sitting there in the 13th, 15th round, I think he's a worthy guy that you stash on your bench.
As far as
and you hope
Chig-
that he's involved in the offense.
Yeah. As far as Chig, I'm just looking at a tight ends fantasy list. They have him 18, just behind Jawan Johnson, just ahead of Hunter Henry.
Right.
I know, but you have to do some of your own. Like you're going to do some of your own speculation there. I think I would take Chig higher than 18th tight end.
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on how he looks in preseason and what you expect from him.
I think if you
Yeah, what I expect. I
if
expect
you-
him to be better than that.
If you load up your fantasy team in all the other spots and you're sitting there in the 9th or 10th round and Chig is sitting there, I feel like that's a great pick. I feel like he's got a lot of upside. I feel like he should catch 60 plus balls from Jaden Daniels. We saw how much Jaden leaned on Zach Ertz. Now it's a different offense with Blau, running the show instead of Kingsbury, but I still think there's going to be a lot of tight end involvement. There's a reason they gave Chig pretty good money.
Yeah.
come
They're going to
here.
throw it to him.
It wasn't just to be a blocking tight end.
Yeah,
it's for him to be the primary receiving tight end.
So, Eric, I would agree with you. Maybe 15. I don't think he's much higher than 15. If you look at all the tight ends ahead of him, you're not taking Chig over, most of these guys. You're not taking him over Trey McBride or Loveland
Well,
or
those are the top guys at the
right,
position.
or Pitts or
Right.
Laporta. You're just not going.
Is
to.
there anybody else that we haven't discussed that you would select if you're a fantasy geek?
I think we've pretty
You're
much.
not going to select Ben Sinnott. You're not going to
Nope.
select John Bates.
No,
You're not
no.
going to select. I don't even know. You're not going to
You're not
select
gonna
Diami, are you? Are you going
No.
to take Diami?
No.
Are you going to take Luke McCaffrey?
Nope.
No,
No one's going to take them. Yeah.
No.
I wouldn't think.
Will someone take a flyer on Antonio Williams, 3rd round pick?
I just said, if you're in the 13th to 15th round,
Then you would.
I would certainly
Okay.
grab him and stash him on my bench, see how he performs. Now, if he's a small part of the offense, is catching 1 or 2 balls per week, you can cut him loose after 3 or 4 weeks. But if he's heavily involved from week 1 onward, you got a steal on your hands potentially.
Yeah.
All right. We've talked about
I
this.
just can't wait to talk to Dave Richards. I mean,
It's-
when are we going to talk
It's
to
going to be
Dave?
right around the corner,
It is. Got to be in August.
in
2 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks.
Yep.
Have to start having Dave on.
But Yahoo just put out an article. Commander's Wire just had it just a couple hours ago about the 4 biggest position battles heading into camp. Cakes. We basically nailed these.
Yep.
Not sure there's much more to add, but left guard, that seems to be the one that everybody's talking about, right? That's going to be basically the battle between Chris Paul and Brandon Coleman. I think that Coleman will win that, but I could be wrong.
Wide receiver 2.
Wide receiver 2 will be a big one. I think people think that'll go ultimately to Antonio Williams, but I think Diami might have something to say about that.
And Traylon Burks. I mean, another guy that was signed to a 1-year deal during the offseason.
Right. And then, of course, you have Jalen and Luke McCaffrey. So the wide receiver room certainly is unsettled. We've been talking about it the entire offseason. Who ultimately is going to emerge there, especially if they don't sign someone. I might lead towards Antonio, but I also think Diami has something to prove, and he has a proven connection with Jaden, which I like. Cornerback is another one. Of course, people are freaking out because Trey Amos was going to start out on the PUP list, but they've done that before with guys. Just kind of a formality, and then once he gets
So
closer,
who fills in for him once he gets off?
Well, they did sign Rasul Douglas.
From Miami, right?
Right, so he's a veteran who can definitely factor in.
Akello Witherspoon also in that room, who was signed, I think, from either the Niners or the Rams.
Rams.
Okay,
Yep.
came over from the Rams in the offseason.
And then they have Amik Robertson. So they have some guys there. Of course, Sanistrel. So we'll see. So cornerback is something to keep an eye on. And again, we've talked about it. The kicker. The kicker position is always kind of a debacle here.
Come on, Drew Stevens.
It's between Jake Moody and Drew Stevens. You want Drew Stevens?
I don't know. I just like the underdog. He's undrafted and got a big leg. I'm guessing he won't win the job, but
for people that haven't been paying attention, was a stud at Iowa. He went 76 of 95 on field goals through his career there. He missed just 2 extra points. He was 124 of 126 on extra points. Now in college, those extra points are
they're
just,
like 5 yards.
Yeah, so maybe there was a bad snap or somebody blocked something.
Yeah, you never know. Some of these kickers, they just wide right from 5 yards.
But if you watched, if any of the reporting was accurate, when our beat guys and women were there and they were kind of tracking these things, it'd be one day Moody would have the best of them, the next day Stevens would seemingly get the best of it. So it's very hard to tell who's in the lead.
Yep. So veterans report today. You have the first practice in training camp tomorrow.
Apparently today they
Wednesday.
get in. The veterans get in there around 10, and then there's some sort of a light conditioning test.
Okay.
And they get out there on the field. It's nothing crazy. And then of course tomorrow's the first full practice, and then fans can get in there on Saturday.
Yeah,
that's the first day is Saturday for the fans.
Yep. All right, that's Hit the Skins. We'll be doing that throughout
Aren't you guys
training
glad
camp for
that
the Commanders.
We're talking camp
Of course.
finally.
It's finally here.
It's still nothing's really changed yet.
I know, but at least you get to talk about it. At least you know the guys
We're
are over
making
there.
our way. We're making our way towards the NFL regular season, which is always a positive. All right, when we come back, police are urging riders to wear helmets after a 9-year-old passes in a Fairfax County crash. We will discuss that next here on The Fan. sobering story that I teased heading into the break about a 9-year-old boy who died after an e-scooter crash in Herndon late last week.
Nightmare.
The accident occurred around 5:30 p.m. in the Highland Mews neighborhood near Dulles International. A woman driving a minivan was turning left from Highland Mews Court onto Madden Court when the child struck the rear passenger side of the vehicle on an e-scooter. The boy was not wearing a helmet at the time, was taken to a hospital with severe head trauma, later died.
It's just an absolute
just
catastrophe.
Horrible. Police are stressing that you have to wear a helmet if you're using an e-scooter, bike,
You know what's so weird about that?
any sort of scooter, any sort of motorized transport. You got to wear a helmet. Like, stressing that.
I
in the
guess
wake
I
of this
agree. I
incident.
guess I agree with that. You know, if you go to any city, though, those e-scooters are everywhere.
Yeah.
There's no helmets for people. I mean, there's literally no helmets. So I don't.
Where they just
and-
rent them off the street and they just
Yes.
yeah.
The Lime scooters. They're ubiquitous in
Yeah.
every city.
The e-bikes, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, the e-bikes are crazy. People, I mean, all I think about is Simon Cowell. I think he's wrecked on them like twice. He guided, people don't know how to run them.
Is he wearing a helmet when he's riding?
I doubt it.
Well,
Probably not.
The police need to enforce. If the police want people to wear helmets
Yeah.
when on e-bikes and scooters,
Well, then
and
you need to add helmets or rip them off the streets.
and then also you need to enforce it.
Yeah, I think I've told this story several times before. A few years ago when we were in Indy, it was kind of when the Lime bikes or whatever was newer, maybe been around a couple years. They were ubiquitous in Indianapolis, and we stayed at a hotel that was maybe 3/4 of a mile away from the convention center. We were using those things all the time. They were super convenient, but we were using them on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And we used them for 3 straight days. On the 3rd day, finally, a policeman, I zoomed past a police guy, and he actually said, you're actually supposed to use those on the road,
Yeah.
and you're not allowed to use them on this. I said, oh, really? All right, guys, get off the bikes. We're leaving them right here. And now, because there's no chance I would use one of those on the road. And if you go into like a city, like in Indianapolis or in Atlanta or whatever, people ride them on the street,
Sure.
no helmets, with traffic, going 30 miles an hour.
Now they do them in
It's
bike
insanity.
in bike lanes.
The
or just-
regular lanes. There's no bike lanes.
Well, that's insane.
Yeah.
Bike
The shot-
lanes is some weird Bethesda thing.
Just going
in
through the
real
shit-
life.
yeah.
Bike lanes here in DC.
Okay, it's same thing. In real life, bike lanes aren't everywhere. Like,
The problem that I've noticed is that when people get on these scooters and bikes, they become so emboldened that the rules of the road don't they ignore them.
Go
I think
through
that's a
stop
They
big-
go through
signs.
stop signs.
Yeah.
They're not yielding to other traffic.
They're actually super dangerous.
What? That's
They're
not just
super
e-scooters.
dangerous.
I think that's people on regular bikes.
Totally.
Like they want us to go around them, like, and give them 3 feet of or more of leeway when we pass, which is fine. But then if we're doing that, you need to follow the rules of the
Right.
road
And
too,
th-
like
and then-
the laws on the road.
Yeah, and also part of the problem is that that some of the people who are using them are 13, 14, 15 years old,
Yeah.
and they
Clueless.
don't know the rules of the road. They don't have no license. They don't know what you need to do when you're driving through a street.
Well, also when you're 13,
They have no experience
when you're
on the road.
13 to 15 in that age range, you're not thinking about your own mortality. Like you have this bulletproof sense.
Nothing
of
can
yourself,
touch me,
like,
yeah.
I'm not going to die. I'm young.
Nothing-
I'm 14,
But there's a
I'm 15.
major problem if you have 1,000 e-bikes in every city and your police are saying you got to wear a helmet. Well, wear the helmets.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless
Wear the
you're like
helmets.
carrying your helmet around. Like
one's
you're
carrying a helmet.
No, nobody's doing that.
No one's doing it.
No, in the cities they're not.
So pull 'em.
But these kids, and I can't tell you how many times I see it in Ashburn. These kids, like you said, 10,
Yeah.
12, 14, and they're flying
Yeah.
through parking
They're
lots
moving, yeah.
with no helmets. Now, some of them have 'em, but the majority have no helmets, and they're flying around these parking lots. They don't know if cars are just going to back out.
Sure.
I think that's what happened. This minivan backed out of a spot and hit the
I
9-year-old.
said it was
Well,
going into a court.
She was turning left
Oh, she was turning. Okay,
from a court into another court.
right.
And,
the kid just
child
didn't.
collided with
Yeah,
the
just
vehicle.
the child just didn't see the minivan.
Right.
It's very frustrating. If you're a parent in Loudoun County, especially, but a parent and you are frustrated by this, and your kids go out without helmets, give us a call 800-636-1067. Let us know what you think about this, and maybe when you're just driving around the neighborhood and you see kids without helmets, I see it all the time. A lot of times I'll say something to the kid.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I will.
I mean-
if they're going fast in a parking lot,
Yeah.
I say, kid, get a helmet.
Yeah.
I say it all the time because I think they're first of all, the parents are a little bit careless
Yeah.
for not making it mandatory. But the kids are clueless.
I can't see a scenario where I would allow my kid to ride an electric anything in a parking lot.
They do it all the time.
I mean, I can't even see a scenario where that would happen in the Bickle household.
They do it all the time in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, one of the massive problems is the speed of these things. They're going way faster than a bike could ever go, and they're zooming on sidewalks
Yeah.
where elderly people are walking, and there's not room, and they're zooming. They're coming out of nowhere, and people are getting pushed to the ground and run over. It's a nightmare. It's not just a nightmare for the kids. It's a nightmare for the parents. They're out there with their little kids or on evening walks out in Ashburn or Loudoun County, wherever, in Kensington, and they're just getting run over by kids on scooters.
I had a kid on an e-bike come up behind my wife and I. We were walking our dog. This is earlier this week. And we kind of stepped to the left into the grass, and then he dipped out onto the road. Like, that could have ended it in disaster for him if there wasn't traffic coming at that point.
So here's the etiquette for bike riders, because I do this. I ride my bike on a bike path. It's also a walking path. You got to have a bell. You got to hit the bell.
Gotta ring that bell.
You got to ring that bell because you startle people. They don't know what's coming. I've seen people absolutely freak out. You got to ring the bell when it's 15, 20 feet
Gotta
away
let
from
'em
them.
know.
And then they part, and then it's all, everything's glorious.
All right. Let's go to Stephen Fairfax. His son had an issue.
Steve, what's up, buddy? You're all with the Junkies. How are you, my friend?
What happened with your son, bro?
So second day of summer vacation, my son, had a summer birthday. He basically said, hey, Dad, I think I want to start getting into this and try to get one. And I said, okay, I want you to go to your cousin's house. I want you to go try it out. I want you to see how you can handle it. And I'll consider getting it for you for your summer vacation. He got on it and was on it, took a bad turn or a fall because I wasn't there, unfortunately. His mom was, but something happened where he basically hit the throttle too hard and slammed into the ground and ended up breaking his hip. Second day of school.
How old was the kid?
We were at. He just turned 12.
12. Break your hip?
Wow.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's actually it's a very weak bone, and for a young boy, maturing at his age, and it's just something that this happened. And we went to the Ashburn Plex around 8:00. They took a bunch of scans, and they shipped him over to Fairfax, did emergency surgery on him, spent 3 days at the hospital, for recovery and everything. And knock on wood, it could have been a lot worse. Kind of the way the doctor explained it to us at the time of the surgery. If it's a 90-minute procedure, it's kind of best case scenario. If it was a 3-hour procedure, it's kind of worst case scenario. And, luckily it was a 92-minute procedure. And, we have actually a follow-up appointment today with his surgeon, and hopefully he'll be able to start putting 50% weight on his leg, and then.
Well, listen, I hope he gets a full recovery, but what is sort of what's the future hold for him? Is that scooter banned? Like, how are you guys going to handle it?
Yeah, we're done. I was on the fence to begin with, and, I wanted him to at least attempt it before we just threw him on there, and my mom kind of told me, like, look, this is a sign from God, a broken
it went
bone
poorly.
heals.
It was not, Yeah,
it's a broken bones heal. It's a learning lesson. His summer was shot. Like, he wasn't able to do anything, unfortunately. Yeah. And he was frustrated by it. But now we're taking the proper steps for his recovery. And like I said today, he hopefully will meet his surgeon and start putting 50% pressure on it. And then next month, start fully walking on it again. Just going through the process. I would just warn parents, like, look, it's a serious thing, especially in Loudoun. Like Lurch said, it's an epidemic, and I attribute it to basically like mopeds when I was growing up. Kids just running around, and it's not worth it. And like I said, we were on the fence to begin with. And
Gotcha. All right, thank you, Steve. Thank you.
We got some other calls, but
Thank you. Yeah. Let's go to Don in Ashburn. Don, what's up, man? You're all with the Junkies.
Hey, boys. Yeah, like Jason, I see around Ashburn all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I always taught my kids, they had to wear the helmets, but my now 24-year-old got hit in a situation where always told them they had to walk their skateboard or their bike across intersections, but some lady was behind at a stop sign with the car in front of her, and she recognized my son and waved him through, and then there was somebody coming from the other direction making a right, and right at the last second he started to run and jumped on his skateboard before he got through the intersection and ran into the side of a truck, and thank God, he hurt his foot really bad, but had the helmet on, still had a concussion, but a gut-wrenching phone call to get that. Yeah. And these kids, man, it is nuts because they just blaze down these walking paths in Ashburn left and right. Yep. A lot of them no helmets, just blasting through intersections. I mean,
they do. I know.
It's
just a matter of time before one of them gets killed because they just fly around and they don't care. They disregard traffic. They disregard stop signs. They don't care.
It's the youthful indiscretion. You just don't know. I can't tell you. It even honestly it kind of extends even to just driving cars. I mean, you're not going to wear a helmet, but we had just a situation just yesterday where my daughter's now 16. She hangs out with 17, 18-year-old kids, and I wasn't there. Kid zooms around the corner and pulls in the driveway, picking Kate up because they're all going to go, I don't know. They were actually going to go play grass volleyball somewhere, but a bunch of teenagers. And
he was flying down the street.
He was kind of flying up the street and then flying into the driveway. And he's like, hey, make sure he slows down and put your seatbelt. I don't care if you're in the back seat, whatever. Make sure you're wearing your seatbelt. Yes. And that's it. Like that just extends into cars, because kids when they're 17, 18, they're new drivers. They're inexperienced.
Yep. I'm sure we did the same stupid stuff.
Of course. I did a 360 on 301.
Right.
A legit 360. So I get the stupidity and the youthful indiscretion. But it now extends into bicycles and e-bikes, scooters, car, all that stuff is just terrifying for parents.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
And those two parents who just called in, their kids, they didn't hurt their head. They hurt their hip.
Well, the one kid had a concussion.
That's because they go too fast. That's what it is. They're just going too fast.
I just say I can't wrap my brain around the Lime scooter bit and that the police want you saying you have to wear a helmet. Well, where are the helmets? They're everywhere.
No,
you got to pull them.
You got to bring them wherever you are. You got to bring
them. By the way, I don't know if you've driven in New York City at all. You have. Your daughter's in.
Well, I haven't driven in New York in a long time.
Oh well, if you drive in New York City now, they now
drove in Hoboken.
They have bikes everywhere.
Right.
They're everywhere. City bikes, and I don't think they're electric. They're regular bikes, and. It's a miracle that there aren't 10 to 100 bicyclists killed every day in New York City.
How does that not happen?
It's unbelievable. They're just crossing intersections all over the place. There's 1 million city bikes in New York City.
Right.
I don't know how it is here in D.C. I see maybe some. New York City, it's crazy.
There was a kid. I don't know if he was a kid. There was a dude who was hit right up 2 blocks up where the Homewood Suites is.
Yeah.
Last week. Hit by an SUV. He was lying on the ground.
Yeah,
he was just walking across the street. Got hit like in the
No,
crosswalk.
he was either on a scooter or a bike, and he was hit right there.
Oof.
And I guarantee you, because he just ran right through that intersection.
Yeah,
guarantee it.
All right, if you want to weigh in on using helmets, especially for e-bikes and scooters, you're welcome to call us at 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan. Behind every strong team is a setup that helps them perform. That's where PVI Office Furniture stands apart. At PVI, businesses find new and used office furniture solutions for every budget, from one chair to a complete office setup. Their expert furniture consultants help you choose what works for your space, your team, and the way you do business. Then PVI's own team handles fast delivery and professional installation start to finish. That's the PVI difference. Real selection, real service, and a massive Frederick showroom where you can see it all in person yourself. Visit PVIPVI.com or come experience the PVI difference today. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're discussing a tragic local story where a 9-year-old died in a collision with a minivan. He was riding an e-scooter without a helmet. If you have any stories about your kids being involved in scenarios like that, 800-636-1067. Is it hard to convince your kids to wear helmets when they're on e-scooters or bikes? I mean, it can be a battle at times having your kids wear a helmet. I mean, sometimes, especially as they get a little bit older, they get resistant to wearing helmets.
Sure.
It's just kind of the way it is. And you just have to stress to them, like, all it takes is going over your handlebars once, hit your head, and it could just be over. I mean, head injuries are common when you're riding bikes, e-scooters, especially if you're not wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge safety issue.
All right, let's pass some of his calls. Let's go to Mitch in Alexandria. Mitch, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies. How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. Just sitting in 14th Street bridge traffic. But
right.
I used to work in New York City.
Yeah.
And I lived in Brooklyn for 2 years. And my girlfriend and I, when we'd walk our dogs or eat breakfast, get bagels, we'd see people on e-bikes and the e-scooters just plow through red lights and just get smoked. And
right.
I mean, I agree with whoever keeps saying about the helmets, but some people up there actually do like bring their helmets and like clip them onto their backpacks and wear them. But
okay.
I mean, they still have to.
That's a really responsible minority, don't you think? That's a
yeah. No, it didn't
But
happen very often, but every now and again you'd see it, and at first you're like, "Oh, that guy's a square," but then you're like, "Oh, it kind of makes sense."
yeah.
But
Yeah.
people also don't obey the traffic laws anywhere.
Yeah. That's
Right.
what Valdez
when
was
they're on
talking
the
about.
e-bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I don't want to go
But
stretch
that was it.
further, but like I don't want to just kill motorcycle guys, but how many times have you been in traffic where the motorcycle guys go in between the cars?
All the time.
Oh, I saw it.
Happens
I saw it the other
daily.
day.
Happens daily.
Guy was flying. I couldn't
Flying.
believe he didn't get in an accident.
Just goes on the
And maybe he
dotted
did.
lines. He just like you're in traffic and he just rides right through, right on the dotted lines between the cars, and it's infuriating and it's so dangerous. Maybe I hate to sound like a bunch of big wusses, but I mean, you just got to be careful. Just be responsible.
I don't know if I'm the best role model. I mean, my kids are older now, but like I ride a bike once a year when I go to Kiowa, but I never use a helmet. But I'm like,
It's different. It's like me.
I mean,
dude.
it is different, but I mean, I could easily
Those are
like,
bike paths.
there are bike paths, but I could easily like be crossing in a, like a
True.
crosswalk, and somebody could be on their phone, or they could just be not paying attention.
Not gonna wear the. You're
It
not.
could
I've
hit
been
me,
to
but-
Kiowa. You're not gonna wear a helmet riding a bike in Kiowa. It's
Lot-
not a
I
thing.
mean,
A lot
even
of-
if you
a
got
lot of people do.
if you
I
got hit by a
don't.
car going full speed, the helmet probably isn't going to help you anyway.
Probably right, but I mean, it's definitely going
But
to
you're
help
not
you, or
going.
it's going to hurt you.
You're not going to go fast enough on your bike where you're going to lose control and
I wouldn't
and
think.
wreck your
Here's
bike.
my rule, and it's only my rule. I'm sure people object. If you're on a bike path or something, I think it's fine. Riding a bike, not an electric thing. Electric things are different because you're really flying.
Yeah, flying, right.
I'm not going to wear a helmet. I'm sorry, I'm not going to wear a helmet. I can handle myself. If you're on a street with cars and other vehicles, you should wear a helmet.
Absolutely.
That's my rule.
I would agree.
That's my personal.
What are
rule.
the e-bikes top out at in terms of miles per hour?
I don't know.
They seem like they go pretty fast. I don't know.
They
the
have to
exact
go at least
number.
25, 30 because they want you on the road. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say
line
35,
bikes and all
maybe-
those.
maybe
They could-
35.
you're moving pretty good.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a side note. I saw a kid last week in my neighborhood. He's a lazy genius. He was riding on a e-scooter, like what are the ones where you stand up and what's the name? They have like a brand name. Anyway, it's an e-scooter, but you're supposed to stand on it. He took a Home Depot bucket and duct taped it to the spot you're supposed to stand, and he made it into like a
seat?
like a sitting scooter.
Yeah,
good on
I said,
him.
"You're a lazy genius." Props to you. And he was
like
wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
Wearing a helmet too.
Yeah.
So he's using his head in more ways than one.
All right, let's go to Greg in D.C. Greg, what's up, man? Y'all with the Junks.
They need to make some regulations for these scooters. A month ago, I was riding down Southwest, right in front of Delaware Street. As I was approaching my turn, I let the National Guards cross the street.
Yeah.
Completed their cross of the crosswalk. I continued driving. This young lady on a Lime scooter ran on the right side of my van.
Right.
I was scared. I hit her, and she cried. The ambulance came. So the police did 2 reports. He talked to her first. The paramedics checked on her, make sure she was okay. I offered her a bottle of water. It was like 100 degrees. Turned around. The National Guards they kind of seen what happened. They told what happened at the scene. So I thought I was in trouble. What the hell? She came off the sidewalk on the Metro bike. And couldn't find out the D.C. police gave her a ticket. And she ripped the ticket up as she was getting the Uber ride and threw it out in the street. The National Guard said, "What is that?"
Wow.
I said, "I think they wrote her a ticket." And the police, I was good to go. Just be careful. It's crazy and horrendous. I believe they should make some regulation laws for the e-bikes and scooters in the city and anywhere else.
Yeah, agreed. All right, thank you, buddy.
I make a left onto M Street every day when I leave, and daily there are cyclists or people on e-scooters coming through the intersection, rarely wearing helmets. Like you got to have your head on a swivel, not only for them in the bike lanes, but just all over the place here in DC.
Yeah,
from the looks of it, from what I've experienced,
I would have no problem. Listen, I would have no problem banning them. I would have no problem.
I mean, it's probably for the better.
Use your feet if you got to, just walk.
Get some walking in.
Let's go to Evan.
Get those steps.
Evan, what's up? You're on with the Junks. Or maybe use those old school ones the kids had where they would just
like a razor scooter.
Yeah, they push with their feet.
Old school.
I'm sorry, maybe it didn't work. I didn't press it properly. Evan, I'm sorry. Hey, buddy, how are you?
No worries. How you guys doing?
What's up, Evan?
Calling in from Gridiron IT in Reston, Virginia, but I live in Aldi, so very familiar with Ashburn, Loudoun County, that sort of stuff. Daughter is 10 years old, and we have a big park in the middle of our neighborhood. New development, about 60 homes, and there's probably 20 kids with e-bikes running around in this small development.
Yep.
And the main thing for me and my wife is just always have the helmet on. So thankfully my daughter did, but she hopped on this e-bike with a friend. We refused to get her one for this specific reason, but even if parents are holding back on getting one, there's still something that could happen, unfortunately. So it puts the parents in a tough spot. But she doubled up on this e-bike with a friend, and she's on the front. Her friend squeezes on the back, and they're flying down, the street in the neighborhood. And I still maybe don't know the full story, just because a parent had to rush her to me at my home in his arms. But she flipped over the handlebars, split open her chin, rushed her to the hospital, had to get stitches in her chin, and pretty traumatic for her, for me. And now she has to have that beautiful scar on her chin, as she grows up. So
right.
That's
just
awful.
unfortunate, but glad she had a helmet on. At least we were happy to see that. But it puts the parents in a tough spot,
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, you did the right thing. At least you did what you could do, I guess. All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I guess you could just ban them from not getting on them. You can't even get on with your friends, but I don't know.
That'd be hard to do.
It's hard, yeah. Let's go to Juan. Juan, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Juan.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Can they make this a law? Can they make this a law? Because all these other vehicles out here on the road that are motorized vehicles out here on 66, 95, we all have to follow the rules and the regulations. They need to make this a law to where if you're not wearing a helmet, if you get hurt, it needs to fall on the parents.
Yeah.
Make a parent tell the kids, you need to wear your helmet because I'm going to get in trouble if you don't. That's what it needs to be, because if there's something bad needs to happen before they make it a law, because a tragedy could happen. It always happens. A tragedy happens, and then that's when, we want to make it a law then. Don't do it then. Do it now.
Yeah.
But nobody gets it. Nobody understands. But thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I have a great day.
Good point.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Be proactive before another tragedy strikes. I mean,
It's going to happen. It happens in
widespread.
every city.
Yeah.
But a 9-year-old dying, it's just awful. I just can't even imagine what that family's going through.
You
Imagine.
got to have your head on the swivel if you're a driver. And if you're a parent, you got to really be adamant that your kids are wearing helmets or just staying away.
Probably a miracle that all four of us are here, because we grew up, nobody wore helmets. Nobody wore helmets in the 70s and early 80s.
True, but there was no e-bikes either.
Yeah, but we also were on highly trafficked roads. We were just in a little
True, but I mean, you can get
neighborhood.
hit and you're riding in
I was pretty close.
regular neighborhood.
Lanham Severn had some traffic.
It's a pretty
Well,
busy
that's
road.
a big road.
And I would go, and I lived, 100 yards from it.
Yeah, that's
So
a big road.
I was always bringing my bike up there, but I was lucky.
Yeah.
I never wore a helmet. Mom never made me.
Yep.
She probably should have.
All right, when we come back, we will get into the Commanders. Terry McLaurin says a wide receiver is going to step up and take that number 2 wide receiver
Who's
role
it going to be, Cakesy?
for the Commanders. Who's it going to be as veterans report to training camp today in Ashburn? We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Let's start with football. Training camp is underway for the Commanders. Veterans get in today. The first practice is tomorrow in Ashburn. Team made a roster move yesterday, officially adding defensive back Rasul Douglas. They also put veteran linebacker special teamer Nick Bellore on the reserve retired list. And the Commanders parted ways with tight ends coach Ben Steele due to a violation of team policy. He was arrested on a DWI charge on June 7th. Baseball, Max Scherzer was on the mound at Nats Park last night facing the Nats. Could be his final time ever pitching here in D.C. Blue Jays beat the Nats 3-2. Scherzer didn't last long, but fanned 4 over 2 2/3 innings. Nationals had their 2-game win streak snap, but they're still only one back in the NL wildcard race. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So we wanted to get into the Commanders here as they welcome vets into training camp today. First practice is tomorrow. We have some quotes from Terry McLaurin when he spoke to John Keim recently. The topic was who's going to take over that number 2 wide receiver role for the Commanders. Terry's quotes include, "I have a lot of confidence in the guys that we have in the room right now. Somebody's going to step up. Most of the guys are going to step up, and I think guys are going to be ready for their opportunities. We have guys who have played in the league. We have guys who have had success. We have guys who are just waiting for that opportunity to really show what they can do. As a leader, I'm just looking forward to help pushing the room, having them push me as well, and I'm looking forward to see who steps up because somebody will." So you look at the rest of the room behind Terry McLaurin. You've got Treylon Burks, who was signed to a 1-year deal. He came in toward the end of last season. Third-round rookie Antonio Williams out of Clemson was drafted this year. You've got Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, who both help out on special teams as well. And you've got the 2 free agent adds in De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson. Now, there's a big void, obviously, being left by Deebo Samuel departing and Zach Ertz. Those were the top 2 receiving leaders for the Commanders, no longer on the roster. No other wideout on the team that's still on the team reached 20 catches last year. Do you guys believe somebody that's currently on the roster will step up, or do they have to look for outside help to get that number 2 wideout spot
I think they're capable.
shored up?
I think they're capable. I kind of agree with Terry to an extent. Like, sometimes guys just need opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to get your first chance at it. I mean, these guys are elite athletes. Doesn't mean they're going to be the best in the business, but I think that somebody on the roster can absolutely step up and catch more than 20 balls, without question.
Yeah.
But like, what are you looking for? Are you looking for like 60 catches for your number 2 guy? That might be tough. That might be tough.
What?
I have a strange feeling that like when they're just behind closed doors, that they're comfortable with the room as it is. Yeah. And I feel like if somebody doesn't really rise up and grab that number 2 spot, I feel like they think that slack may be picked up by the additions of Chig at tight end and Rachaad White catching balls out of the backfield.
No
now,
doubt.
would you like an explosive threat downfield to complement Terry McLaurin? Sure. But I feel like they may feel like they are just going to do it in a different manner by having other guys chip in and kind of form a number 2 wideout by committee almost, and it doesn't necessarily have to come from the wideout spot to get passing production.
Yeah, I mean, how many catches are you looking for your number 2? You looking for 50, 55?
I think
60,
anything
because
north, I think anything north of 40 or 45 is a pretty solid number for a number 2 wideout.
Right.
Unless you're talking about a guy like George Pickens or
Yeah.
like elite number 2 wideouts like
Higgins.
T. Higgins in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
But there aren't that many guys like that.
I think that's
Those guys
probably
are
right.
borderline like number 1
So whether
receivers.
it's Burks or Diami or Williams, if they can get you 40 to 45 catches,
I mean, you would
that's
love
probably
that.
right, because you're right. Chig's going to be their second leading receiver in terms of catches.
I would think.
So here's
The
what they
guy's durable.
had.
He plays in every game.
So
So he's going to
I
be there.
think he's going to be in that 70 range.
Yeah.
In 2024, right? That's the season that was so great. And we want to replicate that. We averaged, 28.5 points per game, whatever
Yep.
it was. We had Terry with 82. I think that's reasonable. I mean, it's a lot, but I think that's reasonable again, especially if they target him anywhere from 8 to 10 times, like they're talking.
I mean, Blau said
right?
he wanted to target him 10 times a game.
He's never been targeted 10 times a game, but, let's say that the idea is
80 to 90 for
You know
him.
what?
let's get him the ball.
This year, more than ever, he needs that sort of treatment.
Yeah.
With an unsure spot at number 2, I
Right.
feel like he needs all the targets.
So he had 82. Ertz had 66. I honestly think Chig can pick that up.
Yep.
Okay.
I think he's going to be in that 70 range.
Unlimited Zacchaeus. I can't remember. We called him Oz. I can't remember what we called him.
Oz.
He had 45. So that's the number. Who's going to step up and add 40? Eckler had 35. Rashad White get 35 in his sleep.
Easy.
Okay. The number you got to try to match, the two numbers that really, it's Oz had 45, Noah Brown had 35, and Diami actually had 30, a lot of that coming in late.
So those 3 guys combined for 100 catches, if my
Right.
quick on-the-fly math
Yes.
is correct.
Yes.
So, like, you go into this season thinking, well, can Burks, Antonio Williams, and just fill in the blank.
Van Jefferson.
Van
or,
Jefferson,
or
like,
Diami.
I feel like those guys could combine for right around
Who knows?
100 catches.
Van might not make the roster. Who knows?
He might not.
But I think Diami will.
I feel like that group
yeah.
could
Combine
combine for 100 catches. I don't know. It could be skewed heavily toward, it could be Antonio Williams with 50 of them, and the other, 2 guys chip in with roughly 50. I don't know how it's going to get parsed out.
Yeah, Zach Ertz had 91 targets that year, 24. I got to think that Chig is going to be in that neighborhood.
If he gets 91 targets, he's going to have a hell of a season.
Yeah, I think that's going to be in the neighborhood.
I think Chig is going to have more than 91 targets.
91
You might be right.
targets
You might be right.
is, what is that, about 4 games? How many is that a game?
17 a game
times-
is probably
17 times 4, is it 5
That's
a game?
68.
five-ish,
Yeah,
5 plus
five
per
a
More
game.
than that, yeah.
Yeah.
5 targets a game. That's
I think
kind of a
Chig
lot. But
I think Chig, is, if he stays healthy, which he has throughout his first 4 seasons in the league, he's going to have 100 plus targets. He's going to be heavily targeted in this offense.
Well, if he's targeted 6-7 times, he's going to roll past the 66 catches.
Yeah.
if Antonio could replicate what Zacchaeus did and have 45, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
I'd love 50, so I'd take $30 from JP. But 45.
But I think 45
would be
is like
really good rookie
That's
campaign.
a reasonable rookie camp.
It's a great start.
It's a great start to your career. If Diami could step up from 30 to just 35, right? 2 catches per game. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, and
As long as he's in the rotation.
He can be your deep threat.
Yeah.
He can be your guy that can get downfield and
then,
threaten the
then the other
defense
guys
deep.
could just get whatever they get. Treylon get a few catches here and there. Luke makes some plays before he gets hurt.
Look, if Treylon Burks only gets 25 catches, but 5 or 6 of them are jump balls in the end zone where he 50-50 balls,
that's huge.
that's a pretty good role on the offense.
Huge.
Yeah. What'd you say Eckler had that year?
35, I think.
He had 35.
He had 35. Sean White
And that
had
was
that
only
in his sleep.
35, and that was in, I don't know, he missed like 5 games.
Yeah, he only started 6 games.
Oh,
He
okay.
played in 12.
And Rashad White is very durable. He's
Yeah.
a durable back. He's proven that since he's been in the league with Tampa.
Knock on wood, Cakes.
I mean,
don't jinx it.
I don't want to jinx him on the eve of training camp practice number 1, but he's a guy that you can basically pencil in for 15-plus games.
But
what he's done
if
so
you're
far.
comfortable with Terry replicating what he did with 82, barring good health for all these guys, if you think Chig can get to 66, what's his high been prior?
I mean,
About
57 maybe?
57. So I think it's reasonable with a
Somewhere
good
in the-
quarterback play. And
I thought it was
better
somewhere
offense.
in the 50s.
So if he could get to the 66, if we can get Antonio somewhere near the 45, if we get Diami into that 35 range, and they get the other guys to fill in, I think we'll be fine.
Chig has
I'm
played.
really worried, actually.
I love this about Chig. He's played in 17 games all 4 seasons of his NFL career, and he's had 32, 54, 52, and 56 catches.
Yeah.
So right in
those
that
years.
mid 50 range, he's going to be.
So as a rookie, I kind of throw out the rookie year.
Sure.
He's a guy who's going to give you minimum 50 catches.
With a terrible team.
Minimum.
With a terrible team,
Terrible
terrible
quarterback.
offense,
Bad
all
quarterbacks
that.
throwing him the football.
Right.
Now he's
and
got.
Rashad White had 50, 64, 51, and 40.
And what are his games played in his?
I only missed one game
One
in
game.
4 years.
I mean, you got 2 really
We're
durable guys
probably
there.
jinxy cats them right now because we're talking about 17 games played for 2 different players for 4 years.
Yeah, if Chig like stubs his toe and then can't play in 10 games, I'm gonna feel like I jinxed him.
But if they're out there and like you said, they're durable.
Yeah,
they're gonna trounce those numbers.
I mean, I think Chig is gonna have mid 60s in catches.
Yeah.
See, and last year was just such a drop off, right? Terry only gave you 38. Zach Ertz went from like 66 to 50. Debo ended up leading the squad in receptions with 72. McNichols was solid, but he gave you 25 catches out of the backfield. So that was down from Eckler the year before in even that part-time play. Jalen Lane gave you 11. Luke gave you 11 before he got hurt. Ben Sinnott, Cakes' whipping boy, he gave you 11. Like, it's just got to be way better than last year. It's just got to be way better.
The backup quarterback was throwing to him.
Yeah.
If Jaden was throwing to all those guys, his numbers would be better.
Well, certainly if Terry would have been more healthy. Terry missed 7 games last year.
But I think it's going to be McLaurin in the 80 to 90 range, and then it's going to be Chig in that 70 range. And the reason they brought in Rashad White is because, first of all, he's a pretty good runner. Averaged 4.5 yards a carry last year with Tampa. But receiving, he's 40 to 45 to 60 to 65, somewhere in that range.
I saw there's a
Depends on how
preview
much they actually game plan for him.
of the NFC East.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the local guys for the little local Sports Illustrated little website thing. And they had their prediction for the Commanders. And they're like, this team, and I actually kind of agree with this. Could finish last. It could finish first.
Yeah.
It could be anywhere.
Wide range of outcomes.
And their number one question about this team is what? What's the number one question about this team?
Can Jaden play a whole season?
Can Jaden stay healthy?
Yep.
Like, when you think about the Eagles, you don't say, well, can Jalen Hurts stay healthy?
No,
when you think
he's
about
always
even
out
the
there.
Cowboy, even Dak who's had injuries,
He's had
this-
injuries,
you
yeah.
don't think, can Dak stay healthy this year? You just don't think about that like you do. You might with Jackson Dart because he's a young player and you still don't know.
Right.
With Jaden Daniels, almost more so than any other player. Maybe you're starting to think that about Mahomes. Maybe he's coming off an injury, but you're not thinking, can Sam Darnold stay healthy?
They're not asking that about the other young quarterbacks that
Yeah.
they're not asking about Caleb Williams.
The number
Or Drake
one
May.
question about this football team is, can Jaden Daniels stay healthy? And if he can, they're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully
That's
he stays
basically
healthy.
the consensus.
And Terry needs to stay healthy. And you know what? I'm tired of. I feel like we cap Terry McLaurin's potential production every year by saying he can have 80 or 90 catches. I feel like this is the year for
Isn't
him.
that a lot?
I feel.
Well, you
but
think
this
he's going to
is
get
the year- I think
117?
this might be the year. Not 117. Can he hit triple digits in catches this
Well,
year?
how many guys had triple digits last year?
I mean, probably 8 or 10, I would guess.
I'll
That
tell you
many?
exactly.
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I'm just guessing. In a pass-happy league, and I know they're shifting more towards a run-based offense.
Triple digits last year, 7.
7. Okay. You know what? Terry McLaurin,
But he
age 30, it's time for you to hit the triple-digit mark in
But I
catches.
think he could be. I don't know what his career high is. I'm
His
guessing
career
it's
high is 87,
87.
in year 2.
So
back in
Puka
2020.
led it, right?
Puka had 129 catches.
JSN had 1 million catches.
Trey McBride had 126. Jamar Chase had 125. Jackson Smith Njigba had 19. Amon Ra had 17. Christian McCaffrey 102. and then Chris Olave had 100.
Yeah, I'm not saying he needs to get 125. I think this is the year that he breaks into the 100-catch club.
Look, there was only 7 at 100, and 2 of them were a tight end and an RB. So only 5 receivers did it.
8. Well, you know what? 17 guys had 80 plus.
Yeah.
You know who one of them was?
Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs.
in limited snaps,
He's
too.
just chilling in shorts and a
He
T-shirt.
played 55% of the offensive snaps for the Pats and did that.
I guarantee you.
Long shorts.
I guarantee you, if
Yeah.
you brought him in, he'd probably put up similar numbers.
If you watch the clips of Steph,
but maybe not because McLaurin's here, but he'd put up really good numbers.
if you watch the clips of Stephon working out at Maryland, he did that a couple times. I mean, one of the times he was wearing like those cake shorts that were down like mid calf.
Yeah.
They're literally mid tibia.
What's he doing?
I don't know what he's doing. But he's working out. He's running routes.
He's making long shorts great again.
That's
Steph Diggs. He's my guy. Love that guy. He a Terp. Love that guy.
So don't you think most fans probably agree with those numbers?
I think.
I mean, maybe you're just not familiar with guys like Chig and Rashad.
Mm-hmm.
You just didn't watch those teams play last year. But
I'm not willing to be like Cakes and say 100 plus. This is the year. I mean, that'd be amazing. I don't know.
If David Blau is a man of his word and wants him targeted 10 times per game, if he stays healthy, he should catch 100 balls in this offense.
I mean, it looks
if he's
like
the prime target.
I'm
which
still
he
going to
is,
guess that in that low 80s range.
there were
maybe
basically
high.
3 guys targeted 10 times per game. Trey McBride, Jamar Chase.
Oh, Chase. Yeah, he led the
Amon
league.
Ra.
Didn't he lead the league
Basically
in targets?
Jamar Chase. did.
JSN had to have a ton of targets too.
Yeah, he
in
did.
that
He had
Seattle
163, but it's still under. It's under 10.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 is 170 plus.
Yep.
If assuming you play 7.
I think if you're going to be throwing to Chig and Rashad and all these other guys and whoever the number 2 and 3 are, you're going to be in. I think he's still going to be in that 80 range.
Yeah.
But that'll be fine. He could catch 82 balls.
I would
1,000
take
yards,
if you told me right
8
now
touchdowns.
he's going to have 80 catches. I'd take it.
Sure, because that means
Tell
he's
me
on
right
the,
now. You guarantee me? Would you be disappointed if you guarantee me Terry's going to have 80 catches? I'm signing up for it.
I want more. I'm greedy. I'm a little bit greedy. I
I'm
don't know what to
signing
tell
up for
you.
it. I'll take the 80.
I want 95 to 100. I want something in that range. I want more.
You know
We'll
who else is out
see
there,
how many
by the
times
way,
they throw to him.
who had 80 plus? Keenan Allen.
I mean, the guy's a consummate pro. He's going to land somewhere.
I didn't realize he still had 81 catches.
How many catches does he have in his career? I mean, he's got a boatload.
33.
He's a borderline
got a-
hoffer.
No, the problem is
1,055.
he was averaging 9 yards per catch.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Different.
the
Yeah, I
problem.
mean, he's
I know.
older and he's slowing down.
Yep.
That's going to
But
happen.
still, somebody can catch the ball, give you 9. That's a first down every time, Jason.
Certainly.
Well, we'll see if they go after him.
All right, when we come back, a Nats legend was on the mound last night in D.C. Max Scherzer made his return as a Blue Jay last night. Should his number be retired by the Washington Nationals? We'll discuss next on The Fan. So Max Scherzer makes his return to Nationals Park yesterday on his 42nd birthday. And in his first outing since June 10th, he went 2 2/3 through 75 pitches, allowed 1 run on 4 hits, struck out 4, and walked 3 in what could be his final start at Nationals Park. We don't know whether he'll continue his career past this season. He's had an injury-plagued 2026. He's been a bit of a journeyman over the past few seasons, hopping from team to team, but the crowd gave him a bit of an ovation when he took the mound before the game started, and then after the game, or when he was done through the 2 2/3, he walked off. Crowd gave him a standing O. He waved to the crowd and acknowledged them. We had the fan at the game asking fans at Nats Park, did they think that Max should have his number retired as a Washington National? Here was their response.
No, I don't think he's associated with the Nats enough. He was a hero of the World Series, but his jersey shouldn't be retired by the Nats, I don't think.
Yes, absolutely.
Then yes, because he was amazing for the Mets. He's even more amazing for your squad.
Of course. He's the GOAT.
Retired here? Yes, absolutely. So this is probably his last season playing. He's going to be a first-round Hall of Famer. I think it would be really amazing if he was up there with Ryan Zimmerman.
For the Nats? If he gets a Nats cap in the Hall of Fame, yes.
Yes, I think his jersey should be retired here. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. He won 2 Cy Youngs here, and he won a World Series here.
He was here for 7 seasons. It's not like he just popped in here for 2 or 3 seasons.
He was here in 2015.
Was like an afterthought.
And traded in 21. Okay.
So he was here for 7 seasons, won back-to-back Cy Youngs, had a 20K game.
6.5 seasons.
Helped the team win a World Series. I think that could be number of retirement worthy.
31.
Now, generally, you reserve that for guys who spend their entire career with the team. But I mean,
or the vast majority of the time.
Are that many guys doing that in this era?
Doesn't happen very often.
An entire career with one team
doesn't happen very often.
Somebody had a great tweet. I can't find it of all of his accomplishments while he was here. You kind of mentioned some of them. I just can't find the damn thing. And it was actually pretty staggering.
Well, he set franchise records for whip, strikeouts per 9 innings, and strikeout to walk ratio.
Yeah.
Pitched 2 no-hitters in 2015 and started Game 7 of the 2019 World Series despite dealing with a neck injury.
I don't even remember that. He had 2 in one season.
In 2015.
He had 2 no-nos.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just
and back-to-back size.
I think
and a World Series.
Personally, I think that is
20 wins at least twice.
I mean, he was a huge component of the team for, like you said, 6.5 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best pitcher they've ever had.
It was
800-636-1067. Do you believe Max Scherzer should have his number retired as a Washington National? I think that there's a pretty strong argument pro retiring his number.
Yeah.
Like, I think if a pitcher
it seemed like it was kind of split down the middle for those
people
fans.
People would be like, they'd be raising their eyebrows like, really want to wear Max Scherzer's number here in Washington?
The problem is, if you had asked this like 3 years ago, I think it would be like damn near unanimous.
Right.
But he's been such a journeyman since.
And played for, 4 teams?
But in my opinion, that it shouldn't matter that he's still hanging on. Like,
I'm just telling you why I think that the people are maybe waffling a little right now just because time has passed.
Mm-hmm.
But
man, he was just a beast in terms of starts. I mean, he was starting minimum 32, 33 games a year. I mean, he was just always healthy. I know he dealt with that neck thing, but his arm was just his arm was great for 5-6 years.
Yeah.
And that's not including what he did in Detroit. He won a Cy in Detroit.
To me, his biggest value is just sort of his mentality, too, beyond how great he was.
Man, he was a dog.
Just an absolute bulldog.
Should Max Scherzer's number 31 be retired by the Washington Nationals? 800-636-1067. I think yes.
I think
that's a yes.
I'm going to ask Grok, how many guys have played fewer? I think Thurman Munson. He died tragically in a helicopter accident or plane accident,
plane
whatever.
Crash, I believe.
I'm sure his number is retired. How many guys have played 7 seasons or less and had their numbers right? I'm just wondering, just for precedence.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
I know Eddie Murray played with other teams. I don't know if did they retire Eddie's number, or is he just sort of in their Hall of Fame or whatever? He has to be something.
I think it's retired.
33.
Yeah, but he played a ton.
Yeah, he played a long time.
Yeah.
How many guys?
He played longer than Max did.
How many MLB players have played 7 seasons or less?
And had their number. Munson played 10. So
I mean, he was the best pitcher on a loaded pitching staff that won the World Series.
Yeah.
And he won two
Cy
Cy
Youngs
Youngs here in back-to-back years.
And no-nos, yeah.
No-nos, 20K performance. Like I think he has enough accolades to have his number retired. At least consider it. It should at least be under consideration.
I think if
would
you
agree.
put a gun to my head, I would say yes.
I would agree. I mean, if he pitched 10 years here, lock. You know, some people say 6.5 seasons, and he's played with 4 teams in the last 4 years.
Right.
Maybe not, but I don't know. It seemed like it was split down the middle with those fans.
The tipping point is that, he helped to win the World Series here. Right? Like, you're not going to give it to Bryce Harper. How many seasons was Bryce here? Bryce was great.
Yeah.
But you're not going to retire Bryce's number.
No, he wasn't a part of the winning team.
the best winning. So, who knows? You'd have to check this, but according to Grok, this says it's very hard to find anybody. Okay. Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson played 5 seasons with the Yankees. I think 44 is retired. I think. There are some guys. Wade Boggs.
26.
Played 2 years with the Devil Rays.
Yeah.
They retired.
They retired.
Hank Aaron, 2 seasons with the Brewers.
Reggie Jackson's number is retired.
Yeah. Roy Halladay.
Did they retire?
4 seasons with the Phillies. You know what? There's enough precedence for me that I'm good with it.
All right, but what pitchers have you mentioned?
Pedro Martinez. Pedro.
For who?
The Red Sox.
All right. Here's the problem with Max, I feel like he's not. I just don't think of him as a national. I just think of him as a great journeyman pitcher. He's played for like 8 teams, 7 or 8 teams.
Yeah,
I know that.
His longest tenure was us, though, right?
It's been backloaded though. It's like the end of his career.
We were his 3rd team.
I know.
We were right in the middle of this thing. I don't know. I mean, Steven Strasburg to me is more of a national than Max Scherzer. And it doesn't say you have to play your entire career here, but I just feel like Max was just here as business, almost like.
There's truth to that.
I just feel like it was a for-hire business acquisition, and he just came here and pumped a bunch of stats and won a bunch of games and moved on to the next thing.
But I think, pretty sure we were his longest tenured. He was here more than he was in Detroit.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and he had his best years here.
If he goes to the Hall of Fame, which he may not, he only's got 222 wins.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Okay. He's a 100% lock.
Then he's going to wear a Nats hat.
He's going to wear the curly
I would
dub.
think, yeah.
So I think it's worthy.
I think it's
for me,
definitely
it passes
worthy.
the sniff test. You have to do some thinking, but it passes the sniff test. Not an absolute no-brainer.
Number retired. If I was the head of the committee, retired. I would have had the ceremony yesterday.
In a very crude search, it looks like, as far as pitchers go, Roy Halladay had his number retired by the Phillies. He was only there 4 seasons. Pedro had his number retired by the Red Sox. He was there 7 seasons, kind of the exact same.
Right. But
Greg
again, same
Maddux
deal.
had his
Helped
number
win a World Series.
Retired by multiple teams, so I'm assuming that's the Cubs and the Braves.
Got to be.
I don't know how long he was with each.
Greg?
Yes.
He was with the Cubs for, I don't know, looks like 6 or 7 years. Atlanta, a ton.
Yeah.
10, 8, 9.
Okay, so he was under 7, and with the Cubs, he's got him at both.
Actually, he was with Atlanta 11 years.
Yeah. I think it passes.
But then he went back to the Cubs. So yeah, he was. Yeah, that makes sense with him.
Yeah. All right, let's go to David. There's enough precedence for me. I can go with it. David, what's up?
Hey, just wanted to say I think that the Nationals are crazy if they don't capitalize on the publicity or what it'll do for them, along with honoring Max for what he did for them. So I think it's a no-brainer.
What's the long-term benefit?
Everybody in the stands is saying the same thing.
What's the long-term benefit for the Nats, though? I mean, honestly. It would be a nice gesture, but what's the real long-term benefit for the Nats?
Well, first of all, it's going to be up on the stands in the stadium all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The people are going to be able to have a hey, we've got somebody who did this, blah, 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 all that kind of good stuff. It's just good publicity. It's smart business.
He likes the optics of it.
Okay. All right. I'll buy it.
All right. Thanks, Dave.
And
Appreciate
you're
your
all
call.
also just remembering what he did for this team,
Right.
remembering the great year that they won the World Series. I mean, it's just all about memories, even though it was only 6.5 seasons here.
Right, but it's going to be. They're going to bring Max Scherzer to Detroit and have a ceremony there for him.
They might. They might.
Some guys do have
Diamondbacks,
multiple.
We drafted him or
Yeah.
whatever. You know,
Some
like-
guys have multiple. We pointed it out.
Yeah,
Greg Maddux, multiple.
I mean,
Now, Maddux pitched.
Yeah, everyone thinks of Greg Maddux as a Brave.
That's true.
Okay. I mean,
But he had some great
the
years with the
Rays
Cubs.
retired Wade Boggs.
Okay, but I don't know
Nobody
why.
thi-
That's a bit. That we were doing a bit.
I don't know. Nobody thinks of Wade Boggs as a Ray.
Of course not. But they're doing a bit. I don't know. Maybe he's from Tampa. I have no idea.
The Padres retired Steve Garvey's
from Florida.
number. He was there 5 seasons. I mean, nobody thinks of Steve
Come on,
Garvey with the
Brad.
Padres.
You let Max have his flowers. I mean, why do you have to have such a high bar?
Well, I have a
Your
high
bar is so high.
You should have an extremely high bar for retiring numbers, not because it's a good business decision or good marketing or whatever. That who cares about
Guy
that?
won 2
This is
back-to-back
iconic.
Cy Youngs and a
No,
World Series.
I get it. The numbers are great. The World Championship is great. I don't think Max Scherzer cares about DC and the Nationals. I think he just cares about whoever gave him money and.
Yeah, you might be
I
right
think
on that.
you're wrong. I think you're a little bit wrong there. He made a point of saying afterwards that it was important for him to actually get this start. He didn't want to pass it up.
But even if he is a soulless robot that doesn't care about DC,
Yeah, the fans care.
His accomplishments here in DC, I think, are number retirement worthy.
They are. By the way, Wade Boggs is from Tampa. He hit the franchise first home run and had his 3,000th hit with them.
Okay, but he's there for a blink of an eye.
And they were a joke.
And he
in
was
the 90s.
terrible.
And
They were
nobody
brand
thinks
new.
it. Nobody
Yeah, of
thinks of
course
him that way. I'm not justifying his, but I'm using his to say there is some precedence for guys that
Here's
have
what I'll
been there
say.
a long time.
Ryan Zimmerman, Mr. National. Steven Strasburg, always a national. Drafted him, built him, had his career here.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing story. It didn't end the way we wanted. I just don't think of Max Scherzer as a national. I think of him as a great MLB Hall of Fame pitcher.
I think of him as a
that's fair.
national.
I think of him primarily as a Nat.
I think
Well,
I
that's
think
because
of him
you were.
Because I didn't care
You didn't
about
care
him
about
with
the
the Tigers or
Tigers.
D-backs, to be
Yeah, you were
honest.
never watching
To
the
be honest
Tigers.
with you, the
didn't
second team
matter.
I think of is the Tigers.
Yeah,
When
I would
think of
agree.
Max.
Yeah, I would agree.
But me personally, hey, I have a question.
But the fact that he's going to the Hall of Fame and he won 2 Cy's and he won a World Series and he was a major factor in that World Series, I think I'm okay with it.
So, do they have the Ring of Honor at FedEx Field? I know they had it at the old RFK. Is that the one where they also have like guys from other sports
Yes.
and announcers
At
and all that?
Northwest Stadium, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Northwest Stadium. I can't keep
Hey, I'm
up.
just getting-
I
I'm
can't
getting-
keep up with all the sponsor
You're up to
changes.
speed.
Yeah, I'm 3 years behind on that. He definitely belongs in the Ring of Honor.
Well, of course.
At
a minimum.
So are they going to do that? By the way, they're going to carry that over to the next.
We didn't
Joint?
ask Mark Klaus about that
Need to
yesterday.
ask
We were
him.
hobnobbing with him. Maybe next time we see him. All right, 800-636-1067. Should the Nationals retire Max Scherzer's number 31 for his accomplishments as a Washington National? 800-636-1067. We'll take more of your calls next. Turn on the news. There's a new headline every single day. Inflation is climbing. Interest rates shifting. New tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN TRAJAN1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. 800-636-1067 is the number. It's a very simple question. Should the Washington Nationals retire Max Scherzer's number? Max came back last night, pitched on his 42nd birthday. Crowd acknowledged him for all the work that he did here, all the success that he had here as a Washington National. Should his number be retired? It's very simple. 800-636-1067.
I'm going to go on the record and say yes.
I'm in the camp of retire his number.
Yeah.
Yep, I am too.
And I would have been quicker to say it a few years ago, but it has been a few years, and he has been on a bunch of teams.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, when you look at the totality of what this guy's done and what he meant for this organization and this community, I think it's warranted. All right, let's go to Ryan in Fairfax. Ryan, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think what I would say is I could sit here and talk about his 2 Cy Youngs as a National, his World Series, the fact that he tied the single-game record for strikeouts in a game with the Nationals, or the fact that he threw his second no-hitter here with the Nats. But simply and plain, when he goes into the Hall of Fame as a first ballot or early Hall of Famer, he's going to go in being the first guy wearing a Washington Nationals hat. And if the first guy in your franchise to go into the Hall of Fame isn't a retired jersey for you guys, then I don't really know what is a retired jersey.
I mean, it's a very strong argument. It's a compelling argument you make. I mean, if he's going to be the first guy in the Hall wearing a curly W, then he definitely deserves
I think
jersey
it's okay.
retirement consideration.
I think it's okay that you get your jersey retired by multiple teams.
Right.
Now, he did a lot more here,
Mhm.
so this one should be the first.
Right.
But I think it's okay, because if you were a great pitcher for 2 teams, okay, you should be recognized.
I mean, like Greg Maddux.
You should be recognized. I agree.
I mean,
Reggie Jackson.
I think we saw the deal like Hank Aaron. I think he was with the Brewers for 2 seasons. They retired 44.
Okay, I mean, he was the home run king for a long time.
I think I would probably have a problem with that.
Greatness.
But
Willie Mays was with the Mets. 2
and then
seasons.
the Giants.
Believe the Mets retired his number, 24. So it's not unprecedented where guys have short stints. And this, I don't think 7 years or 6.5 years is a short stint.
I don't think that's short at all.
It's not a full career. Maybe in like a Hall of Fame type career, it's maybe like a half or a third. But let's go to Roger in Manassas. Roger, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
I think the guy just before said probably 75% of what I was going to say, but the 2 things I'd add is, he is the first big-time free agent pitcher that they signed, and he came in here and he more than delivered. And I'm saying this as a Mets fan. The other thing is, it was said earlier about, what else was he besides, National? Wasn't his wife and him, didn't they have like some kind of a community thing with rescuing animals or something like that? I think that there was
Yeah, they did.
I mean, he was part of the community. Cy Youngs, he's definitely going to go into the Hall of Fame as a Nat. The one thing I'll say for these guys that go on and play for 4 or 5 different teams, I know when he came to the Mets, his performance was good, but what was more valuable from him was him and DeGrom all the time were sitting with the other pitchers and telling them how to play the game, and his leadership skills are there as well. I don't see how they don't retire his number here. That's all I've got, guys.
All right, thank you.
Is everyone so certain he's going to go to the Hall with a Nats hat on? I mean,
If you look at it, I think he will.
I'm not certain, but I think
everyone's already kind of counting those chickens.
Well, I think you will. If you looked at his career, Matt, if you looked
These
at
were his
it,
best years.
They're by far his best years.
Well, I think he might have affinity for other teams that he played for. And
he might.
I doubt it's going to be.
Yeah, but he's played for the Nats for
I
longer
would
than any other
be
team.
willing. I'd be willing to think that or bet that he would just go in with a generic MLB hat.
How many guys have done that? How many guys?
4 pitchers: Catfish Hunter, Mike Mussina, Roy Halladay, and Greg Maddux.
Ooh, that's a weird
I'm
bit to
willing
go
to
in
take
with,
that bet.
with
I'll
nothing
take
on
the
your
bet.
hat.
We'll do $5.
Would that change your opinion? If Max in a couple of years says, "I want a blank hat," you guys still want to retire his number?
Yeah, I like my time in Texas when I won a
Don't
World
think
Series.
that should matter.
Yeah,
you shouldn't feel like tit for tat.
I got to know that. I got to know first.
Bishop needs to know.
Yeah.
I feel like
I would think he would want
he
to
would
go.
either have to go in as a Tiger or as a Nat.
Nat, yeah.
Like it. He was only with Arizona for 2 years. You can't.
He's not
count
going
that.
in as a
He was
D-back.
with Texas for 2 years toward the end of his career.
Yeah,
I mean,
but won a World Series with Texas.
Yeah, but he was
okay.
I'm just saying
he was
it
an
was a part of the
integral part. He wasn't a big part of that.
No,
he's a big part of winning it here.
If you walk down the street and ask baseball fans to name all the teams that Max Scherzer played for, they're not going to name the Texas Rangers.
Probably not.
They don't associate him with the Texas Rangers or the Mets or the Dodgers.
I know, but it's not about what we associate him with. It's about what Max's decision would be.
I think at the end of the day, Max is going to choose between a Tigers lid and a Nats lid. I think he's going to pick the Nats, the curly W. Maybe that's just because
I think it might be generic.
I think it's going to be a Nats. I think that's a bad bit to just not choose a team.
Well, it's hard for a guy like Maddox who played a ton of years for both teams.
Well, here's what you know.
You know
He's
what I
an
mean?
Atlanta Brave to me.
I know, but he
the
played.
Braves hat.
Didn't he play longer for the Cubs?
Doesn't matter. It's public perception.
It's public doesn't matter what he thinks.
I guess it does matter what he thinks. He's the one that's going into the hall.
So that's a little different, but I would think that Max would want to
Here's
be
who you know.
recognized for what he did here.
I'll wager $10 a man that Max is going to go in with a curly W on his his hat.
I'm on Team Cakes on that.
Does it? I mean, anybody want to take the bet?
Here's what it's not going to be. It's not going to be the Dodgers.
No.
Where he played 11 games.
No.
It's not going to be the Rangers. He played 17. It's not going to be Toronto where he was there for 24.
No.
Not going to be the Mets even where he was 42. Or
down to 2.
Or Arizona where he's 46. It's going to be Detroit or Washington. My guess is it will be Washington. That would be my guess.
You mean for the Hall?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That would be my guess. I'd be willing to put
All right,
$5 to
Mr.
$10
Bickle, go to Ricky in Waldorf. Rick,
what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up? What's up, Rick?
I'm going to 31, retiring his jersey. I do. It was definitely good to see him last night and come back. I think he'll always be welcome. I think he'll always be a part of the fam. But I would say no to that. Strasburg, yes, he's a Nat, for sure. And like the term you guys say, his debut was silly. Person like that, yes. But 31, I wouldn't think so. He'll be a part of the family. If I was throwing the cookout, I'll send him an invite. But somebody like Strasburg, I'll give him the key to the back door.
You give the keys.
But you're
to
not
going to
retire. All right.
All right. Be careful with that.
Yeah.
All right, Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
All right. Let's go to Jason in Woodbridge. Jason, what's up?
Thanks, guys. I would, if he goes in with the Nats hat, definitely. But I kind of swayed. I would just put him in automatically. Everybody on the 2019 can get their number retired from me.
Trey Turner,
all of them.
Juan Soto. Right.
Rendon,
Yeah,
my
all
dude
of them.
in the center.
Yep.
All of them. Just retire everybody.
God, how did Rendon just ruin his reputation when he left here, huh, Cakes?
I mean, the guy doesn't have passion to play baseball.
Well, injured, and he got hurt.
That's
He was hurt every year.
That's a good way.
God, he just ruined everything. Every good feeling I had about that
Clap it
guy.
up for Mike Rizzo. Good job. Good job not signing him to that albatross contract that the Angels did. Wow, what a miss.
All right, so Drabby's a no on retiring the number. Valdez, I know you're questioning what hat he's going to wear.
If he wears a Washington hat at the Hall of Fame, I would say
then you would retire.
Yeah, I would say to this day, at this day, right now, if you ask me today, I would say no. If you ask me down the road, would probably say yes. If you asked me 5 years ago, I probably would have said yes.
Yeah.
But right now, today, I'd say no.
Okay. 5 years ago, I would have said yes immediately. Took me some time, but I came around to it. I'm a yes.
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Regardless if he decides to wear a Tigers hat or
yeah.
something. That would be a little weird.
He's a victim of his own longevity.
By playing for too many
I guess
teams.
so. Could be the case.
But, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, answer could be different
Right.
today.
All right, when we come back, we will get into EB's entertainment page. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
This update is sponsored by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Well, it was a quick exit for Francis Tiafoe here in D.C., knocked out in 3 sets last night by Frenchman Terrence Attman in the opening round of the Mubadala D.C. Open. On the women's side, Madison Keys also knocked off last night, losing her first-round match in 3 sets. Baseball, the Nationals faced a familiar face last night, taking on Max Scherzer and the Blue Jays. Scherzer celebrating his 42nd birthday, fanned 4 over 2 2/3 innings through 75 pitches as the Blue Jays beat the Nats 3-2. Could very well be his final appearance ever in D.C. It was his 100th career start at Nationals Park. Football starts this week for the Commanders. Veterans report to Ashburn today. The first practice is tomorrow, the first preseason game, now just over 2 weeks away, Friday, August 14th against Miami. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Do we have Taboni tomorrow, right?
Yes.
It's
correct. 9 a.m.
Wonder if we can get a nugget out of him. He's been pretty good with us.
He has been.
I would say surprisingly forthright.
It's pretty candid.
Pretty candid. About as candid as you could be. He's not going to tell you flat out what they're going to do, but he kind of did. Said we could be buyers and sellers.
yep.
Or whatever.
So he will join us tomorrow at 9 a.m.
According to
Don't wanna
Matt
miss
Snyder
that.
of CBS Sports, the Phillies and the Rays both had scouts at Foster Griffin's last start.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's
so
so
they're
gone.
so they're very interested.
I'm kind of distraught about it, but what are you going to do? When the talks fizzled quickly, then you knew
Well, you could
they
say
can't close the gap.
You could say, well, we're probably not going to get anything special for Foster Griffin. He's a 30-year-old, kind of unproven, having a great year. But what are you really going to get? Let's just roll the dice and see what he does for the rest of the year. Maybe we make the wild card
and just take the
loss.
Well, you get that pick. You get that compensatory.
Okay, then you
pick,
get a compensatory,
which I
for it.
think GP said might be a second rounder. I think he may have tweeted that at one point.
Right.
That's not an insignificant pick.
I mean, if the Phillies trade for him, they're not going to give you top prospects for Foster Griffin.
Yeah. Well, I don't need top prospects. How about proven relievers? Like middle reliever guys.
That would be nice.
With like a 4 ERA or something.
All right, maybe
You
maybe you get that. I would still rather have Foster the rest of the way.
Down the stretch.
Yeah.
I feel like
especially since Early's going to be back soon, and then you're going to have Cade, Early, and Foster in your rotation. It's pretty solid,
right?
And they have a huge series against the Braves and a huge series against Philadelphia, and back to back, both on the road after this Toronto series. So they got, I think that might be 8 games. It might be 2 4-gamers. So that's a big stretch in the schedule.
Right.
Only 1 game back. They played 107 games. They're 1 game back.
It's pretty impressive.
All right, you want me to tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment, Cakes?
Please.
Me to entertain you best I can.
I'd like to be entertained.
Driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's a general manager. She's in charge over there. Check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. I was just on text with our teaching pro over the club, Cakes.
Yes.
I don't know if you agree with this. I have not allowed any of my kids to play golf until they get a lesson. No lessons with me. That doesn't count. No. Real lesson.
I think that's a good approach.
And my daughter, my youngest, Kate, wants to play with us in the Outer Banks. God, I feel pity for people that'll be behind us.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm trying to schedule. We're going to do a crash lesson on Thursday.
Perfect.
Before the trip.
I like it. I like a crash course in golf.
get a crash lesson because they're not allowed to go anywhere near a golf, even a driving range, until you get a lesson.
I might need to reach out to them and get a putting lesson or 10.
No, this is their hope. Is there hope for Case?
It's hopeless. I'm a lost
He might be a
cause.
good zero torque guy. He might be a zero torque
He
candidate.
might be a good zero skill guy.
I don't even know what zero torque is.
Yeah.
I know what zero skill is.
Yeah.
Me on the golf.
So who's going to be So it'll be you and all three of your kids playing.
And yes, and then my brother and his kids.
Oh, okay. So you have a
yeah, I
couple
mean we'll have at
foursomes.
least 7, maybe 8.
Right.
Depends if Stevie's girlfriend wants to play.
Right.
I mean, I'm telling you, I pity the group behind
Yeah,
it.
Jason, what would you do
gonna
if
be a
you were
mess.
stuck behind that?
Now,
Well, I would scoot ahead.
I will say this.
I would ask them, "Can I just play ahead of you?" Unless it was completely packed, then you got to sit there.
I think I'm one of the most considerate guys out there because I force people to pick up balls and stuff. Like if
Right.
you're in a beginner situation like that, no, time to wrap
Right,
it
yeah,
up.
right.
I'm not
play
going to
every
sit there
stroke.
and let him hit 100 balls. That ain't happening. But still, we're not gonna set a world record.
You have your course selected in the Outer Banks, or is it
There's
TBD?
just one right there. It's not anything I'm super excited about.
Have you played there before?
No, it's not. I don't really like resort golf.
Yeah.
I don't know. Especially I'm at the beach. I kind of just want to go to the beach.
Yeah.
But I will do it to be.
You
with
just want to wear your Jason Kidd tank top and get a bad sunburn.
You don't understand.
And day drink.
I got all. Listen, I basically have retired from drinking.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Mm-hmm.
You're
But
still
I
going to
am
do
gonna
it.
Drink like a freaking whatever, an elephant.
Drink like a fish.
Fish, whatever it is.
Big old fish.
I mean, elephants don't drink. I'm gonna drink like just a hippopotamus the whole week. It's gonna be bad. I'm gonna pull a Danny Rulli. I'm gonna gain 15 pounds, and it's gonna be all booze.
It happens.
I'm gonna drink.
Happens to the best of us on vacation.
I got all these Surfside coolers and everything.
And
I
you
got 'em
leave
pulled out.
Saturday.
Love
Leave
it.
Saturday.
Right.
Yeah, I got Beachmasters coming.
Saturday
Got
to
the whole
Saturday.
setup.
I mean, it's just I can't wait.
You're going to your happy place.
That's my happy place.
It is.
That is my happy place.
Outer Banks.
Speaking of, by the way, did you guys all see the viral video of the kid out in Santa Cruz, the 16-year-old lifeguard?
I did see
who was
that.
an absolute beast
Hero.
and saved this kid.
Full-on
the kid
hero.
damn near looks dead. I'm wondering if the kid wasn't submerged before he
Oh,
went and
you know
got
what?
him. The kid's not even moving.
How old is this kid? 10? Like, by the
I
way,
don't
what
know.
what are those parents doing?
Don't know.
Allowing a kid out with a surfboard. I think he was 10 years old in that sort of surf by himself.
I mean, that
That's
kind
insane.
of surf looks like world-class surf. Like, who would be in that water? Those
You know who
waves
should
are
be in there?
hellacious.
The parents should be in there with the kid.
It looks like
shouldn't
a
just be the
hurricane
kid.
coming. And this kid goes on. The video I've seen is about a minute and
This
a
was
half.
at
It's viral.
Seabright Beach in Santa Cruz, right?
Yeah. And it's a 16-year-old kid literally risking his life. Now, these lifeguards are well-trained, and they know what they're doing. But the waves are incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And then you even see at one point when he gets close, you see some other beach covers go, and he waves them off. He's like, get out of here, guys.
I believe it was his first season on the job, too, from what I read.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was a seasoned, long-time lifeguard.
I'm
This is his first rodeo.
assuming that kid lived because everyone's tweeting
But-
about it, but he's freaking limp. He's
Yeah, I
bringing
mean-
back a limp
I mean,
kid.
he was battling the waves. He probably had nothing left in the tank.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had nothing left, or he was unconscious,
But you're-
or did a bunch of water. That kid has got nothing.
But you're 100% right. Why was that beach open with those waves?
I have no idea.
I mean, those were
Maybe
brutal.
That's great for surfer. I'm such not a surfer. So I guess surfers love that. But I mean, why would you have your 10-year-old kid? I mean, it's just crazy. And this kid lifeguard. I mean, you just can't pay those guys enough.
I don't understand really any of this language. Maybe Jason will because he's a meteorology dork. According to this article, a long period southerly swell brought an increased risk of sneaker waves, strong rip currents, and large breaking waves, which could reach 10 feet at some south
They were
and southwest
massive.
facing beaches.
Yeah.
10-foot waves? Can you
Yeah.
imagine?
No.
You get pummeled.
I mean,
I don't know-
you
I
see
don't
the
know what a
video. That
sneaker-
kid is pure 100% dead weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he survived.
I think you probably did because you would
'Cause
have heard,
everyone's tweeting about it.
you would have heard it in the story.
What it's an incredible act. You cannot. I mean,
I don't know what a sneaker wave is. I would
I
just
don't
think
know.
it's
Never
just a
heard of
big,
that.
powerful, big ass
Jason,
wave.
did you have any rescues like that when you were a lifeguard?
No,
Yes,
I
you
wasn't.
did.
I wasn't a lifeguard at the beach. I was a
Yeah.
lifeguard at the pool. And yes, I did jump in to save a kid, but he was just floating. He was purposely floating face
Right, but
down.
you thought he was dead.
He wasn't just a dead floater.
No,
He
I
was
thought
just-
he was drowning.
Yeah.
I thought he was not breathing, and he looked up at me and goes, "Mr. Lifeguard, I was just floating." I said, "Okay, well,
Hey, you know what though?
you're out."
What?
You were being vigilant. I give you props for
Hey,
that.
at least you weren't playing wiffle ball.
I'm sure I played wiffle ball later in the day.
Right. All right, Savannah Guthrie's in the news again. The saga continues. I mean, you got to feel terrible.
What's
for her.
going on now?
She made a new video making another plea, just desperate for them to tell the kidnappers where to look for her. Of course, her 84-year-old mother, Nancy, disappeared February 1st from just outside Tucson, Arizona. I don't know. Of course, Savannah says the family will never stop looking for her. Some of these ransom notes have become public of late. I just don't know. What are the odds that they find the remains of Nancy Guthrie at this point?
I mean, I would think it's probably close to zero.
That seems like a reasonable ask. If they're
a reasonable ask,
if they buried the body somewhere in the
Just
desert,
tell us where to
just
go.
Tell us where it is.
But if you're the kidnapper, you don't want to have any more communication, right? Every time
Oh,
you have
yeah,
communication,
you've got off scot free. I
Yeah.
feel like.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do is return to the scene of the crime, or
right?
Yeah.
You don't want to keep giving them more clues. Seems
You might
crazy.
you might have some of your DNA on the body or the remains of the body.
Yeah.
I don't question Savannah. I mean, I don't know anything about her. I still have some questions, maybe about the brother-in-law and maybe, or it's I don't know the family,
The sister's husband.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
They already did
I'm
all
afar.
that. They investigated him. I mean, the feds investigated him. So I don't think he has anything to do with it.
Well, I don't believe the feds in anything. So
I know you don't believe
I don't
it,
believe
but they
them
did
about
investigate.
Okay. Still have my questions.
They investigated for months.
Yeah, I still have my questions.
Okay.
All right, tell me about these new slides, Valdez, that Nike has put out. They have recovery slides cakes that have heat and little massagers in them.
Well, how much are those going to cost? I
don't know, man.
$150.
Let me
Sounds
see.
pricey.
They call their after launching their Hyper Boot last year. Remind me of the Hyper Boot. Was that big ass? It was like a big ass, like high top.
I'm not a sneaker guy. I don't know. I'm out of this world.
Nike announced their Air Zoom Hyper Slide. Let me see. It's a $249 slide.
$250? No thanks.
Designed for anyone looking to enhance recovery, from athletes training for high rocks to professionals who spend all day on their feet and everyone in between.
I will never spend more than
$204. I see there's
I'll never
204.
Never more than $15 or $20 on slides and or flip flops.
My cutoff is $30.
$20.
$30. But I understand.
Yeah,
I
come
get
on.
the bit.
It's a rubber shoe made in a slave wage factory somewhere in China. I'm not paying more than $20.
One of the best investments we made was for our daughter, for Meg, when she was at Cornell, and it was after the first week of practice. She and her two BFF, also a freshman class with her. We ordered those boots, the compression boots, recovery boots or whatever, and we just ordered them for the three of them, and they used them for 4 years. And then now we have them, and Kate uses them every tournament.
Right.
After a rough practice or something. It was a great investment.
Right. So this Hyper Slide, it's got like a little piece on top of it that it could heat the foot and it could cool the foot.
You get massages.
Yeah, there's think of like a Theragun almost, but like in the slide.
I wouldn't mind that, man. $250
Built-in heat. But it has heat and vibration. Okay, yeah.
Can you imagine you're playing golf and it's like 40 some degrees out and you walk and then maybe your toes are a little chilly and you put those on in the locker room.
Put them on afterwards?
Yeah.
I'd
Like
be
heaven.
psyched. I tell you, I was at the OAR concert the other day at Merriweather, and I'm sorry, this is gonna offend people. A guy walked down at the concert with his Crocs, and I just looked down.
With
on
Crocs.
him. I just looked down on him. I'm an anti-guy.
You're not a Crocs guy.
I'm out.
So many people wear them.
I know so many dudes.
I've never worn them
unless
ever.
you're a freaking a doctor on like ER or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
I don't think you should be wearing Crocs. You can't be going to a concert in Crocs. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Valdez was wearing these nubby slippers to the brewery on Saturday.
Oh, really?
I hate them.
What-
I told them before. I hate 'em.
I'm guilty of
What do you
wearing
mean slippers? Were they?
I have some like indoor,
Dude,
outdoor
like-
kind.
Yeah, they're like
They have a
they're
hard
Jordan,
sole.
they're Jordan brand like golf slippers
Okay.
that you take on and off. That
Oh,
you
I
like.
know what you're talking about, but they
Yeah.
have no back
Yeah,
heel.
yeah. There's no like
Yeah, yeah.
back heel.
You don't
Yeah.
like those? I don't understand why
No,
they're for
I
the
think
golf
they approach-
community,
yeah,
but
they're-
I've seen them, and I know he wears them.
Were they scaring
Did
the
you
women
wear-
away from you, Drab? Those shoes?
Did you wear them with socks or without socks?
No, I don't wear them with socks.
Okay.
No,
Were
they
they
might be a little.
stinky?
They might be a little stinky
might
by
be
the
a
end of the
little
day.
I've been,
Yes,
yeah,
then-
I've been a little intrigued by those, but even there, I draw the line.
Too croc adjacent.
It's
for
too
you?
croc adjacent for me.
I think they look fly. I don't know why Drab is
No,
hating.
no, Why?
No one's ever told him that. Yeah.
I don't understand the appeal of them. I see him wear them all the time. I'm very
Yeah.
aware of what's in the golf community or whatever. I don't see the appeal. I guess maybe just slide your foot right in.
Yeah, you slide it right in, like you go trunk slam. You throw your cleats in the back, or
Yeah.
you change it in the locker room.
Yeah.
Slide it in
The
like
problem-
White Snake. It's
We're
silly.
we're not in the parking lot. We're at One Loudon.
Yeah.
And you're wearing your dumb golf shoes.
Yeah, you got standards.
Yeah.
Like you do with.
It's a barely a step up above.
No, but the thing is,
Crocs.
I think aren't those shoes aren't you supposed to actually be able to play golf in them?
Yeah, like if, you're
the
like if you're on
sneakers.
if you're like on vacation or something. If you're playing in the Bahamas.
Like you see Rocco Mediate when he puts videos out on Instagram on a
I
golf
don't-
course, he's
I
wearing
don't
those.
see that.
Yeah.
Is that too?
Yeah, I'm not, yeah, I don't want to be a fashionista like
I think the
Rocco
last
Mediate.
time I saw Rocco Mediate, he wasn't he in like in a playoff with Tiger?
With Tiger at the yeah,
How
out
many
of Torrey
years ago was
Pines.
that? That's a long time ago.
Almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's
was
the
a while.
last time I've seen him.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I would say, do you want to see them here?
Now, I've seen.
Okay,
I know.
okay,
I know
okay.
exactly what they are.
I know the ones you wear.
I know
All right.
exactly what they are. I just what I've actually. I actually thought though they were designed for guys to wear on the golf course if they want to wear them on the golf course.
You can if you want to.
Yeah.
But I wear them to and from, or when I'm lazy.
Yeah.
I think it's a stylish look.
Are you
A stylish
I'll put it this
summer,
way.
a stylish summer
Put it
look.
this way: I'd wear those over Crocs 100 times out of 100.
A billion times.
Guys that wear Crocs, sorry, it's a beta move. I'm gonna say it. Guys that wear Crocs. I'm sorry, Cakes.
There's a lot of.
I know Cakes.
Dra-
probably has-
I had one pair. They definitely gave me a blister on the back of my heel. Chucked them. No
Oh, you
longer
did?
wear them.
Drab's just gatekeeping fashion now.
Is that what
Because
it
yeah,
is?
'cause remember, Drab always likes to think like he's on the cutting edge of what's hot.
What are
with
you
the- with the
wearing over
kids.
there, Slicky boy?
Yeah,
what
what
are you?
shoe-
wearing?
And then I maybe beat him.
I just want him to look normal. I don't want him to look like a 60-year-old guy who's trying to be 24.
I beat him to something that's fashionable. Now Drab has
No,
to.
no, it's
He has to
not
hate
fashionable.
it. So he has to hate it.
Please show me where it's fashionable in the streetwear industry. Yeah, please. I'd love to see that.
He needs proof.
Yeah, Travis Scott's wearing those, I'm sure.
Hey, Travis Scott made it a golf shoe.
He's not wearing those. Those half-cut off sneaker things.
I will say Valdez has a very nice collection of Jordan golf shoes. I mean, they're all in his trunk, but he's got a nice collection of them.
He's got like 60% of his net worth tied up in golf shoes. This guy.
If you ever wanted to rob his house, skip the house, just go to the trunk.
Yeah.
Easy killer. I don't want anyone looking for my Bronco out front.
Your Bronco from where?
Ted Britt.
There you go. Come on, guy.
I forgot you had that.
Got to
Yeah.
get that endorsement game in there.
Alex Earl is in the news, Cakes. And she's basically famous for being an influencer, right?
Yes.
She's not even an actress, right? She's just an influencer.
I just know her as an influencer. And wasn't she getting cozy with Tom Brady like recently?
Yeah, there was that one time. And then remember she had that public fight with the girl from Call Her Daddy.
Oh, Alex. Is it Alex? Not
Alex Cooper.
Alex Cooper.
Yeah, they had a little thing going back and forth.
I didn't
Now
know.
she says she's opened up about her recent mental health struggles. And she says she's been suffering. This is terrible. I know people have gone through it. She suffered a panic attack recently after all the online scrutiny. A human can only take so much online bullying. Cakes.
Sure. I mean,
there's only
you think
so much
we
you
haven't
can
taken
take.
online bullying over the last 25 years.
Surprised
plus.
I haven't had a full blown attack.
I think so. I think we were tagged in something that someone said to you 40 minutes ago.
Oh, he was bullying me?
Yeah, bullying you.
Yeah, I think. Oh, just because I said I expected it to rain when I go to Mubadala Open.
Despite all of the
Yeah, someone called you Eeyore. It kind of made me laugh a little bit.
Yeah.
despite all of the efforts against it, bullying still alive and well in 2026. hasn't gone anywhere.
Shocker. Anytime we bring up something trendy, Tailgate Ted has it. Tailgate Ted has the Hyper Ice Hyper Boot.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's got it.
And he tweeted us an hour ago saying he has a collapsible helmet, too.
He's got a collapsible helmet.
Does he not
He's got
own?
everything. Tailgate Ted's got everything. He's got the Hyper Boot post pickleball, and I guess he's...
Well, you know what he doesn't have? Because he can spend all his money? Kids. So he
That
spends
is true.
his money on gadgets.
That's a good point.
He doesn't have college tuition.
He doesn't have tuitions to pay.
Right.
So he spends it on helmets and
Yeah.
gravity boots.
If you
or whatever
like
you're
him so,
talking
if you
about.
like him so much, share them with the boys.
Exactly. Let us know.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, LeBron James is going to be plying his trade in Philadelphia next year for the 76ers. But where is he going to be living? We're going to tell you next. All right, this is a bizarre story, and at this point, it's just a report. We don't know if this is actually happening or not, but reports are that LeBron James will reportedly live in New York City while playing for the Philadelphia 76ers, potentially commuting every day via helicopter.
That's very weird.
That is insane.
Where did those reports come from?
I mean, they're all over Twitter.
So has he talked about it?
I don't know that he's talked about it, but
they're saying a helicopter flight is 40 to 45 minutes from New York City to Philly.
I mean,
you drive. I've done it several times. You'll play Columbia and then you play Penn. It's like a 90-minute drive.
I mean, Brian Windhorst, his quote is, he doesn't seem like he's going to live in Philadelphia full time. Seems like he's going to live at least part time in New York. I don't even know how to frame it because it's really, truly unbelievable.
The thing is,
End quote.
Listen, do whatever you want to do. He's earned the right.
I mean, he could do what he wants.
Do whatever he wants.
Understood.
I
think it's crazy.
Think it ingratiates himself to the Philly fan base,
Certainly
though,
not.
and that's a rough fan base.
And all that is extra risk he's taking every single day by flying in a whirlybird from Philly down to New York and back and forth.
Especially
and back
when that's how
and forth.
Kobe crashed.
Yeah.
Now, obviously,
Does he remember
there was
Kobe?
a different element. You had
I'm sure he remembers,
the mountains and everything.
Sure, but I mean, we hear about helicopter accidents all the time. All the time. And it's not just because it's a fly-by-night operation with a helicopter. It's just sometimes they're just
I'm going to ask
unreliable
Rock,
machines.
what's safer, helicopter or automobile? What do you think, Cakes?
I mean, statistically,
I would guess that there have to be statistically more automobile
accidents?
crashes.
Of course,
just
there's
'cause
more
there are
cars.
cars, but
Well, I mean, that should factor in.
I
know
would never
factor in.
I know where I feel safer.
I would
in a
never
car.
jump in it. You would never jump in a chopper.
It'd be hard for me to jump in. Maybe like Air Force One or something.
So what's he going to do? He's going to play a home game in Philly. Game ends at 10:30. By the time you get out of there, 12. Fly up to New York and then come back the next day for practice.
Not a great look.
And I agree
or
with
if they have a back-to-back home games,
it's a massive,
he's not going to do that.
It's a huge slap in the face to the city of Philadelphia. He's basically saying, your city is not worthy of me living here amongst you. I'm going to go fly up to New York City, one of your city's biggest rivals, and live there? Oh,
well,
that's a
maybe he's
terrible
going
look.
to just have a place in New York and have a place in Philly.
Could be.
And then depending on the schedules, if he has a few days off, maybe he can jump back up to New York, hang out there.
Maybe.
I can't imagine he's going to live there full time during the season.
So here's the deal.
It's a weird
Cars
story.
are substantially safer, but you're getting a lot more accidents, but you could survive a car accident.
Right.
The helicopter
You can't,
accidents, you don't survive.
Right.
For the most part.
If you get into a wreck in a helicopter, it's basically curtains.
Yeah. It's not a great
And the
look.
last thing I would want to do is jump in a helicopter at night, at midnight,
Absolutely.
or 1 a.m.
I mean, are you telling me there aren't nice, like, luxury penthouse suites within 5 or 10 minutes
Of course there are.
of where the Sixers play?
Of course there are.
Wells Fargo Center? I don't even know the
That's-
name of it.
yeah.
I think it's changed names.
Well, that's what it was, yeah.
Xfinity? Maybe.
That's where,
Doesn't
yes,
matter.
there are plenty of nice spots.
Yeah, there
to
have
live
to
in.
be.
But that's why I'm saying I think he's going to have a place in Philly as well. And depending on the schedule, maybe he jumps
And
up
look,
to New York
If you
for a
don't want to
couple
live
days.
in Philly proper, there are a million, like, nice properties in, like, South Jersey.
Yeah, but
Like,
Philly's
right
a
near
huge
Philadelphia.
city. There are plenty of spots to, like, if he
course.
wants to go out or whatever. I just don't get it. I actually don't get it.
I mean, he's got plenty of money. He doesn't have to worry about how
not
much
a
the place is,
finance
Understood.
how big it is,
But
where it is.
If I had plenty of money and I have an amazing life like LeBron James has, I'm not risking my neck in a helicopter and flying around in one when I don't have to. Just because I've seen Succession and you watch all that helicopter porn and it looks like fun getting in a bunch of helicopters. No, thank you. So it's an unnecessary risk for the king, in my opinion. But I'm a scaredy cat.
One guy from
so-
Philly says he can stay there on the off season and Philly during the season. You need a driver? I'm the person for you, LeBron. I'll bring you to Philly every day.
What's going to happen when LeBron misses a couple game winners or just has a few duds?
Yeah.
Those Philly fans do not care. They boo Hall of
they'll-
Famers.
Of course, they'll kill you.
That's going to be a weird bit. What could you possibly do in New York City that you can't do in Philly? Philly's a massive city. I mean,
isn't
they've
Philly
got
like a
great
tight-
nightlife? They could do.
It just seems like his personal preference.
Yeah.
And if you have the ability, to take a helicopter to and from, I mean, 40 minutes is just like seems like a normal commute.
Right, that's true. It's doable.
Yeah, it's so doable.
It's definitely doable for a rich guy.
Yes,
definitely doable for a rich guy. I just don't know. I guess
It's
personal
doable, but like EB said, if you get into an accident in a helicopter, you're not walking away from it.
My guess is he's been in so many helicopters and private planes that it doesn't faze him.
Doesn't even bother him.
The occupant fatality rate for a helicopter is apparently, according to Grok, who knows, and this is from the NTSB, etc., 1 per 100,000 flight hours. So I don't know how many flight hours a normal human can do, but if you fly for 100,000, your time might be.
I mean, if
you have your card pulled,
your card's going to get pulled.
If he was living in L.A., that's kind of common. Like when Kobe was doing it,
Yeah,
and
to beat the traffic.
it's a bad example, but
To beat the traffic. and
but
all
yes,
that.
the traffic is so snarling
His
that
problem is that was an idiotic pilot in the mountain and all that.
And
That
the,
was
well,
just-
the weather was.
The weather was
They
terrible.
never should have been
Yeah.
up in the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
The weather
Right.
was hideous.
Well, you definitely shouldn't be up in the mountains. Like, that's just crazy.
Well, you can be up in the mountains if it's a clear day.
Okay.
You can't go up in the
It was
mountains
a
when
rainy,
it's cloudy.
foggy day,
and
yeah.
But I
there's
would
no
rather
visibility.
not
when there's
take
like
a
a marine-
helicopter
there's a-
in the mountains ever.
Marine layer.
yeah, the marine layer
Trust
was.
me, I wouldn't want to. Like, if you're going to tell me you can either fly through a treacherous mountain pass or you
Right.
can fly over the plains of Nebraska,
Yeah.
please fly me over the plains
Right.
where I'm not going to crash into something.
My guess is he got very used to it out in L.A. because a lot of people do that in L.A. if they have the means to do it, and he's just very accustomed to taking a helicopter to and from.
Oh, I'm sure.
And 40 minutes is
That's nothing.
that's,
I get
not,
it.
that's nothing.
I just think it's dangerous. It's
Oh,
risky.
it's butt dangerous.
I that too, but
It's just
also
risky.
I just think it's a terrible look. Like,
Oh, it's a
because
bad look.
Philly fans are gonna what? Our city's not good enough for you.
No, they're in the honeymoon phase right now.
Yeah.
But this could
but
be
he
a
could
floater.
also
He
but
could be floating this
he could
out.
also have a place in both cities.
He could. Sure. And I'm sure he will. But he could float this, and then the PR be so bad from it,
Yeah.
maybe abandon
You might
it.
say, you know what?
Or
Maybe,
low-key
maybe
it.
this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a bad bit that I was doing.
Oh no! The best thing to do is say it right away while everyone still loves you.
Right. You can still
Maybe.
get away with it.
Yeah, you
Maybe.
can get away with it right now when you're the second favorite to win the Eastern Conference.
What he should have done is just not say anything and just
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right,
Yeah,
not
don't
tell
talk
anybody.
about it.
Like, hey, LeBron, why are you getting in a helicopter after every game?
Yeah, because he wants attention.
Flying to my place in New York.
He obviously told someone because he wants attention.
Yeah. Agree.
The cynical part of me would say, well, Philly's a dump. Well, you know what? I've been in New York City's kind of a dump too, right? now.
Right. Like, what's so great about that?
Yeah, neither one.
Apparently, civil helicopter accidents typically number between 100 and 130 per year.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot. Now, there's a lot more car accidents because
Yeah,
there's just
there's more cars.
people driving in cars.
Yeah.
Trying to see what the percentage of survival is. Wouldn't imagine it's very high.
0%. I'm going to put it at 0.
No,
it's higher than
sometimes you
that.
could crash in
I
a
know.
helicopter and somehow you can survive. All right, let's go to our guy D Woods. D, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all?
What's up,
All right,
man?
good.
What's up,
How are you,
D
man?
Woods?
Hey, what's going on, Jason? So I was just talking to Valdez about it. One thing that there's a lot of questions. Everybody's talking about him, coming in Philly, but the 76ers don't even practice in Philly. They practice in Wilmington, Delaware. So if he's going to fly to Philly, get a car, drive him an extra 30 minutes, and to get him back and forth into Delco, and is he going to stay in New York and fly to away games on a private jet on his own? Is he going to fly to Philly? It just him living there just doesn't make sense for a commuting every day to work. People are talking about it like just going to home games. He got to go to practice and he has to meet for team dinners and all this other stuff. It just is a stupid thing to do, in my opinion.
Yep. All right.
Tend to agree.
I'm with you, D.
Thanks, D. Good hearing from you, man.
Be nice to have that
Actually-
wherewithal, though, okay?
Sure, of course.
Would it be different if he just said he was going to take a private jet? That he was just going to go to the airport and zip over, in his little Learjet or whatever? Would that be
I don't know.
different?
I would feel safer in the PJ.
But it's
Would
still
it be different? No, because he'd be
The
living.
same-
Still be
in
living New York.
essence, it's the same
I just
thing.
think it's crazy.
still insulting to the people of Philly. I
think it's insulting to the people
I'm not
of
going to
Philly.
live in Philly, but I'll play for your team.
All right, if LeBron chose the Wizards and was living in
living in Philly,
I
think it would be insulting.
Living in New Jersey, would you be upset?
I'd be a little bit insulted.
You would be insulted?
I think a little bit.
Well, that just tells me he just feels like this region isn't good enough for him.
How about if
he's just here to work?
The opposite. Think about the opposite. There's no comp for it because we don't have. But let's just say it was like the Ravens. He's playing for the Ravens, but he was living in D.C. It'd be insulting to the people of Baltimore, right? It would be. If Lamar Jackson lived here in D.C., it would be an insult.
Yeah, if Lamar lived in Bethesda, but works for the Ravens,
and he was choppering.
You wouldn't
in,
love it.
You wouldn't love it.
You wouldn't be a big.
I think you
biggest
would be.
fan.
I think you would be.
You
bitter.
want to live in Federal Hill,
especially the rivalry.
You want to live in downtown Baltimore.
I don't know.
It
doesn't seem to rankle me that
I
much.
see that. I see the Sixers have a practice facility in Camden, New Jersey, not Wilmington,
don't know.
Delaware.
Not sure.
I don't know where D Woods is getting.
All right. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Soja when they come to Nats Park on Saturday, August 1st. And we'll be joined by Mark Ein, minority owner of the Commanders, host of the Mubadala DC Open. EB's going to be heading out there this week. Mark Ein will join us next. We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to Sojo with special guest Pigeons playing ping pong Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. 10th caller now wins. All right, let's head out to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Mark Ein, minority owner of the Commanders, host of the Mubadala DC Open. You can go to MubadalaDCOpen.com for all of your ticket information. Get your tickets. It's a great event. It's got men and women, so you can get the
Some
best
big
of
names.
both worlds.
It's
A
an
lot of
awesome
big names. Mark, good to have you, man. How are you?
That's awesome to be with you guys. I was just asking our team when you guys are coming out.
All right, so here's the thing.
Glad
all right?
you asked that.
Yeah,
I'm glad you asked. So yesterday, put out the signal, the bat signal.
He was begging.
Drabby was in touch with your people, but I want to know if this is Mark Ein approved, okay, Mark? So I got north
Of course.
covered.
You guys, I got you guys.
All right,
Always.
but listen,
Always.
listen, Mark. So they hooked us up. I got north covered box, aisle 14, box 16, seat 4, and I got a couple of those. Am I good? Are those primo seats?
Where are they? Yeah.
There isn't a bad seat in the house. North covered box. People love it there because it's shaded. So
Okay.
it's not a bad seat in the house. You'll be good.
All right, I'm set up.
And if you're not, just call me.
All right, what about like a hospitality suite or something where I can
Yeah,
hang out
food.
with all the rich people?
Food and drinks.
Now you're pushing it a little bit.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I got you. Well, we will be out there tomorrow night, though. There'll be 4 of us out there, so we're super
Awesome.
excited.
It's going to be great. Awesome. Well, hopefully I'll see you guys. It's been an unbelievable week. We kicked off qualifying on Saturday, and it's literally been packed every day. I appreciate you guys doing the ticket thing before we got started. Tickets have been sold out for a while. There are a few like grounds passes, so
Yeah.
people just come out and love this event. It's been great to see the crowds and DC people loving tennis.
I tell you, I've said this before, Mark, in years past. I like just walking around the venue. I like watching you guys just hit on the practice courts and the women. You know what I mean?
Totally.
I love that. Just
Totally. No, that's why the first weekend, which is qualifying, they have some great matches, great players, up and coming players. But then all the top players are practicing, and people love coming out. And I've had talked to so many players who are just blown away by the energy of the fans in DC, how much they love their tennis.
Yeah.
And how many people show up on qualifying weekend, which sells out too. But, so, yeah, I agree with you. I love the energy around the grounds. It's one of my favorite parts of the whole thing.
Now, I know some people are upset that Tiafoe lost,
Yeah.
but he's still in the doubles and he's playing the Kyrgios. I mean, how great a pairing is that?
Yeah, tonight they're playing 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that's going to be unreal. And not on our stadium court, so they're going to be on the side court.
My
so
God.
The fans are going to be hanging over the railings for that. And, yeah, you know, I love doubles. It's what 80% of the people play.
Right.
Sometimes in tournaments it doesn't get the love. So what we try to do is actually curate these teams and pair them up and find really interesting matches. Because, you know, we are allowed a couple wild cards where we're allowed to pick the teams and put them in. So we put Nick and Francis together, which they've loved. They've done in the past. Yesterday, Venus won. We put her together with her partner. And watching 2 singles players out there play doubles is just one of the most fun parts of this whole event.
All right, so talk about Ben Shelton today. He's going to play Martin Dam at 2:30. And then at 6, the 1 seed, Alex de Minaur, is going to play Stefanos Tsitsipas. So talk about these big men's matches tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So one of the things is we went from a 48 draw on the men's side to a 32 this year. So to get into the main draw, you have to be top 47 in the world, which means effectively the first round is like starting in the 3rd round of a Grand Slam, which starts with 128 players, right? So some of these first round matchups, and I've been reading social media from the tennis world, really amazing. Like Alex de Minaur against Stefanos Tsitsipas in the first round. You know, the Tommy Paul match was great. And the other one that's going to be unbelievable at 12:30 on a side court is Rafael Hodar against Arthur Feast. If you don't know tennis, that may not mean that much. If you know tennis, Hodar is a guy everyone thinks will end up top of the game. Actually went to UVA for a few years.
Wow.
But he's crushing it. I think he's top 25 in the world, and Feast is top 20, and a lot of people think he'll be top 5 in the world. They actually played in the semifinals of the big tournament in Barcelona earlier this year, and they're playing here in the first round.
And Venus plays tonight as well, correct?
And Venus plays tonight as well, and then ironically, if she wins, she plays her doubles partner here. So there's a bunch of interesting matchups as we get further into the week.
Right. Who do we have?
Yeah.
Is it too early to know who we have on tap for tomorrow? Tomorrow night specifically, when your boy's going to be there?
I can tell you what the schedule says.
I
Hold on
agree.
a second.
The schedule won't tell you who's playing, and I'm not. I don't know honestly yet.
I've got
on the schedule.
I've got a couple here, Mark. Unless this is wrong, Alexander Vukic is going to play Lorenzo Musetti, who's the 4 seed, tomorrow night at 7:30.
That's already locked in.
Says it is.
All right.
And in terms of the women, let me see if looks like there's a bunch of women's. Emma Navarro is going to play Elisabetta Coccareto.
Silly.
And Ashlyn Krieger is going to play Osaka. That's
we're going to start the women's seeds. They're going to start playing. So I know Naomi's playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know this got my tournament. I didn't know.
Yeah, well, that's what it says here. I'm just basing it off the website, but
hey, Mark, we're gonna make sure everybody still gets whatever tickets are available. But football season's here, training camp is here. I'm sure you're gonna make it out there. If you haven't been out there recently, what are your expectations?
Well, you know what? Training camps now become so fun. I think you guys remember what it was like the last couple of years before, we took over. And now when you go out there, it's just such a great, it's kind of like this, it's like, yeah, you're there for the sport, but then it's actually just like a festival and people are having a great time. And I know how much the players appreciate seeing so many fans come out. So, it's the period where the anticipation builds and we start getting back into football like so many people. I'm super pumped about it.
Mark, we were rubbing elbows with your guy, Mark Klaus, last night at the media get-together out in Ashburn.
He's a good dude.
Last night.
Talking about the stadium, a lot of interesting stuff.
It was a good time. It was a good hangout.
He's the best.
He's awesome.
He's the best. We're so lucky to have him. When we needed someone to run the business side of the organization, everyone said this is the most coveted job in sports. And we hired a search firm. We interviewed people, every person in sports who was a possibility. And in the end of the day, Mark, who had actually never worked in sports, as you know, he ran Campbell's Soup and was a food brand guy, just stood out above everyone as like an exceptional leader with a vision and real just leader. Obviously he went to Army, but he's got real leadership qualities. And what he's done already to really turn the business side around, to align the organization, all of us are just so grateful we got Mark leading that. He's amazing.
No, he's a stud for sure. All right, Case, tell people again where they get their
Well,
tickets.
he said they're very limited tickets, but MubadalaDCOpen.com, you might be able to still get some grounds passes.
Perfect.
Mark, thanks for the time.
And I would just say on that, guys, the grounds passes, you can watch all these matches and all the practice. People, they're also the least expensive. It's a great way to come out and see it. So, hopefully, I look forward to seeing you guys and everyone else out here this week.
Great.
All right. Appreciate it.
Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
You're going to see Bickle.
See you guys.
You're going to be out there tomorrow.
It's Mark Ein, minority owner of the Commanders, host of the Mubadala DC Open. EB will be out there amongst the patrons.
And Mr.
tomorrow
Bickle,
night.
I promise you, you're going to have good weather tomorrow.
All right. I'm going to hold you to it.
You're going to have good. Now, today, some of those afternoon matches, early evening, might be a little dicey because the storms are coming through around.
What time are the storms supposed to come through?
Actually, it's typical late
3
afternoon.
or 4 o'clock,
something like that.
Yeah.
Now, they'll be quick. They'll be pretty quick. It's going to be all day.
Squirrel's got us with some late tea time. He's playing with some, I don't know. We're going to get 9 in barely. I think we're going to get 9 in barely.
That's all right. You like playing 9.
That's fine. But I'm injured anyway.
That's right.
Maybe you can
More
borrow Valdez's shoes, playing his cutoff golf shoes.
All right,
it's a good
boys.
bit. All right, we
Talk
will
to you
see
tomorrow.
you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
Well, it was a big night for the Nats because they faced a familiar name. They faced Max Scherzer last night in D.C., probably going to be Scherzer's final time pitching at Nats Park. His 100th career start, by the way, at Nationals Park. Scherzer didn't last long, 2 2/3, but he helped the Blue Jays beat the Nats 3-2. Now, with the loss, the Nationals had their slight 2-game winning streak snap, but the Pirates also won last night over Arizona. So even with the loss, the Nats are still one back in the wild card race. Kate Duvally on the hill tonight as the Nats look to bounce back 6:45 p.m. here on The Fan. Tennis, Frances Tiafoe bounced in the first round of the Mubadala DC Open last night, beaten in 3 sets by France's Terrence Attman. Madison Keys was also knocked off in 3 sets. Venus Williams will be on the court tonight playing her opening round match in singles 7:30. Football? Let's go. It's time for some football. Training camp just about to get underway. Veterans report to Ashburn today with training camp officially opening with the first practice coming up tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
With the mic in my hand.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am doing great, brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. How was the event at DC Prime last night? Shout out to DC Prime.
I had kind of a double whammy. Did some stuff with Ryan and talked about different shows along the way. Then went back there for a little bit. Shook hands with some people. And
Kiss some babies?
Yeah, kiss some babies and stuff like that. But it was cool. All in all, everything was great.
Great. I did not make it over there. I was at NBC4 all day yesterday. I want to shout out my boy Drew Wilder, who covers kind of Northern Virginia for NBC4. He was on the Eric Bieniemy story all day yesterday, and I thought he did a great job of handling it. Like the rampant speculation and rumors and nonsense, like that is a terrible family tragedy, and I thought Drew handled it with really the appropriate level of kind of respect and deference that it deserved. I was up there, I was on air kind of reporting on the tight end coach situation, and I had a good conversation with my boss. I was like, listen, man, like I understand there's a legal matter, we got to cover it. But from a football perspective, this isn't going to sink the ship. And he's like, cool, explain that to people. And so I did. And I feel like that has some value. Obviously, it was a weird day for Washington coaching and former Washington coaching yesterday. But tonight, man, I mean, players are probably checking in right now, doing their conditioning tests right now. We'll be doing it all afternoon. This evening, we get to hear from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. And I was just curious about this for you. Like, for me, I usually take, when time allows, I usually take my girls for a walk every morning. There's a little creek down at the bottom of the hill by my house. And we went for our walk this morning, and I tried to just explain to them, like, all right, training camp's about to start. Like, I'm going to have to leave real early. You know, probably won't have our walks and stuff. And Shelby, certainly, she's about to turn 11, understands that. Ainsley's starting to understand it. But, like, I'm getting a little amped up just for the beginning of this thing because this is –
I mean, if you're in the media, you're as much a part of it as the players, because it's a time of the year where you are doing way more than you normally do on a daily basis, and you want to be on point. You want to be on your game just like they want to be on theirs. In a sense, when they go to training camp, you run the training camp. You know what I mean? So I can understand that.
Yeah,
totally.
Like there's no sense that I play in the games or get hit at practice, but like. My life will revolve around the football organization for the next 5, maybe 6 months.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens, right?
Yeah. I mean, the coaches don't get hit either.
Right.
But if you're there covering it and you have to take stories that sometimes they don't give you all of the facts for it.
Yeah.
You got to decipher what's BS and what's real and write stories about it. Hell, that's not easy.
Right. It's fun, man. And if you're not excited about stuff at this point, you're probably like, if the players aren't fired up and understanding that, there's going to be some moments that drag, but like, this is what you get amped up for. I always say
it feels very much like Like I said the other day, going back to school for the first time.
Yeah, dude.
Everybody gets excited for the first day of school. And by 2 weeks in, you can't wait for the last day of school.
Day 11 when it's just another hot
Like,
ass
oh,
practice.
hell no. Man, I can't wait for this to end. Dude, you got like 4-5 months left.
The ebb and flow, especially a preseason. Once you get into the regular season, it has so much more certainty to it. But like, you're fired up for the first day of camp, and then it's a couple days of a ramp up period without hitting, and you're like, damn, when are they going to get the pads on? And then you're fired up for the first day with pads, and then it's a couple day of pads, and then it's like, all right, it's just the same guys hitting each other. All right, when's the first preseason game? And you're fired up for the first preseason game, and then it happens, and you don't really see any starters. And then it's like, all right, this second preseason game, let's go. And maybe you see the starters for some period of time, and then it's like, damn, when does the regular season start?
Yeah.
Like there's like this natural ebb and flow to the training camp preseason.
Everything has a level of excitement until it happens.
Totally.
And then you quickly get to the point where you want the next thing to happen.
Totally. But we're excited tonight. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters set to address the media at 6 p.m. We'll be out there, and then we'll be doing the shows in Ashburn for the next couple of weeks, foreseeable future here. Excited for that. Last night was interesting.
Hold on now. We didn't have all the other stuff outside last year. How that's going to be?
The television aspect?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Huey? What's up, Huey?
I've touched base with Huey.
Yeah, because I'd rather talk to Huey than Joey, because Joey, I don't get no information from him.
Right. Joey's an idiot. But
100%.
I think we'll find out, B. Because I don't think we have the bandwidth to run it off the computers, and I think they're aware of that. Like, you know, when we're on the road, sometimes we just have the extra monumental computer for the television show. I don't think that's the expectation, but I'll be out there tonight, and we'll see what happens. Maybe Huey will text me. I'm sure Joey's, right on top of everything. So between Joey and Stallion B, we have nothing to worry about.
We have everything to worry about.
Shout out to Jeff. Let us know this morning. He was going to New Jersey. Shout out to Luigi. Good to see you, pal. White Brian's here.
At Jeffrey, boy.
How was your ride in, dude? Mine was fine, but complicated.
No, I left home today at, I don't know, I just keep dragging this thing. Yesterday I left like 9:10. Today I got in the car like 9:01. And I was here.
I saw you when I turned on M Street from South Cap. I saw you waiting at the light. Did you notice anything odd at that intersection?
Not really.
You didn't see the dude pulling his kid in the wagon?
Oh, yeah, in the wagon, yeah.
Like, that is an entirely normal scene at the beach, at a park. But
I see that a lot, though. People pulling in, but I never seen that, like the cloth wagon. I see a wagon.
Yo, parents pulling children in wagons, entirely normal.
Yep.
Parents pulling children in a cloth wagon at 9:45 a.m. at the intersection of South Capitol and M Street.
With some,
a little unusual.
He had on some come get me type shorts, though. Them shorts were tight as hell.
That was a vibe. I was like, all right, man. Like, I hope you
way
have a
up
great
his
day.
thigh, tight as hell. Like, dog, those went out of style way back when Dennis Rodman stopped playing.
So White Brian and I both come from the same direction of the city to get to the office. Something was going on at the National Cathedral. Like, the roads were just closed. So for me to get here, I went to Virginia. I drove GW Parkway down and around. So today was a true DM. You want to ask DMV? I started in Maryland. I drove through Virginia, and I landed in D.C. Like, that's how complicated living here can be for our
You went
friends.
to the MVD today.
Yeah, exactly. For our friends out of area. I should have just gone the whole way to Harper's Ferry so it could be a DMWV day.
I wish you would have tried that one. Then you would realize it's not in the song.
So I was at work. Well, I was at Channel 4 all afternoon. I got home, called 7:15 or so. Had some 3-day-old Chinese food, hit the spot. My stomach kind of hurts today. But last night was a sneaky good sports night because you had Scherzer back in town, Blue Jays against the Nats, and hopefully I'm saying this right, the Mubadala DC Open's underway. The
Mubadala.
Okay. The DC Open's underway in Rock Creek Park, right? Yeah. And it's a cool event, and I might try to get out there. I've always enjoyed going. But Tiafoe was, what do you call it, on the court? Tiafoe was playing last night.
Yeah.
His first round match. And so I had both TVs going, and we watched Below Deck. So I'll be honest. Scherzer got the big TV until the girls got put to bed, and then the Nats got bumped up top. and I had Tiafoe on up top. And I didn't expect to have to stay up for a Francis Tiafoe first-round match. He lost in 3 sets. And it was a bummer, dude, because I am not a tennis expert. He looked like the better player. And I guess he was 3-0 against the dude he played 3-0 this year against the dude he played last night. Last night, the dude got him. I want to give him, I think it was Ament. White Brian, maybe you can look that up. I don't know where he's from or anything. But it's just a bummer. You'd love for Tiafoe to win his hometown tournament.
Yeah.
And to go out in the first round really stinks.
It does. But, like you said, he's beat the guy 3 times. Tiafoe has played very well on the international stage. You come home and play, it's great for everybody. But you know what? Some days you go, oh, this is going to be an easy one. You sleep in my bed. And then when you get on the court, you're like, oh, damn, I don't have it.
My man's name was Terrence Atmain. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Tiafoe beat him just a couple weeks back at Wimbledon. Atman is number 56 in the world. I believe Tiafoe's top 10, if not top 20 in the world. So certainly an upset last night. It was funny, though, also, I'm pretty familiar with football Twitter, and certainly golf Twitter is a wild ride, baseball, whatever sport you're into. But there was a match prior to Tiafoe and Atman that was a ladies' match. So I was told the Tiafoe match was going to start around 7:15. I don't fire the tennis channel up all that often, but I fired it up about 7:15 or so. And it was the ladies' match. His
Still
match,
going on?
Dude, I don't think the Tiafoe match started till 8:30, and it was scheduled for 7. And I don't know that
How many
makes
sets did they go, the ladies?
all of them, I guess. I think they
Did they go some extra, like you go through the sets and you get to the tiebreakers at the end? Did they do that stuff like that?
I wasn't paying a ton of attention. I was just it was on until the Tiafoe match came on, was kind of how I was looking at it. I think it was a woman named Samsonov. I don't know, but it's a bummer Tiafoe lost. That event is so much fun, and it's kind of become like a foodie thing, and they've got 100 bars and these lounges you can sit in, and Mark Hine does a good job. I know Events DC's involved, so it's just a bummer to see him go out like that.
Yeah.
In the first round too. So I guess this dude Atman is from France. I am confident I am butchering the pronunciation of his name, so I apologize about that. How would you give me a French accent for Atmane? Atman.
Atman.
And that was Tennis Talk on B. Mitch FM.
Atman.
Max Scherzer started last night for the Blue Jays. I thought he got a great ovation walking to the mound and walking off. I think that was well-deserved. I think it was well-documented. Our own Locked On Nationals, Ryan Clary, was there.
Was he?
Before we get too much into
was
the
he working
game,
or was he a fan?
We'll find that out, too. I thought it was kind of a sparse crowd for Scherzer to be there and for this team to be coming off a series win, 2 games over 500. It's the middle of July. Nobody's got school. A lot
of people on vacation.
Probably a lot of people are on vacation. It just didn't look that full. What was it like in the stadium?
It was a pretty lively crowd. I thought the crowd was into it. I think it was around 20,000 people there overall.
I could hear the Tarps Off boys.
Yeah, the Tarps
USA
Off boys.
chants. It was funny for the USA chants because they're playing a Canadian team, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
The wildest play, B, I don't know if you saw this. I posted this video. This was relatively late in the game. The Blue Jays have a big fella, catcher, I assume, Alejandro Kirk. Watch this, B. This is legit dangerous.
Oh, the bat.
Yeah.
I saw that.
And it shattered that glass on the dugout. A lot of different things could have gone.
But I've always wondered, I played baseball when I was younger, and I'm like, how does that bat just fly out of people's hand? They got all that stuff on their hand. They got
Sweat is my
tape.
guess.
They got tape on the bat. They got the glove. They put the stuff on the glove. They grind it up, and it just flies like that.
I don't know. Stallion, how does the bat fly out of his hand like that?
Hey, it's just sweat. It's a humid night. I don't know.
I didn't even think the weather was that bad.
Think about this.
Wasn't
how
terrible.
many other swings
Is that
were
dude
there?
the catcher? He's got to be.
How many other swings were there last night?
Yeah,
Bands didn't
that's a
fly.
good point. Yeah.
Like, I mean, it happens so seldomly that you wonder, like, what the hell? Because it don't happen all the time.
It's a good question. Alejandro Kirk. I had to look up. When I saw a build like that and a dude named Kirk, I thought it was going to be
Look
Bill
at that picture
Kirk.
again. He has gloves on.
Yeah, you're right.
Like when you say sweat, you like you're riding your bike and you don't have no damn wristbands. I can understand. He has tape, everything all over the place, and it just flies out.
So I thought Scherzer looked good. He didn't go long. He went like he was out before the
3 strikeouts.
He was 2 2/3, 4
Yeah.
strikeouts. Yes,
But dude,
there you go.
He was gassing people though, and it was cool to see him out there and get kind of the love he deserved. It's also crazy how good Vegas is that they set the strikeout total at 3.5 and he gets to 4.
He got 4.
I heard this question last night. Should the Nats retire number 31 for Max Scherzer? I'm kind of cool with that. He made such an impact here that if they do, I'm good with it. Would you be good with that? Now, he came up as a D-back, I think. Then he played for the Tigers. Then he came here. After his time here, they traded him to the Dodgers. Then he was with the Rangers. Then he was with the Mets.
Yeah.
How many
Now he's with
years
the
was
Blue
he here?
Jays.
He was here from 2015 through 2021.
6
Won
years.
2
5, 6
Cy
years.
Youngs, couple no hitters,
yeah.
World Series champion.
When you do stuff like that, I mean,
Yeah.
in that short period of time, he won 2 Cy Youngs. They won the World Series.
He was dominant.
That's criteria.
He was dominant here. And like a total warhorse leader. Like, dude, in 2017, his wins above replacement was 7.2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the record? What is like Shohei at or something? Like, that's an insane WAR. He had 268 strikeouts. The subsequent year in 2018, he had 300 strikeouts. The year they won the World Series, the numbers dipped a little, but he was nails in the postseason. That's when Strasburg was finally just his best. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because the Nats are a younger franchise and they've really only had this one period of dominance, kind of like whenever that was, 15 to 20. But Scherzer, they started to emerge, right? Like they started to make the playoffs and they were having these tough defeats going out early. And then Scherzer arrived and it seemed to elevate the entire organization.
He
up a
came
level.
in with a bulldog mentality.
Totally.
And I think they fed off of that. Like normally pitchers get up there and they just get through the game. Scherzer would go right at you.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like Nolan Ryan from back in the day.
Yeah, I love Nolan Ryan.
Charge the mount on Nolan Ryan, you better bring it.
Was Robin Ventura got
yeah,
smoked.
he ran up to the
Hitting him
mound
on
and
the top of his head.
like, oh, bro, I shouldn't have done that.
I generally am a set the bar really high guy with stuff like jersey retirements and stuff. But Scherzer, I think, clears the bar for me. Have they retired Zim's jersey?
Yeah, he's the only franchise player that has actually gotten a retirement.
So there's Zim and then Jackie Robinson and Roberto Clemente,
Yeah.
right?
Zim was the first pick, right? Wasn't he? When
Yeah,
they were
he
once
played
they got
his
here,
entire career here.
Yeah.
Zim deserves it. Nobody else to me would enter that conversation, except Scherzer. And if Soto had stayed here, certainly that'd be different. Soto was traded. He didn't leave. He was traded, to be clear.
Yeah.
But Scherzer clears that for me. Our very own Stallion got to talk to Scherzer last night, B. We were brainstorming questions for him on the text thread, and for what it's worth, the first 2 questions I suggested, other folks asked him similar questions, and he answered them glowingly. You liked the third question I suggested.
I like the third question you
because
suggested.
it was more baseball rather than I understand.
More baseball. I thought of another question later on, but we can play the audio because we do have it.
All right, Luigi,
I think you guys love it.
I know you was gonna have this audio.
This is Stallion asking Max Scherzer a question.
You've been a part of really talented lineups here in DC, but how do you think this Nationals offense really stacks up against some of those teams in the 2010s?
I don't know. It's tough to say because I haven't really watched him or faced him. This is my first look at him, really. So it'd be unfair for me to really give an opinion on this, just because of how good our teams were there. Like you said in the 2010s, how good we were then. I don't really want to comment on it.
Stallion thinks he got dunked on. I don't.
No.
I think that was a reasonable answer.
Yeah, he's basically saying, look, I haven't watched this team a lot. It's my first time seeing them. How you want me to basically, you got dunked on. He's saying, how the hell you expect me to compare a team I saw for basically 2 innings and 2/3, you said?
2 2/3.
And I was with those other guys for 6-7 years.
I agree. What I wanted to ask him, which, like, as soon as I asked that question, I was like, oh, I could ask him, like, this follow-up. But obviously he spent, 7-8 years here in D.C. and, like, had a home here, lived here in the offseason, and was part of the Northern Virginia just family here. I was going to ask him, what were kind of your favorite spots that, like, you're going to go back to? Because I saw his family was in town with his kids yesterday, and the wife, like, she was taking the kids around and just having a grand old time with the young kids. So I kind of wondered that, but I did end up asking him the baseball
You would have gotten
question.
more on the nostalgia side than you would on the baseball side.
Agreed.
So
now we know.
It's all right. It's all right. You swung. You gotta.
Hey, that's my guy.
You know, if the pitch is close, you gotta swing.
He got 5 strikeouts last night. He struck out Stallion too.
We're talking football next. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
It was pretty cool to see Max Scherzer back in Washington last night. Hadn't pitched for the Blue Jays since June 10th, so it's been kind of a tough season for him, but he was on the mound celebrating his 42nd birthday last night, facing his former team, and the Nationals take it on the chin. Blue Jays beat the Nats 3-2. Scherzer didn't last long through 75 pitches. Over 2 2/3 innings, it was his 100th career start at Nationals Park. Could very well be the final time Scherzer ever pitches here in Washington. We got another one tonight. Nats try to bounce back. Cade Cavalli on the hill, 6:45 for Nats baseball on the Fan. Tennis, Francis Tiafoe upended last night. Quick exit, knocked out in the opening round of the Mubadala DC Open. Venus Williams plays her singles match today. Training camp about to begin for the Commanders. First practice is tomorrow. We'll hear from Dan Quinn, the head coach, tonight. We are just 2.5 weeks away for some football here in Washington. Preseason opener against Miami coming up Friday, August 14th. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. We hope you're able to do that tomorrow. We'll all find out together. Appreciate everybody hanging out on the YouTube stream. Why, Brian, good luck. I'm sure the internet will cut out tomorrow. We'll figure it out. Tomorrow.
Yeah, don't keep texting me that I dropped, Brian, 'cause you might get cursed out. Not my fault.
We'll be in Ashburn tonight for the training camp kickoff press conference with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. And then there every day for the rest of the month. It's time to get the boys going. And don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, Brian.
It ain't right.
Training camp set to kick off. And there is a lot for Washington to figure out, okay? Let's start on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, David Blau's putting in a new system, right?
Yeah.
But there will be some elements of what they did with Kingsbury.
Yeah, I think it'll be more elements than we expect.
Like, they'll still be in shotguns.
Yeah.
It's not going to be all under center wishbone I formation. You know what I mean? Like, we will still see some pistol. We will still see plenty of shotgun. Defensively, how much, if at all, do you think we see from last year carry over to this year?
What you mean defensively?
On the defensive side of the ball, I think that overhaul might be more extensive.
I think it's more of a three big diamond down. They're going more to that, to be able to have those four linebackers on the field, to be able to do the different blitzing from all the different directions and things like that. But the thing that you've always stated, and I totally agree with you, that they run so many different things. They don't run like a traditional, like a team that's a 3-4 run 3-4 the whole damn game. Team that's a 4-3, they before ran a multitude of things. And that's exactly what I think Durante is going to do as well. I just think that the aggressiveness is going to be different this year, which would cause offenses to have to make quicker decisions, or you'll see some quarterbacks holding on to the ball a little bit longer, which I think will help the defense.
Like, the last time we saw a true base 3-4 was when Mike Shanahan was here.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that's 15 years ago now. And I think the NFL has evolved. The real base defense around the league at this point is nickel. Way more than 4-3 or 3-4. Like, there are more DBs on the field than ever before. And that's why you've seen the rise of kind of these linebacker/safety hybrid type dudes. I think one of the biggest differences, we don't know this yet, right? But if you look at how Flores defenses in Minnesota played, you saw a nickel look, but with 3 safeties and 2 corners rather than 3 corners and 2 safeties.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would kind of play to their depth. I like the safety group. Cross comes in.
Yeah, if you have a safety who can cover, is also a sure tackler, you can use him as much in the nickel as you do a third cornerback. Because like some of these people, when they bring in nickel, they're trying to give you a look of nickel to get you to put smaller people, and then they run the damn ball on you. But if you have a safety who's legit, that safety can be a help in that run game.
Totally. I think defensively things will look more different than even offensively. And I know we're not accustomed to seeing Jaden under center, and when that first starts happening will be a big deal. But I think defensively there's not going to be much carryover from what we saw. Mm-hmm. And I think you'll see that with safeties on the field, and I think you'll see it through blitzing coming from everywhere.
Yeah, I think the blitzing
because especially when it was
Wichcombe was very like
Joe Witt did not blitz.
Didn't do a lot.
Even when DQ kind of took over, you saw more aggression, and it was like it went from a 0 out of 10 to like a 3. But I think it's going to get up to 6, 7.
It may
6, 7.
But like the thing about Jaden under center, if everything flows, it's going to be like nothing else ever happened because it'll be just football. If they have issues with it, then it'll become like a big issue then. But if he's snapping under center and they just going through and there's no issues, we'll just start looking at it like we look at every other football game.
I agree with that. I think
because like for me with the shotgun, I was overly concerned with the shotgun last year because one ball's here, one ball's here, one ball's here, one ball's over here, one ball over there. The snap wasn't consistent. And that to me was a problem because I got to hand the ball over here and it snapped over here. Timing is off.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the thing I saw that was a problem with me last year.
Agreed. I think there's far too much Bobby Wagner slander considering he was still very good against the run. Mm-hmm. And the coverage did take a hit. If you watch the games, it's pretty obvious. I think the increased speed in the middle of the field will be noticeable immediately. Obviously with Styles, but also with Chenal, a kind of do-it-all linebacker. I also think that's going to free Frankie Louvu up to do kind of what he does best, which is rushing the passer from all over the field. And I think that could be a really good sign for Louvu going into this season.
Mm-hmm.
On the offensive side of the ball, we've had so much focus on the wide receiver 2 position. I mean, at this point, I'm not expecting another wide receiver to be on the roster when we get there tomorrow morning. In 24 hours, their first training camp practice will be over. I think the people that will take part in that practice are the group we've known about for some time. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm with that.
If something changes, I think it changes 2 weeks from now. But how do you feel about that left guard spot where we thought it was going to be Coleman? Coleman got the opportunity early last year, and then they're like, you know what, we're going Chris Paul. And then they re-signed Paul. A lot of people thought he'd leave in free agency.
Well, he came back, and I was very, very comfortable with Chris last year. I have no choice but to be comfortable with him this year. What he did last year was get an opportunity and never relinquished it. And if you look at the offense last year, you can't look at him and say he was a problem.
Dude, you can't really look at the offense last year and say the offense was the problem.
No,
they weren't as good as the year before.
Yeah.
But they still, even with Jaden only playing 4 full games, they still moved the ball fairly well. Yeah. Mariota had too many turnovers kind of once he got his opportunities. The offense wasn't good, but like, I mean, how many games did Josh Johnson start? When you get down to a third-string quarterback,
But like the thing I'm looking at is when you look at this offensive line, people immediately go to Allegretti, and then you get a question about the left guard. I know Brandon was drafted, second, third round?
Third round.
Okay. Chris comes in, he basically won the job. I don't care what round you're drafted in. And everybody here, like your draft day is when you can talk about the draft. Once you get on the football field, we find out if you can play or not. We've seen mistakes in the first round, seen mistakes in the second, third, fourth, fifth round. But when a guy wins the job and he goes out there and he performs at a level like Chris did, You got to judge him based off of how good he played, not where he was drafted, not who was drafted in the same position. How did he play? And I think him right there sitting next to Tunsil, those two dudes work well together.
Playing next to Tunsil helps anybody.
Yeah. But the thing of it, like, you can be next to Tunsil and get your ass whipped on a consistent basis. He stood up. Like, the thing that Ron said he was dense, he can't be moved. Well, that helps. If you're an offensive lineman, if people can't just push you back and you can just stalemate them, you're running back and set up blocks for you.
I also think Allegretti, whatever happens at left guard, I think, like, in order of concern on the offensive line, left tackle, 0. Every position in football is about staying healthy, but Tunsil's a baller.
Yeah.
Right tackle, that's a plus. Yeah. I like Connerly. I think he's only going to get better. Right guard, I think Cosme's probably their second best.
2 years removed from this surgery, he's going to be even better now.
I think, to me, like, if I'm stacking offensive linemen as far as how I think they perform, Tunsil's at the top, then Cosme, then Connerly with a chance to move up, and then you have the left guard situation and the center situation, which I am not overly concerned about. I think the Biadasz in his first year was quite good. I think last year, I think that knee really hampered him, especially second half of the season. There's a reason they're going to Allegretti, and I think the offensive line as a position group, I feel pretty comfortable in. If you want to be concerned about center depth in July, fine, but if your biggest concern is your center depth, I think that's pretty good.
When you start looking at this team, I think people look at the team and they see Allegretti and they see the kid who was just drafted and go, "Oh, that's our centers."
Goldman.
You know how many other guys on that line and snap? See, the thing of it, offensive linemen.
And do you know how many vets are going to get released throughout the summer?
But I'm saying Wally can snap. Coleman has snapped. So you got other guys there that can do it as well. You what's the kid, number 61?
Is that Good Jones?
Not Good Jones. 60. Played golf with him. I forgot his damn name. He's a snap too. So you got different guys, but the ultimate thing is it's not just the two people you see with the C by their name. Like when Riley McKenzie was here, they put guard. He played center. He played right tackle, right guard, center, left tackle, and left guard. But they can't put all them damn initials behind him. Right. He played every position on offensive line.
I mean, Coleman, through his 2 seasons right now, has played right tackle, left guard.
Yeah.
But
you put what you expect him to play, but hell, it may come a time in a game where he got to play something else.
We're going to open these phones about the most intriguing camp battles. There's plenty more I want to discuss. Plus, we're going to give you our all-time preseason hero GOATs for the Commanders and let you weigh in on who could be the preseason hero this year, who are some of preseason heroes of seasons past. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch here. There's nothing better than summer on the motorcycle. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the beach, or just taking a long way home, it's why we ride. With more drivers on the road, it's important to have someone in your corner if something unexpected happens. That's why I trust Law Tigers. They're the lawyers who ride. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call Law Tigers first. They've been protecting riders for decades. LawTigers.com, the motorcycle lawyers. Calfers and Knockman, Olivia Donahue. to a lot of shit, but he tries to play that.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Is that Adele being played? You can tell Jeff's not here. Luigi got a
I like Adele.
You know what
Isn't
I heard?
that Rich Paul's girl?
I don't know that answer.
Yeah. I think Rich Paul and Adele is an item, right?
Yesterday I heard, I think it's Miss Kim is the singer, but you know how they play different radio stations in the kitchen? They were playing an Adele cover on PGC, like a go-go version of that song Hello.
Hello, yeah.
And I think it was Miss Kim singing it.
They've
It
been
was
playing that long.
phenomenal.
Time. Yeah, that's good.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. There's something funky on this computer, Stallion. I think I can operate it regardless, but there's like legit MS-DOS, like computers I used in elementary school asking me about contrast and brightness, but I think we can handle the phones. What's the biggest kind of camp question mark for you? And I'd prefer if you don't say wide receiver 2, but you're allowed to, I guess. The biggest thing for me, B, is I'm a Blau lever. I've said it. I think the guy's going to run good offense.
Mm-hmm.
I think every team in the NFL that has a legit top 10, top 5, top 15, whatever you want to call it, everybody that has an established starting quarterback, I don't know what you think of Baker Mayfield, but if he gets hurt, the Bucs are in trouble, most likely.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think of Stallion's got Jared Goff, but if he gets hurt, the Lions are in trouble. So if your biggest question is, man, Jaden's got to stay healthy, you are one, correct, but two, Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
Like that's the situation in most cities around.
That's the situation in every city.
Now there's some like I think if Jalen Hurts gets hurt, the Eagles can still win because they can run the ball and play really good defense, right?
Yeah.
But probably not win at the same rate. I don't know what's my man's name? Tanner McKee? I don't know what he's going to get done up there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do what Jalen does.
For me, with this Trey Amos thing, I do think they're just being cautious and there's nothing to worry about. But the position group I've been worried about the most anyway has been corners. I do wonder about the corner depth. Now, I think there's a lot of ways to offset that, right? If you have a much better pass rush, it's going to help your corners a ton. If the middle of the field isn't wide open and you have linebackers that can run and cover, that's going to help your corners a ton. So I do think they have successfully put it, they have made steps towards improving the corner play, even if the corners play at the same level, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But you sure as hell hope the corners play better.
You do. I believe they will. I think also signing Rasul Douglas changes things.
Agreed.
Like you talk about depth a lot, and I think the depth at the position now is better than what it was. It's not like when you miss one of the top three, you go, oh, hell. I think it's much better now.
What is your biggest question mark going into camp?
Just the understanding overall of the offense and defense. Because if they have an understanding, football players can figure it out. They'll play it. We outside a lot of times hear that, they changing up this. Once you figure out the concept, it's football.
Agreed.
You go back to doing what you did before. And I think if the players have the concept, it will make the coach's job easy, because if the players don't have the concept, then the coach is trying to figure out plays to call to make them look better so they can make sure they feel comfortable. But if the players got the concept, I call everything in my damn playbook.
Players have to nail the concepts, and I think that's a lot of what's going to happen here.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot to figure out. As much as I like Blau and think the offense is going to work, there's questions. Durante Jones has never done this. They just lost their tight ends coach. Like, none of these things are inconquerable, but there is a lot going on. I want to get my man Greg in D.C. on here. What's up, Greg? What's your question mark for camp?
Hey, like the clock management, I'm so terrified of the new coordinator in offense and defense. It's like you got to wait to see the first 4 weeks. Is it going the clock management of his offense? Is this going to be a problem for them? Getting everything in sync together with the mesh, the play action they're going to start doing underneath the center. I just want to make sure, I hope that the clock management and everything work good. I'm out.
Clock management was bad last year. That's a reasonable question. They also, this dude, Dave Gardy, was kind of a game day operational person, and he has left to take a bigger job in Tennessee, I believe. So, like, that's a fair question. Like, that stuff, you got to nail that stuff late in games. In 24, they did. In 25, they didn't. I also found it pretty surprising last season. In 24, they were super aggressive, especially end of half situations, trying to get 3 or even 6. Last year, they weren't. And it happened week after week after week. And I don't know if maybe some of that is when Marcus is on the field instead of Jaden. Maybe some of that is you don't have Terry McLaurin and you don't have that much faith in being able to get chunk plays.
They had a lot of stuff that was off. And a lot of it was personnel. Same people weren't there consistently. And that makes a world of difference.
Totally. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. Training camp starts tomorrow. Official press conference kickoff is tonight. We are only about 3 weeks out, I believe. Maybe 2 from the first preseason game is the 14th of August. Today's the 28th of July. So that is a little over 2 weeks. And I'm curious. I want to have a fun conversation going down memory lane about preseason heroes, Lake Seastrunk, whoever it is. And talk about, I know who, for me anyway, is the all-time, the GOAT preseason hero. We'll get into that. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, and Nikki Jobvala will join us at noon.
Are you ready for some football? I certainly am. Training camp is here, finally, for the Commanders. Veterans report today in Ashburn. First official practice is tomorrow. There's no doubt, folks, after 5-12, well, 5-12, not very good. It's a big year 3 for DQ and DC.
I do fully expect this to be our most competitive camp that we've had, in going into year 3. And so those are good. That's what it's when you're kind of pushing everybody to see where we can get to.
Things happened yesterday. Commanders made a roster move, officially adding DB Rasul Douglas. Linebacker special teamer Nick Bellore put on the reserve retired list, and the Commanders parted ways with tight ends coach Ben Steele due to a violation of team policy. Baseball, Max Scherzer was on the hill for the other guys last night. Max Scherzer and the Blue Jays beat the Nats 3-2 Monday night. Still, though, even with the loss, Nats are one back still in the NL wildcard race. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All right, B, you want to hear something that lets you know it's training camp season around the NFL?
What's that?
Our friend Kyle Bailey from Charlotte. First Panthers training camp fight. Felipe Franks was involved. Helmet came off. Mike Jackson hurled Franks' helmet about 20 feet in the air at the end. Bryce Young in the middle of the scuffle trying to break it up. I don't know a lot about Felipe Franks. I believe he was the quarterback at Arkansas. I don't know his role with the Carolina Panthers. If I had to guess, he's a third-string quarterback.
I think he made the move to tight end.
Really? Okay. That's the kind of guys that get in fights at training camp.
Yeah.
Like,
trying to make team, sometimes you got to fight.
Sure.
I got in fight every day. Every day.
What was your biggest training camp fight?
Jump together.
Was there ever? Oh, yeah. Was that on the field or that was in the locker room, though?
That was on the field. That wasn't in the locker room. But I had fight like every other day, though. It happens.
Were you fighting every other day by like year 8? Like when you got to Philly? Like, did you ever calm it down?
Year 14. You get, when you're young, old guys that are threatened try to do stupid stuff and they think you're a rookie, you're supposed to take it. Nope. And as you get older, the young guys are trying to step to you, and you got to let them know I'm still who I was before, dude. So, and I had no problem throwing hands with dudes.
I believe it.
So but also knew, like, in some situations that you start a little fight, coach stop practice quicker. Some of them was done. Some of them was done with an intention of getting things to work out in the favor of everybody else. They knew what I was doing.
So my read on this situation, Felipe Franks, is this his first year? He's an undrafted former quarterback out of Arkansas trying to make the conversion to tight end down in Charlotte for the Panthers. He's currently listed via Ourlads as the 4th tight end on the roster. Mike Jackson, who threw his helmet, I believe is listed as the starting corner. And I have a feeling, if I had to just guess, Felipe Franks, 4th-string tight end, going a little too hard for July 28th. And the veteran corner starter is like, man, you better calm the bleep down.
Yeah, but I would tell them,
shoving.
Yo, dog, you here. I got to get here. But
I don't think either guy's wrong.
But you that bad. We can take care of this when we off this football field. Because sometimes you got to stand up for yourself. Because the guy who's already secured with a job, he don't want you to go hard. But if you don't go hard, you never get the attention of the coach.
Totally.
So you got to go. So if you don't want me to go hard, guess what? When I'm up, don't come with me.
Guess who is the 3rd-string left guard in Carolina?
Who that?
Sadiq Charles. Remember all the excitement around
the
Sadiq
big calves?
Charles? Yeah.
He had big calves. Everybody thought he was a good athlete.
Sadiq just had significant injuries. But you just said something interesting there. You're like, those guys might not want me to go hard, but I have to go hard to prove I can do the job.
Yes.
I just walked to get some water, and I heard Poet from WPGC. I don't know who she was talking to or about what. She's like, yeah, until you do it, you don't know you can do it, but that doesn't mean you can't do it.
Yeah.
And I just read, I want to salute our friend Martenzie Johnson that you saw last night from Notice Reporting. Has an excellent read on David Blau, where he talked to his high school coaches. He talked to his middle school 7-on-7 coach.
Wow.
His college coach. Talked to Blau, talked to Quinn.
He went way back.
Really good read. And I found this as an interesting quote from Blau, right? And I think this is the right approach, because David Blau has never been a play caller, never been an offensive coordinator. We're all aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
Blau said, I think everybody at some point who's made it to this level, whether it's our quarterback or head coach or head chef down there, probably feels imposter syndrome in some way. And then you prepare really hard and you believe in what you're doing, and there's a trust established between who you're doing it with, and it helps ease all that. Like, that's just honest. There are moments where when Stallion sat in the producer chair for the first time, when I sat here for the first time, like, you're like, oh man, can I do this? Regardless of the job. Like, if you're a lawyer and you get promoted to partner, you're like, oh man, can I do this? There's always that moment, but that moment doesn't have to define how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you have that moment, but the thing of it is, you also have to believe in you, because everybody gonna doubt you. But if you believe in you and you go through it the first day, and you're truthful with yourself, and you also want the constructive criticism, ask people what you thought, and then you start correcting things, you get there. And then all of a sudden, people don't remember that day that you started. You know what I mean? And then you see somebody else come along, and you have to be able to tell them, hey, just keep going every day. Consistency will get you where you want to go.
So, speaking of going every day, it happens every year. We have these players that kind of pop in training camp, especially now with social media. Like, some dude will make an outrageous catch on Saturday when the fans are there. It'll be plastered all over Instagram, and people will be like, yo, dude's got to make the team.
Yeah, and it'll be in, like, air drills. Nobody checking.
But I thought it'd be fun. It was a good idea from Stallion about talking about some of the preseason heroes of years past. I mean, one dude, now, sometimes preseason heroes, that's all it is.
Yeah.
But I remember a guy you played with and kind of mentored, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. In James Thrash.
Yeah, ran 2 kickoffs back.
Like the first preseason game.
Yeah. He became the talk. He became the hero. And he made me get off my butt and work even harder. Because I was like, hell, I had one, and then he had 2 of them. I said, okay, I better start balling. But, still around James. I was going to say James Thrash, because you watch how he played and the things he did. And then he got on the team, and he was still that electric guy you could do different things with, And one thing I'll tell you about James, dude asks questions. He believed in him, and when you gave him, if he was ever talking to a guy that was going to give him the wrong information, he'd have been going 100% doing the wrong information because he took what you said and he took it to heart.
And that's a dude. Draft status ends the first day of camp.
Oh yeah,
draft status does not matter once guys are getting hit. Now, can draft status make an impact year 2, year 3? On a GM deciding who they're going to keep, who they're going to cut on roster cutdown day? It does. It's a self-preservation league. GMs generally don't want to cut their own draft picks, especially Thursday, Friday night picks. But once players are out there, it's a meritocracy, man. You're going to earn it. And if you think about a dude like James Thrash, the size doesn't stand out, 6 foot, 200 pounds, undrafted guy out of Missouri Southern, played 12 years in the NFL.
I'll give you another one. Mike Sellers.
Sure.
Mike Sellers was a kid who, he wasn't old when he went to go play in Canada, he wasn't old enough to play. His mama had to sign his contract for him.
Wow.
And then he gets a chance to come play here. And normally it's a guy who runs a big run, a big return.
Did he play in Canada before he first arrived here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when normally you see a guy with a big run, a big return, a big catch, something like that. He was just head knocking people. You know what I mean? He was destroying folks. And they were like, he got to be on the team. 275, running as fast as anybody else out there. And it was just a wedge was nothing for him.
Sellers, Walla Walla Community College, goes to Canada, lands in Washington in 98, plays 14 games, was in Washington for 3 seasons, goes to Cleveland for a year. 02 and 03, he's not in the NFL because he's back in Canada, Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And then from 04 through 11, played here in Washington. Those are some fun years. Gibbs 2.0. Remember Clinton Portis holding on to Mike Sellers' back? They'd run the little halfback toss to the edge. Another undrafted guy, you know?
Alfred Morris.
Totally. He was a draft pick, but it was late. I think he was a 6th rounder.
But he was a hero.
Totally. and it converted.
And it stayed over for a long time.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Talking preseason heroes for this team. Who do you remember? Who do you think it could be? Juan is in Fairfax. What's up, Juan?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, bud?
So, pretty good. My thing is, I'm gonna say Darius Geis.
Geis was
I'm gonna say Darius Geis.
That was a wild ride, the Darius Geis era.
Yeah, that was a wild ride. Darius Geis had a lot of potential. He just didn't know how to put it to where he needed to put it to. You know what I'm saying? Darius Geis was talented. I like Darius Geis. But it was just he couldn't put it together.
No.
And I like Darius Geis.
But I remember we
but
were
I got
Go ahead.
I got a question. I got a question for B Mitch.
What's up?
So do you remember? And I know you were probably there, but there was a fight between Michael Westbrook and Stephen Davis.
It wasn't a fight. I was standing right there. It was a sneak. The dude was on crutches and got punched from behind. That's not a fight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you broke.
Appreciate you, Juan.
Yeah.
Darius Geis was a fascinating. How many NFL games do you believe Darius Geis played? This is a 2nd-round pick with a ton of talent.
6.
5.
Wow.
He started 1 game. This is 2019. The 1 game he started was the game that got Ron Rivera fired because he was dominant down in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember we were in New England, and we were in New England for a preseason game, and Geis looked electric. Then he went down and tweaked his knee, and I'll never forget, I see him in the locker room after. I'm like, you good? He's like, yeah, I'm good, man. Don't worry about it. This is preseason. Sure enough.
ACL, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't torn, but it was hurt.
Yeah.
And he had the knee injuries at LSU, and then he missed. He played week 1 against Philly, was completely inept. I believe that week 1 in Philly was also Terry McLaurin's breakout. Week 119,
big run.
right? Because that was Gruden's last year. But the game in Carolina was like, oh my God, Darius Geis could be something. So in his 5 NFL games, week 1 against Philly, 10 carries for 18 yards. Did have 3 catches for 20 yards. Then he missed a ton of time, went on IR. I broke that news way back in the day. Week 11 against the Jets, 7 carries for 24 yards, but he did have a catch for 45 yards and a touchdown. Week 12 against the Lions in a game Washington won, and they didn't win many games that year. 10 for 32 and 1 for 6. But it was week 12 in Carolina. 10 carries, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns. And it was like, oh my God, Darius Geis is that dude.
This is what we were looking for.
And then he plays again week 13 against the Packers, 5 carries, 42 yards, IR the rest of the season, and it never worked for that dude.
But things went way south too.
Let's try Will in Stafford. What's up, Will?
Hey guys, just got a hydro. Just coming for a hydro.
Huh?
Thanks, man.
I think he's talking to like a car.
Oh, what's up, bro?
Will, you're on the
Sorry,
radio,
guys.
dog.
Sorry, man. No, I was going to mention Ifeanyi Ololete.
Sure.
And Eddie Mason and David Terrell.
Yeah, Eddie Mason was one. Yep.
Yeah, Ololete was undrafted, and he was a stud.
Yeah, dude. Ololete played. I remember when they traded for Clinton Portis. Thank you for the call, Will. Appreciate you.
The number?
Portis offered Ifeanyi a bunch of money to get number 26. And then I do think there was some question if that money was ever paid.
Yeah.
But
I think that I think it was a case.
Ololete undrafted kid out of USC, 6'2", 220. I mean, for 3 seasons in Washington, he played every week. I mean, he started 25 games for the Skins in 02 and 03.
Damn.
I mean, he had 104 tackles in 2003. Was that Spurrier? Who was coaching in 03? Spurrier might have been 04. No, that was Spurrier.
Yeah, Spurrier that was his first
5'11".
5'11".
Not very
Not that good.
So, I mean, think about Oalete got 2 years of Spurrier and a year of Norv, probably. Oh, he got 1 Marty and 2 Spurriers. Man. Not very good. Gosh, you wonder what would have happened if he just let Schottenheimer run the damn team.
It could have been great things happening.
Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
What up, Shane?
JP, Mitch, on top of the morning to you fellas.
Same to you, bro.
All right, look, here's the thing. Patrick Ramsey, baby. Patrick Ramsey. Loved him. I don't, of course, the facts and everything just beat him down, but, I was a Patrick Ramsey fan, and so was this town for the time he was here.
Dude, I mean, talking about Spurrier got that kid killed.
Yeah.
Like, you wonder what happened.
Their blocking scheme was awful.
Yeah.
You know what, though?
Just 5 wide.
I like the Spurrier because I played for him, and he's from my hometown, so you know what? I love Spurrier. He's like a dad to me, and it is what it is. But I love Ramsey. He did get him killed, but he was a tough son of a, you know what? He was a tough son of a.
He was tough, dude.
Anyway.
He hung in there and got the bleep knocked out of him.
I would have been throwing the ball.
I mean, who was the. Appreciate the call, Shane. Thank you, buddy. Who was the starting quarterback for the Osaka game?
Don't remember.
W, look that up.
They look real good.
Skins preseason game in Osaka.
They look good.
Probably August of 2002.
He had game plan for that game. Boy.
Dude, he ran a double reverse Statue of Liberty in Osaka. I remember watching that at Megan Clifford's house because it came on super late at night. And me and all the boys were watching it, drinking beer when I guess we would have been legal by then, or legal-ish.
You weren't legal.
I mean, 02 I was probably 20, right? Because I turned 21 in September of 02.
Legal.
I was close, legal-ish. And I remember that excitement was through the roof. Steve Spurrier's dropping 50 in Osaka.
He led the preseason in scoring, and then that season he did nothing.
I'm pulling. I want the box score for this. All right, August 6th, 2001. So I guess I was 19 at this point.
He never left college in his mind.
I mean, we're going down memory lane in preseason. Let's do it. Steve Spurrier's first NFL exhibition game had a Florida-type result. The Washington Redskins threw early and often and won by more than 4 touchdowns, just as Spurrier's fun and gun Gators used to do in a 38-7 victory over the San Francisco 49ers in the American Bowl. The Redskins passed for 5 touchdowns, threw the ball 45 times, and ran it just 21 times. Spurrier even went long on 4th and 1, with Danny Warfel tossing a 31-yard touchdown pass over the middle to Darius Thompson. Winning and losing, nobody's going to give a darn 5 weeks from now, Spurrier said. But tonight there's a winner and a loser, and we're going home a winner.
Yep. And then he was getting that arse kicked the rest of the way.
It was overwhelmingly backups versus backups, and the more pressing concern for Spurrier was round 1 of a 3-way battle for the starting quarterback job. Sage Rosenfels had some early jitters, throwing 2 incomplete passes and an interception on the first 3 plays from scrimmage. He settled down, however, and threw touchdown passes of 65 yards to Thompson and 10 yards to rookie Robert Royal in the second quarter against the 49ers' backup secondary.
I can't wait to talk to Royal.
Spurrier, known for throwing his visor when his quarterbacks didn't play well at Florida, kept his composure during the early miscues. In fact, he wasn't even wearing a visor at the game played indoors in the Osaka Dome. I mean, we'll always have Osaka, B.
It was some hype, boy.
Listen to some of the names.
If he would have just been able to stay off that damn golf course over there, what was it? Bell? It was not Belmont.
I don't know.
It was a course back up in there. He lived on that course, and he was over there all the time.
Sure.
He'll leave practice early. He was on the golf course.
How about this one? The Redskins have competition at quarterback, guard, and receiver. Ross Tucker and Rod Jones opened up at guard, while Gardner and Green were the starting receivers. I could read this. I'm going to read this whole article during this commercial break. If you're on hold, stay there. We're talking preseason heroes for the Burgundy and Gold. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
So, wait a second. Did I just hear the guys mention the old ball coach?
5-11, not very good.
No, 5-12 is not very good either. And that's what the Commanders are trying to bounce back from as they get things going officially with the first practice tomorrow. Players report today. There are half a dozen NFL teams already in early for camp, so the Commanders, one of 26 remaining teams, that'll be getting things going by the end of today. We'll hear from head coach Dan Quinn. Tonight, he's expected to speak to the media 6 p.m. Baseball, Max Scherzer was on the mound against his former team. Mad Max pitching for the Blue Jays these days. Celebrated his 42nd birthday last night with the Blue Jays winning 3-2 here in D.C. Scherzer's 100th career start at Nationals Park could very well be the last time he pitches here in Washington. Even with the loss, though, the Nats stay one back for the final NL wildcard spot. Tennis, Frances Tiafoe knocked out first round last night, the Mubadala DC Open. Venus Williams will play her first round match tonight, 7:30. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Up, down. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Talking former preseason heroes for the Commanders. I've gotten some awesome tweets on this. A lot of people talking Danny Warfel, Shane Matthews. Going back a little bit further. How about this one, B? You got any file on this? Because I do not. This is from Scott Stanley. Says, help me with this name, White Brian. Raphael Cherry.
Raphael Cherry, that's before me.
Raphael Cherry was a fifth round pick in 85. He was a stud in preseason and made the team, but it didn't work out in the regular season. I don't even think he survived the whole season in Washington. I mean, this is a smooth looking Jerry curl on Mr. Cherry right here. Maybe call that a cherry curl. I'm saving one name for my GOAT. Now, I'm curious about this, B. Joe Jacoby, who you and I both believe should be in the Hall of Fame, he was an undrafted guy out of Louisville. He must have had a hell of a preseason, right?
Yeah, that whole offensive line, you saw looking at all those guys where they were drafted at.
And what about Neil Olkowitz?
Before me.
Before me, too.
That's Doc. Doc could tell us about Neil.
Doc, if you're listening, text us a couple of your preseason heroes because I bet you got some deep cuts.
He probably got a lot of them.
I want to let folks weigh in on the phones, however. Let's go to Ronald in Greenbelt. What's up, Ron?
Hey, JP. Hey, B-Mitch.
What's up, man?
B-Mitch, you remember, you're a punt returner. Remember Brandon Banks? This guy was great in the preseason.
Oh, yeah.
Came down to the last game of the season. I mean, the last preseason game. For him to make the team, he would take one like 60 yards or he would solidify his position.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it didn't pan out. But I think he went up to Canada for a couple of years. That guy was always exciting to me.
Yep.
Yeah, Brandon Banks was good in
Yeah.
Canada, I think.
Yep.
Remember the story? W, you might have to Google this so I don't mess up the facts, but I believe they were it might have been RG3's rookie year, like the week one in New Orleans, and Brandon Banks was like out at a club on Bourbon Street and like got stabbed.
No, I thought he got stabbed in D.C.
I thought it was like he was out the night before the game.
No. I thought
maybe guys just saw him out the night before the game.
I thought he got stabbed in D.C. at some club.
Yeah, you're right. Well, a DC
yeah,
nightclub.
yeah.
And that looked like it was after the season.
Yeah.
So the story I'm now telling is just a bunch of people saw him out on Bourbon Street Saturday night before week one against the Saints. That week one against the Saints was electric. RG3 hitting this move.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Matt in Ashburn. What's up, Matt?
What's going on, boys? How you doing today?
Good,
I remember Stuart Cravens. Stuart Cravens back in the day, heavy hitter.
Yeah.
Everyone thought he was going to be the next Sean Taylor, but then he just couldn't stay healthy in the end.
Yeah, he was more of a tweener size-wise than Taylor. I mean, Taylor had the size to play linebacker, but the speed to be a safety. Sua was kind of in between. No one
will ever compare to Sean Taylor.
Sure. He made a hell of a play in the Meadowlands where he grabbed an interception. in
Anyway, number 30.
36, I believe.
Sure.
I believe he wore 36 because in honor of Sean Taylor. I'll pull it. Obviously, things went very sideways with Cravens and the organization, but I follow him on Instagram. He's a good person. I think he's overcome a lot in his life. He's doing a lot of television work out in Los Angeles. I think he does USC because he went to USC. I think he did like pre and post. They eventually traded him to the Broncos. This is crazy. I mean, you remember the run of second-round picks Washington had and how bad they were? Cravens was 53rd overall pick. Ironically, I think that's the same. I think Sennett's a 53rd overall pick. 53rd overall pick in the 2016 draft out of USC. How many games do you think he played in for the Skins?
Cravens?
Cravens.
Mm-hmm.
11.
11 game.
And then they traded him to Denver. And he played 5 games in Denver, and that was it. In 2016, he had 3 starts, an interception, 5 passes defensed, a sack, and 34 tackles. Crazy, man. I got to be honest, I've never heard this name. Kurt is in Ashburn. What's up, Kurt?
Greetings. Doc may be the only person who's listening, if he is listening, who remembers this guy. But under George Allen, there was a guy named Bob Brunet. He was from Larose, Louisiana. He was a running back, and I'm telling you, preseason, he'd get the ball, and he didn't know from going left to right. It was between the tackles, and he'd rip off 6 or 7 yards every Thursday. But Allen had him for special teams. He rarely carried the ball in the game. It used to frustrate my buddies and I.
Bob Brunet, all right.
Yeah, the guy's going to have a big thing, and I'm not the only one. Antonio Williams. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
I hope you're right, man. That'd be great. That is a deep cut, Kurt. Shout out to you.
He wore 30 for a bit.
He wore 36 in the regular season.
He started off with 30, then he moved to 36.
That was probably rookie camp until somebody got cut, and then he got it. A deep cut. Shout out to Bob Brunet. 7th round pick in the 1968 NFL draft out of Louisiana Tech.
I was born then.
I
wasn't even born then.
He was born. He's from Larose, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Bob Brunet played 8 years in Washington, amassed 400 yards from scrimmage, 600 yards from scrimmage, 4 touchdowns. Bob put the ball on the ground a little too much. Hold on. 155 carries. He had 9 fumbles. that may have impacted Bob's time on the field. But
yeah, I remember back then they could break your arm and take the ball from you.
Different world. Eric is in Potomac. Eric, who's your guy?
What's up, B?
Hey guys, how you doing? Now this is the reason why we got this preseason trophy. Going back to the 80s, we're going back to Babe Laufenberg. Nothing better than watching Babe Laufenberg come in the second half of every preseason game and watching them try and make this great comeback. Why? Because I'm a 7-year-old kid sitting on my mom and dad's sofa praying that the Redskins are going to win that game, putting it in the hands of Babe Laufenberg.
Oh, Babe.
I love it. Did Laufenberg go on to some level of success with the Cowboys? Doesn't he?
He went down to Dallas.
He does Cowboys
he went to
media.
Dallas.
I know that.
Yeah, he went to Dallas.
That's Doc's dog.
We need more people in the world named Babe. Like, I don't know what, like Babe and Tiny. Like, we need names like that. I don't know how we.
Tiny is normally a nickname.
So is Babe.
His Babe is not his real name?
According to Pro Football Reference, his government is Brandon Hugh Laufenberg.
Well,
I know Babe Ruth was George Herman Walker Ruth or whatever, right? Babe Laufenberg, 6th rounder, 1983. I got a question for you, B. Mitch, about Babe Laufenberg. You know how we complain about the transfer portal and all this stuff?
Uh-huh.
I didn't think in the 80s they list Babe Laufenberg as going to Stanford, Mizzou, and Indiana. Which kind of, unless he played in Canada or something. Yeah, because he was drafted in, or maybe went to the USFL back then. So he was drafted in 83 by the Skins, but then his first start was with his first NFL game action. Now, he could have been on a practice squad, or I don't even know how things were run back then. But he never played a game for the Skins, an actual game. He started 16 games in his NFL career. I'm sorry, he was active in 16 games in his NFL career. 7 in Dallas. He started 1 game in Dallas. Started 6 games in 1988 for the San Diego Chargers. These numbers are not great. Played in 1 for the Saints in 86. This is the kind of random deep dive I am into. This I'm very curious about. Damien is in D.C. Damien, who's your guy?
Chad Dukes, 1999 preseason.
That's not the old show here. Chad Dukes. You nailed it, dude. It was 2000.
You remember Chad Dukes back in the 99 preseason.
I remember that name.
It was 2000. It had to be.
He was wearing number 32. I remember it was the second preseason game of 99 against the Bills, and he had a good run. And I was saying, that's the good old boys.
Appreciate the call, dude. Chad Dukes, undrafted running back out of Pitt, shows he was on the Skins roster, the active, for a game in 2000, and he must have been released because then he also had a game for Jacksonville. Had no carries, no touches in Washington. Did get 2 carries for 2 yards with the Jaguars.
So
you played with him in 2000. Or no, you were in Philly.
I was in Philly then.
Okay. I think he got his year mixed up, unless he was here in 99 for preseason and maybe stayed on the practice squad or something. This is a good one. Darnell's in Suffolk. Darnell, what's up, man?
All right, how everybody doing?
Doing good, man.
All right, I got a trivia for you all. I guess one of y'all producers might have told you the name already, but they called him the People's Corner.
Yeah, man. Jimmy Moreland. I remember that one well.
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember that. I think I might have come up with that nickname, honestly. I remember that very well. He came out of JMU, I believe undrafted. If he was drafted, it was a late round pick.
Mm-hmm.
But Jimmy had swag, dude. He
had that.
He played at
7th round
JMU.
pick, yeah.
He played at JMU, but he was a Miami kid. Like he's from South Florida. Had all the swag. He was Emmanuel Forbes before Emmanuel Forbes. This was not a big fella, but he had a nose for the football.
Yes, he did.
And especially in 7-on-7, 11-on-11 preseason, he would jump in there and get it. Jimmy Moreland was electric. He played 30 games in Washington over 2 seasons, had 1 pick, 1 forced fumble. I guess he played for Ron in 20, and then they must have released him, and he played for the Texans for another 7 games. Jimmy Moreland is an elite call. All right, when we come back, we'll give you our top preseason heroes for the Commanders at noon. Nikki Jabval will join the show. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, we've been having a fun trip down memory lane, talking about kind of some preseason heroes of years past, and now we're coming up with our best ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem, one thing that makes it tough, it's hard to find preseason stats.
Yeah.
They don't get maybe the attention they should. But there's one name that has been missing that is mine. I'll kick this off. I got to be honest here, Stallion. I don't know that I can go 3, 2, 1 like we usually do with GOATs, where we have our third, our second, and our first.
We can just go with the GOAT.
My GOAT, and there's a lot of them. Remember Marco Mitchell?
Mm-hmm.
Marco Mitchell had a good preseason, man. Colt Brennan, and rest in peace, obviously, sad stuff how his life ended. But Colt Brennan, quarterback out of Hawaii.
Yeah, Colt was
slanging it around in preseason. Just incredible, man. I don't even, that was early 2000s. And then like Colt Brennan and Cooley were running around in Arlington.
The Hall of Fame game that Colt Brennan had, I believe that was kind of like his breakout. That was awesome. That was incredible.
That was probably the year Art Monk and Darryl Green went in. So what year is that?
It was. I was there.
08 or something? Yeah.
I was there.
I was there.
I didn't have one drink.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
I had a lot of them.
That I believe. Gosh, can you get preseason stats somewhere?
No, dog. They don't normally keep that. You might find it somewhere rare, but it's not gonna be prevalent.
All right, so I don't know. I'm getting these from Wikipedia, so we can question the accuracy. During the 2008 NFL preseason with the Washington Redskins, rookie quarterback Colt Brennan led all NFL rookies with 411 passing yards, 3 touchdown passes, and a 109.9 quarterback rating. Completed 36 of 53 passes, 68% with no interceptions. The Hall of Fame game you mentioned, Stallion, he went 9 of 10 for a $123 and 2 touchdowns against the Colts.
Bald.
They also, it was a second half rally to beat the Colts 16-9 in that game. Against the Jets in the preseason, threw a 33-yard touchdown pass to seal a victory. He also was a baller at Hawaii.
Yeah,
Like,
he
his
was.
college stats are insane.
They threw it around, bro.
My GOAT, Colt Brennan. Stallion, who you got?
This is maybe a little bit of a cop-out because he actually did have a career in the NFL, but Cam Sims. Cam Sims coming out of Bama, being a tall, big receiver that can go deep, make crazy catches, that guy was intoxicating for this fan base. And I think that, like, with all the Alabama hype.
That's why Jeff said he was going to get 5 touchdowns that year.
Yeah,
I bet. Like, Cam Sims, like, I thought that guy was going to be a star. So I loved Cam Sims. He's one of my guys. And then also Steven Sims as well.
Yeah.
The undrafted guy from Kansas.
Yeah, I remember him.
He was good. Like, I till this day, call it Ashburn syndrome. That guy could play football. He should be returning punts and kicks. Actually, maybe not now at Jalen Lane, but before that, he should have been in there.
Steven Sims was electric.
He was good.
College football at Kansas, I believe. He was good, dude. And there's a story I can never tell on the air, but one of the best moments maybe in my career, a thing that I laughed at harder than ever. This was probably the beginning of the Ron era. It was definitely COVID. Steven Sims and Cam Sims standing next to each other on the sideline, laughing and joking about something that was just absolutely incredible. The two Simses, Cam Sims was 6'5", all arms. Steve Sims they listed 5'10". He might have been 5'8". They could both play, though. That's a good one. What about you, B? I'm curious.
James Thrash, Brandon Banks. Because I always look at the special teams guys. It was my start, and so I watched guys from that point on where these guys that come out here relatively unknown, don't have a chance in hell to make it, and then all of a sudden by the end of the training camp, you're like, they got to find a way to keep these guys on the team. So both of those dudes I would go with.
I mean, most recently, Tyler Owens kind of emerged as that guy.
Yeah.
It was
Tyler can run, bro.
He just kept flying to the ball.
As I talk to guys on the squad, you find out Tyler, like we always talk about who's fastest on the team.
Yeah.
Nobody said his name. He's probably fastest on the team.
He might be, dude.
Dude run 100 meters, numbers that Olympic people be running. So,
couple others. Marcus Mason.
I remember Marcus. Running back, right?
Did he go to prep? I feel like he was a local dude.
He was from somewhere around here.
I think he went to Georgetown Prep. Remember, Brian Westbrook played with you in Philly.
Yeah.
Remember his brother, I believe, Byron Westbrook?
Byron, yeah.
He might have gone to prep too. One of those two definitely did. And he was a monster in the preseason. I'm getting plenty of...
Brian was a monster in preseason too. Philly.
I believe. Remember Shar Portanesh? I think he kind of forced his way on the roster, right?
Yeah. I told you a story about Shar. Me and Shar.
Didn't see eye to eye?
Well, no, I got into a little discussion with him and he started crying. So I was like, nah, you can't be on our football team. You 6'8", 300-something pounds. You can't cry when I talk to you. What the hell if a D lineman start talking trash to you? What you going to do?
Undrafted guy out of Nevada.
But he's a big corporate real estate guy now.
Good for him. Born in Iran. I mean, that's an American success story right there.
I think another guy that
I'll tell you some stories off air.
Okay.
Our dudes used to be we would travel.
Mitchell Tinsley.
Sure.
I remember
Mitch
that.
Tinsley, that was a really fun time.
That wasn't very long ago.
That was a few years ago.
Yeah.
In general, your preseason all-stars tend to be running backs and receivers because they're able to make plays that catch your eye.
Yeah.
Tinsley ended up, I remember because my boy Weaver
He made the Steelers, right?
is a Bengals fan. No, he ended up with the Bengals.
Yeah.
And I remember they released him and the Bengals picked him up and Weaver was immediately texting me talking bleep. And Tinsley last year for the Bengals, because he's a Penn State guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Last year for the Bengals had he had 8 catches for 116 yards, but 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns on 8 catches. That's some productivity right there. Sam, I hope you're thrilled with that.
Did he catch one against us?
They didn't play him last year.
Preseason.
Yeah, maybe he did.
Yeah,
that does sound right.
He did.
That does sound right. Dub B, did you have somebody you wanted to add?
Yeah, how about Rob Kelly?
Rob Kelly.
Fat Rob.
Yeah, Fat Rob
Kelly.
Yeah.
Fat
Rob had a lot of moves, boy.
Yeah, dude.
Get upfield, dog. Stop moving. But Fat Rob was from New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yes.
His family had to get evacuated during Katrina.
Yes.
Good person, Rob Kelly.
I like
But
Rob, man.
he took his opportunity and maximized it. He made the roster. He was, you know what I mean? Like he probably played. I bet Rob Kelly has 2 or 3 years of NFL experience under his belt. What do you need to get the pension?
Mason went to Churchill, they said.
Oh, okay. Churchill. Then Westbrook might have gone to prep. Dude, I got the wrong Rob Kellys. Too many damn Rob Kellys. I got too many Kellys in my life.
Would you put up R. Kelly?
No. Rob Kelly, here we go. 6 foot, 230, undrafted out of Tulane, played 24 games for the Skins, started 16. All right. Good trivia question. We'll move on. Rob Kelly in his career in Washington, under 999 yards from scrimmage.
You say over under?
Over under 999.
For Washington?
His whole career was spent here.
Since you're asking the question, under. It's probably 989.
Stallion?
I'm going to say over.
Rob Kelly, 24 games, 16 starts, 1,006 yards from scrimmage in the burgundy and gold. 10 touchdowns, I would add.
Wow.
Yeah. 9 of those on the ground. Career average 3.9 yards per carry. Career average 6.3 yards per reception. Shout out to Rob Kelly. That was a lot of fun. Nikki Javala will join us next.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Commanders and 25 other teams join the rest of the league. We have a half a dozen teams already into camp. Commanders, one of 26, getting things started today. Veterans report to Ashburn. We'll hear from the head coach, Dan Quinn, tonight, 6 p.m. scheduled for him. And then the first official practice for training camp is tomorrow. Tennis, Frances Tiafoe, quick exit, knocked out in the opening round of the Mubadala DC Open last night. Venus Williams plays her first rounder tonight, 7:30. And Max Scherzer was on the hill for Toronto last night, pitching for maybe the final time in his career in DC. Blue Jays beat the Nats 3-2, but Nats are still only one back in the wild card race. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Chicori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Chicori jewelry in D.C. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the Eastern Seaboard. Appreciate everybody listening to us, watching us. If you are a podcaster or an Odyssey apper, appreciate you too. Excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our friend Miss Nikki Jabala from The Athletic. Hello, Nick. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I met Nicky's little son last night.
He's cool, right?
Cool as hell.
Yeah, man. How was happy hour? I'm sure you were thrilled to be there.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I always love that. It's nice that the team does that, I think. You know, so it was nice. You know, I always like free food too, so that'll never be an issue with me.
Very good. Very good. You know, they made me go to the studio and work all night to talk about Ben Steele being parting ways. You've done some digging on the tight end coach situation. Obviously, the legalities involved here are serious. He needs to handle the judicial process. From a straight-up football perspective, I don't think this is the biggest deal. It's not ideal, certainly, but like whatever your expectations are for Washington this season, I don't think the removal of Ben Steele even 2 days before camp, it changes your expectations. I'm curious where you land on that.
No, I have the same feeling on that. Yeah, it's not ideal. I would say more from a distraction issue. Like that's not how you want to open camp and how you want the focus on your team to be. But in terms of like coaching and the day to day and how they handle that room, I don't know that it'll be a huge issue. You know, Ben Steele was pretty new. I mean, they had hired him this season to take over for David Rye, who had been promoted. And they've had Ross Welker on staff. We don't know yet officially if he'll be the next guy, but I would imagine he would have some hand in how they handle the tight ends since he led them during minicamp. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal. But yeah, not a great way to start.
I do think you're better off dealing with it yesterday than letting it linger, and we're asking them every day, hey, where's Steele? Where's Steele? And you know what I mean? Like, I think if you're going to release him, you probably could have done it 2 weeks ago in the super dead period. But I do think getting it done before camp is the right move. As we get closer and closer to camp here, I mean, we'll talk to DQ and AP tonight. They're going to start playing football tomorrow. What are some of your biggest questions?
Yeah, I'm going to see how the offense looks, of course. You know, I think we all have sort of an idea of things we will see just based on Ball's background, knowing who he's been with as a player and a coach, and some of the pieces that he's emphasized throughout minicamp and OTAs. But I just want to see how it all comes together. You know, the other question, do they add to the receiving corps? Do they add to the cornerbacks room? I still think even with the addition of Rasul Douglas, that room is still kind of wide open. And I could see them adding help if somebody comes available or, you know, depending how the waiver wire shakes out after cuts. But But on the receiving side, there's a lot of talent still out there, a lot of veteran talent still out there. You know, might they go get Diggs? Is Debo even a consideration? So there's still room for a number of changes, and we've seen this team make some, you know, fairly significant moves late in camp or even right after camp. And then beyond that, of course, is the defense. You know, that's the side of the ball that's sort of been lagging over the past couple of years. You know, how different will it look? How much improvement can they make in their first season with Durante? So they got a lot of work to do this training camp.
For sure.
Is there anything that concerns you? You know, I know we're looking for new stuff. We see new stuff coming, but anything that concerns you about this team?
I don't know if concern's the right word. I guess it's more waiting to see. But, you know, do they have enough talent on offense? Do they have enough help for Jaden at the skill positions? Because I think the running back room was wide open. There are obvious questions at receiver, you know, that quote-unquote number 2 who's going to kind of carry the workload alongside Terry. And then tight ends, I thought Chig was really impressive in OTAs and minicamp. But, you know, do they have the depth there that they want? So that's one of them. I'd say the other one is, you know, the secondary. And again, it's more questions than concerns at this point. But do they have enough there? I mean, I like the guys they brought in, Nick Cross at safety. I like Amik Robertson. But do they have the talent to make a significant improvement? And they do need to make a significant improvement over the last couple of years to keep, you know, these big plays from happening, because that's how they've sort of spiraled.
Totally. Talking with our friend Nikki Jabvala here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Getting ready for training camp, and all of our training camp coverage on The Fan is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I don't even know what to call it anymore. For a period of time, it was an elephant in the room. Now it's like this obscure social media contortion. Brandon Ayuk. And you actually, between you and the Niners athletic reporter, talked to him. Or at least exchange texts. Can you get us up to speed on that exchange or conversation, if we can call it that?
I wouldn't go so far as to call it a conversation. It was more of an exchange. Yeah, I mean, I reached out to him as part of our reporting, you know, to, you know, try to talk to him amid all this, you know, at the very least, give him a chance to comment or weigh in if he wanted to. And I was fairly surprised that he did respond. I'm sure a number of people have hit him up, you know, amid all this. But he did. And honestly, like, his response read much like his Instagram posts have come across in recent months. Go Commanders, raise hail, you know, and the missing piece. But, you know, it was interesting. I mean, it fell in line with what he's been, his messaging, I would say, over the last few months. But I mean, to your earlier point, it seemed like a decent possibility, maybe back in February, you know, kind of looking at the team's roster, kind of looking at his situation, knowing that John Lynch said he, you know, wouldn't be a part of the 49ers going forward without knowing exactly what that would mean in terms of their timetable. It seemed like at least a decent possibility, but now I just don't, me personally, I just don't know how they could really make that work after all this. I think that would be I would never rule it out entirely, but I think it would be a hard sell at this point, especially when there is other talent available on the market. So I think the odds of it happening kind of lower every time he posts something on social media.
I agree.
The thing about it, though, he has to file for the reinstatement, right?
Correct. Yes,
and he said he's not doing that. So does he really want to play football or not?
Yes, that's a very fair assessment of the situation. And I think that's sort of the question that, you know, it'd be fair of the team to ask too, you know, like, do you really want to play amid all this? because there are some steps that have to be taken in order for that to happen. So yeah, it's an odd situation to say the least.
It really is, man. And I think it's gone far enough. Do you think Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are going to talk to us tonight? Do you think either of them, and it'll have to be presented in some sort of hypothetical manner, but do you expect either of them to present something that moves towards closing the door on this, or don't ask us about it again?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Because we got to ask them about it.
Yeah, we have to ask about it, but I could easily see them dodging it for one, saying he's under contract with the 49ers, we're focused on our players. I really hope Dan and Adam are not listening to this and they choose instead to give us a good answer. But that I would not be surprised if that's an avenue they take, or if they instead should focus like Dan has done multiple times and saying we really like the guys that we have, and then, maybe individually call out some guys like Van Jefferson or others he's mentioned unsolicited in the past. So I could see that. I could also see Adam saying, we're always looking to add new talent. He's said that before.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he has added talent late in camp. I mean, Noah Brown, others. So
when did they sign Vaughn?
Wouldn't be a total
they signed
shock.
Vaughn like 2 days before camp, didn't they?
2 days before camp, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, a lot is going to change to this roster. It happens to every team every year around this time. But there are ways for them to dodge it. I hope they don't. I hope they do put the kibosh on it, but I just...
How much can they really say,
they don't have great reason to, because they can't publicly say they were interested. So why would you publicly say you're not interested? You know what I mean?
Right.
Again, yeah. I really hope they're not listening to this and getting ideas.
I don't want to tip my hand, but my thought, and B is very good at, B and I play this game a lot. Like I ask him a question I want to ask the coach, and Nikki, you're an expert at this as well. Question for both of you. So it's AP and DQ sitting there. Question for both of you. This is not about any specific player or any specific situation. But have you ever encountered a player actively advocating to join your roster via social media? And how does that impact your viewpoint of the player? Isn't that at least answerable?
It's answerable, but I don't know that it fully encompasses the situation, too, because he's going well beyond just asking to join the team. This is asking to join your team while also trashing his current employers and refusing to take the steps to get reinstated and while also under contract and getting as one of the top compensated players at his position.
We've never had
they're extenuating circumstances.
Never had a player like that try anything, but if we had to deal with it, we won't talk to the person until they're released from the team that they're dealing with.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Non-IU division. Is there one thing you're going to be focused on the most? I still think this defense is going to be better. Now, is it marginally better? Is it significantly better? I don't know that answer, right? I think, unfortunately, like most of the NFL, if Josh Allen gets hurt, what the hell are we talking about in Buffalo? I think the rise and fall of the organization this year is going to be Jaden Daniels. Is there something else out there that you think is not being looked at enough?
I don't think anything rises to the level of Jaden. I think that's absolutely right. This team will go where Jaden goes. And you hope he can stay healthy and stay on the field, because I think that's ultimately what's going to decide their fate this season. Beyond that, I think the defensive line will be hugely important. And transparency, I don't have a great read on that group, because I felt like I had a good read at the start of camp last year, thinking they're bigger up front, they're focused more on the run, this could be better. And as soon as they, face the Patriots in that joint practice, you're like, oh boy, this is not great. And we may see a glimpse of that again, or they, may show the complete opposite. But it's just so hard to tell. And I think they really need that group to be really strong. They need a pass rush. They haven't had a solid one for quite some time. They've had guys step up and have like career years between, Dorrance was the latest, but they need that group to cohesively be strong. Those two groups, I guess you could say, Jaden and the D-line are hugely important.
Yeah, D-line is very important.
For sure. Do you think Styles can hit the ground running? Because he's looked great, but there's no pads or anything.
Yeah. I do. I guess it depends on what role they see him in. And like, I know there's this whole debate about who's going to line up next to Styles and will be Frankie. Like that to me doesn't matter in the NFL anymore. Who starts doesn't matter because everybody uses sub packages. The first 15 plays are scripted. Like it's just, they're both going to play. Who will get the bulk of snaps, we'll see. But to Styles, yes, I do think he can hit the ground running. I'm curious to see how they plan to use him. I know they want to move him around, but will it be primarily the mic? Will he be more outside? But I do think he has, IQ, clearly the size and athleticism. I think he could be, a quick impact player for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Can't wait.
Yeah. How do you feel knowing you've enjoyed hanging out with your son for most of the offseason, and now there's this mix of fun, excitement, a little bit of anxiety, and knowing the work that's coming over the next 5-6 months? How do you feel?
Yeah, I think it's that mix, like heartbroken to not have the time with as much time as I've had with him because I love being around him.
He's a little guy, of course.
But also looking forward to having more of that structure because I need it. I need structure. It's important. I need it. I need deadlines. But no, I'm excited. I'm ready to get going.
Yeah.
You know?
We'll be reading. We'll be listening.
Like the first day of school.
Yeah, totally. It's at Nikki Jobvala. Read her work in The Athletic. We're about to talk about Vita Vea. If you're just looking at a Flores style defense, a player like Vea would help a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any possibility there?
That would be really interesting. That'd be really interesting. I'd be.
What would you have to give up?
Curious what it would mean for Duran.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But that could be interesting. I haven't looked at his contract. I know he's been angling for one, but I haven't looked at the numbers yet.
I think he making like 17.5 million a year.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's not bad. But he's going to want a new deal package.
Yeah, he's like the 15th or 19th highest paid or something like that. They were saying.
Yeah. All right. We're going to dive into Vita Vea next. Nikki, thank you for the time.
Appreciate
Great reporting. Getting Ayuk to respond to you. Seriously.
Sure. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Nikki Jhabvala, give her a follow. Nikki, Nicki, Jhabvala, Jhabvala. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out on vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Ruud.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
This update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. You just heard the guys talking about it. Camp commences for the Commanders beginning today. Veterans are in. First practice is tomorrow out in Ashburn. First day open to fans will be a week from Saturday, and we are just over 2 weeks away from some football now. Preseason opener for Washington Friday, August 14th against Miami. An old friend in town last night, Max Scherzer on the mound for the Blue Jays. Toronto knocked off the Nats 3-2. Scherzer celebrating his 42nd birthday, likely making his final appearance ever as a player in D.C., his 100th career start at Nats Park. Even with the loss, Nationals stay one back in the NL wildcard race. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. If you missed any of our conversation with Nikki Jabvala, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, or check it out on Instagram, YouTube, wherever you get your content. That's where we're at. All of our training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. B, let's have a talk about Vita Vea, right? It's funny, man, because two players that are often compared are Vita Vea, who was the 12th overall pick in 2018 coming out of University of Washington, UW, and then Deron Payne, who was the 13th overall pick in 2018 coming out of Alabama. Deron Payne stands 6'3", 320. Vita Vea stands 6'4", 350.
Big boy.
Different players, but somewhat similar. Vea is more of a traditional kind of true nose. Payne has more versatility on the interior, I would say. And Vita Vea is unhappy with his contract down in Tampa. I find this kind of surprising, but I guess it was coming off an injury. Vea signed a new deal in 21, I want to say, because after his rookie year. I'm a little surprised. He got an extension in 21, 4 years, $71 million, average of about $17, $18 million. Deron signed a much larger contract. Now, granted, Deron played out his rookie deal and then played on a tag. So by the time he got to get paid, salaries were that much higher.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of an interesting thing. So
when you get locked up?
23.
I'm just saying, when you get locked up is what dictates that money.
And then he renegotiated in 23 and signed a 4-year deal then, which got him to 22.5. You could argue, I think, Vea's been the more impactful player throughout his time. He's got 2 Pro Bowls under his belt. He won the Super Bowl with Tampa when Brady was there. Payne's been a Pro Bowler once. Both players have been remarkably durable for that position. Deron has really not missed much time in his career. Vea has missed more. In 2020, he had a knee injury, missed a lot of time. But over the last 4 or 5 seasons, both durable. Deron more durable. Deron, if the number one ability is availability, then Deron is right there. What's interesting for Vea is he has now put in the trade request with the Bucs. According to Ted Nguyen, he wants to go to a California team or the Raiders. If you're talking California teams, you got Rams, Chargers, Niners, and then the Raiders are in Vegas. Payne, to his credit now, multiple times. That was me flipping the paper. Sorry. Payne, to his credit, multiple times has played in the final year of his contract without issue. He did it when he got tagged. He did it on the tag. Then he got paid again. Now he's planning to do it again this fall. He was at every workout I watched. Like, there was no, hold in or any of that stuff. Deron Payne is all. Vita Vea turned 31 in February, I believe. Payne is 29. Deron entered the league at 21, I believe. You also have the added, perhaps hurdle, if you view it that way, that Tampa has this Vita Vea situation, but they also have a Baker Mayfield situation.
Yeah, you got
him too. Where Baker is going into the last year of his deal, which generally quarterbacks want a new deal. I don't think Baker has a dime of guaranteed money on his deal this year. Next year is a void year. So you've got the quarterback situation there in Tampa as well. But I believe Baker, as reported, is, hopefully working through this with Tampa, but there's certainly no certainty on it. Bucks don't have a lot of cap space. I think they've got around 10 mil, maybe less than 10 mil in cap space. They are towards the bottom in the NFL with how much cap space they currently have. But the thing to keep in mind is if they reworked the Mayfield deal, they would generate more cap space because they would convert some of his current cap number, which I think is around 30 mil, to bonus structure that would actually give them more space. If you're talking about just a California team for Vita Vea, the Niners have a ton of cap space. The Chargers have a ton of cap space. The Rams are kind of middle of the pack. Let's do this. Let's start with the California teams because that's where the reports are he wants to go.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams just traded for Myles Garrett, and it's widely believed Aaron Donald comes back. Now, maybe he doesn't come back till like mid-October or something. I don't think the Rams are going to go shopping at the Vita Vea store. Do you?
No.
The Niners, I think, are kind of interesting. They got a ton of space. There's not a team in the NFL that can't use a player like Vea. I would say the Chargers are kind of interesting as well.
Chargers might be the one.
Yeah, you think?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Because I saw this, maybe it was Mark Bullock. I saw this from somebody that's like, if you're going to play a 3-4, an aggressive 3-4, a Brian Flores type defense, having a true stud nose helps you a lot. That's probably what the role they signed Tim Settle for.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who having Vita Vea would really help? Sonny Styles. I mean, just a real block eater.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there is a big percentage chance this actually happens. I don't know what a package would have to look like for Washington. I don't know that Tampa would be interested in a swap of Payne for Vea. I'm curious what you make of this.
I don't make nothing of it. Once he said he wanted to go to a California team or the Raiders, I'm like, okay, he's not trying to come here. And they've addressed multiple positions on defense, and they're not going to do a swap for a player.
Tampa or Washington?
Tampa's not. They're going to want more if they try and do something. And does what they want affect your team? Does it disrupt your offense or your defense? What are they going to ask for?
The one thing I find interesting, and I'm curious if you agree with me, there's a report that he wants to go to Cali or play in Vegas. That may be true. But should the Ravens or the Packers or the Falcons be like, hey, we'll give you 2-year, $55 million and guarantee 22 of it? I think all of a sudden he's open to playing in Wisconsin or Ohio or Tennessee.
But does
I think this is a money thing.
Does Washington have that type of money to be able to spend on Vita Vea?
Do they have it available? Yes. Would it be the most prudent decision? I don't think so. Currently, the Commanders have the third most effective cap space in the NFL per over the cap. I personally see this and kind of think Vita Vea ends up playing at Tampa. I don't know that he'll get a deal, but I don't know that late July, early August, a 31-year-old, very big, very effective, but very big player is going to have the most robust trade market. I don't know if you agree with me there.
Depending on how close the defense think they are.
Now, he played 17 games last season, had 4.5 sacks, 34 tackles, hit the quarterback 13 times. Like, he's a good player. He's 2 years removed from a 7-sack Pro Bowl season. Sack numbers aren't the best thing to track for big guys in the middle of the defensive line.
Space eater.
I don't believe, like, my gut tells me where he will end up is Tampa. Now, odds makers, they have a list of odds assuming it's not Tampa. So it's always important when you see these like trade odds coming from odds makers. One, these are all offshore books. American books can't offer this. Although that's all changing with these predictive markets. I don't really know like how Kalshi and Poly market because they seem relatively unregulated, and I think they're trying to rein them in. I don't know if you saw this. The NFL just sent a letter to Kalshi and Poly market, very unhappy with the draft betting the predictive markets allow, to the point where it seems like this is now the second letter the NFL has sent about this, that they want to remove those odds.
Yeah, until they give them some level of partnership with them. Then they'll go
percentage or
right
something.
along with it. That's not about trying to stop Kalshi. That's about trying to become a partner.
Might be. But regardless, when you see odds like this, it is more about if they don't stay where they are. But according to, this is Bet Online, Stein? BetOnline.ag. The Rams are even money to land Vea. Then the Chargers at 2-1, the Niners at 4-1, Vegas at 6-1.
The thing about the Rams, for some reason, the Rams just operate differently than people. Everybody else try to go draft. The Rams say, we got them, we can get them right now, let's go get them. Like
F them picks.
We both basically said we didn't think the Rams would, but if they were to, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
I agree with that.
So.
I don't think it will happen because you think you have Aaron Donald coming. But if you're just trying to build the best team you can, go get Vita Vea. He helps your team.
If Vita Vea is in the middle and Aaron Donald comes, and you got Myles Garrett, how do you block them? I'm just saying.
Good luck.
So I think Sean is the type of person where if I have that advantage, I'll take it.
It is B. Mitch and Finley. Vita Vea apparently wants out of Tampa. Would you be interested? What would the offer look like? Because I don't think it's, if you could do a Payne Vea straight up swap, would you want to? You're getting 2 years older.
2 years older.
With less positional versatility, but maybe he's a little better straight up at the nose. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You send an AP a tweet that says, go get Vita. Hit us up now. The Rooster gracing us with his presence. I'm going to let my guy Joe start this off. Vita Vea, available apparently down in Tampa, or at least he says he wants out. You think Washington should make a call? Where do you think he ends up? Joe is in Rockville. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you. So I would definitely go after him. This is the other thing that's going to help Jaden. If we're able to stop offenses, we're not playing from behind. We can establish the running game. We can use our wide receivers. We're going to have the ball more in our hands. Why would you not go after him? He missed you are very funny. I love the way you set it up. You know, who's going to block him if he goes to the Rams? That was classic comedian. That was funny. Anyhow, why would you not go after him?
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call. Why would you not go after him? Because it's going to probably cost you something.
Yeah.
I don't see it as all that viable because you got to pay him.
You got to pay him. And I don't know if they want to pay somebody that type of money right now.
Like, you can argue Vea's better than Payne, but how much better?
That's the question.
But it's marginal, right? Like, say you view Payne as a 7, you view Vea as an 8.5, something like that. Does that seem fair?
Seems fair.
Like, are you going to trade for a dude that's 2 years older and pay him? The contract he'd probably be looking for is similar to the Dexter Lawrence contract he got with the Bengals, where I think they guaranteed 2 years at like 28 a pop. And I would argue Lawrence had been better than either Payne or Vea and is Payne's age, not Vea's age. So, like, to acquire somebody like that, just the contract's really complicated. The Cowboys paid up for Quinnen Williams when they traded for him. I just don't think this is a simple discussion.
It's not. And the thing of it is, every time someone becomes available, we open up the phone lines and everybody always want to go get the people. My mind is, how you going to pay for all these people? Because, like, everyone's immediately is already worried about when Jaden's going to get paid. So if you start paying everybody, you won't have money to pay him, right?
Right.
So eventually you got to take what you have and make it the best you have, make it the best team you can have possible. You can't just go grab everybody. And the thing about this one that annoys me, he's better than him a little bit, but he's older than him too. And we all talk about how old we were. We had that yesterday. We talked about that little list. We're the oldest team. We're going to get older?
Well, speaking of that, we haven't discussed. They got younger yesterday. I meant to bring this up earlier with the retirement of Nick Bellore. Bellore, you talk about a good career. I think 15 years undrafted out of Central Michigan, core special teamer the last 2 seasons
made
here.
His money, brother.
Assuming that was a retirement, congrats to him. Kind of all I have to say on that one. Like that's pretty impressive, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you undrafted, you play 15 years, and there'd be somebody say, oh, he was playing special thing. He didn't start, he made more money than you. So, I mean, let's be real. He made a hell of a career out of something, and I tip my hat to him.
Absolutely.
But they got a little younger, so we're going to go right back and get back old again.
Well, I mean, they marginally got younger just by the roster machination of moving Bellore to the retired list. And what is Rasul Douglas? 30, I'm guessing?
Something like that.
So that's a 7-year difference.
Drop off.
Yeah.
And then you go get another guy that's 20.
that put them, that was the actual roster move. I guess Douglas hadn't officially signed until yesterday.
Yeah. Or they had to make moves to make sure before they could say something.
Although Rasul Douglas turns 31 in the end of August.
That's a 6-year drop off, and then the call of saying like get rid of him and try to, so Deron goes and he comes in. That's 2-3 years right there, right?
Yeah.
Again.
Stallion, you put it on here. Do you want them to go get Vea? Do you think that's viable?
I mean, like, if you're not going to give up a lot, I would. Because I think you kind of mentioned it there. Like, that helps out Sonny Styles. It helps out the rest of the defense. But I think with Durante Jones, just from our understanding of it, he's going to run a 3-4 offense, but also a 4-3. And just kind of mix in a bunch of different things there. if you're going to go with a base 3-4 and you're going to be in that, let's say 80% of the time, then Vita Vea is the obvious answer there, because I don't know if Deron Payne can be a standard nose tackle. Like, I'm actually higher on Payne than most people, but I think Vita Vea is a really good player that helps his team win now. And then also, by the way, just kind of laying the obvious out there, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters kind of have to win this season, especially Dan Quinn at this point.
Yeah.
So I think Vita Vea, like, that is a surefire Pro Bowl type player that helps you win right now.
I agree, but Peters has a different vision, presumably, than Quinn does. And, I mean, he does help you win, but you also have to pay him. Like, if you thought you could acquire him and he's staying on this deal, that he's just not. And I think if he's saying he wants to go to California, there's probably some merit to that. I also saw Booger McFarland won a Super Bowl with the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first Super Bowl they won, that Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, John Lynch defense. Just absolutely nasty defense. And Booger quote tweeted the report that Vea wanted to be traded and said, what's the family down there that owns the Bucs? I'm all of a sudden blanking on it. The Glazers.
Mm-hmm.
Said the Glazer family doesn't negotiate in public. So I have a feeling, like, if I had to do 100 chips on where Vita Vea ends up, I think he ends up right there in Tampa playing.
Very possible.
Because you know what else? I've said this about Trey Amos and a ton of players. It's July 28th. Maybe they convert some of his salary to guarantees in mid-August.
Yeah. But, like, my thing is, bro, for the life of me, I just wish one time somebody get released and we don't think we got to be involved with it. Let's build the team you have. They've added people here. Deron may not be exactly a 3-4 guy, but they're not going to be in a 3-4 80% of the time. Settle, Deron, you got guys. Let's hope they get better. And with the aggression of Durante's mindset with the defense, that may make the team better. You don't have to, every time somebody comes, no matter what age the person is, we want them. No matter if they stable or not, we want them. And we want to give them all the money. You can't pay every damn body. Sometimes you just got to build what the hell you have and make it better.
Sneak one call in here. Byron's in San Antonio. What's up, B?
Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing?
Doing good, brother. What's happening?
Hey, don't go get them. People got to learn how to coach in Washington. Everybody wants the new shiny toy. The hell with the new shiny toy. Coach what you got. Draft, build, because you're right, B. Mitch. You can't pay everybody, and we got to pay Jaden. So, yeah, just build it through the draft and just blitz, and rotate people. Y'all have a good one.
All right, babe. Thanks, Byron. Appreciate you, man. When we come back, time for NFL Buy or Sell.
Let's all pat ourselves in the back. We made it through another long summer. Football is back. Training camp starts for the Commanders with veterans reporting today. First practice is tomorrow out in Ashburn. What is no doubt a very big year 3 for Dan Quinn in D.C.
I do fully expect this to be our most competitive camp that we've had, in going into year.
Well, for the Commanders, they're going to have a preseason game coming up just 2.5 weeks away for them. First one is August 14th against Miami. Max Scherzer was in town with the Toronto Blue Jays last night. Scherzer's 100th career start at Nats Park. Nationals lose it 3-2, but they still are just one game back in the wild card race in the NL. And tennis, Frances Tiafoe was knocked off a surprise last night, knocked out in 3 sets. Opening round of the Mubadala DC Open, Venus Williams is in action playing her first round match tonight at 7:30. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Time to go around the league. We've been really focused on the Commanders today. Talk some baseball.
Jim Bob and Cooter.
The offensive coordinator?
No, this says it. Jim Bob and Cooter. Our background music.
You can tell Luigi's in for Jeff today. It's been a different show as far as the bumper music. Stallion, you're up though, dude. We're going around the league.
Yeah, no, we got some Commander stuff in here as well, and we'll start on with it. Jaden Daniels enters the season with the most pressure of any quarterbacks. B. Mitch, are you buying or selling that?
That he has more pressure than every quarterback?
Yes.
No, I don't think he has more pressure. I think Josh Allen is getting to the point where he has more pressure than Jaden.
Around the league, you're saying?
Yeah, around the NFL.
Josh is getting to the point where you got to get over that hump, dude. And I don't think Jaden is in a point where you need to go win a Super Bowl. I think he has to get back to the form he had in 2024, but I don't think he has more pressure than Josh or even Lamar. Because right now, Lamar's trying to get a new deal here. You got them to choose you over the coach. Now, it's about what you do now, brother.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Lamar and Josh Allen face the most pressure because they right now are riding the can't win the big one tag. And if it's fair or not, it just is. And overcoming that is really difficult. So I'm with B there. I think until you get it done, you haven't. Now, I do think there's a good amount of pressure on Jaden, but I don't think it's Lamar, Allen. I mean, at some point, is there pressure on Herbert? The way we keep talking about him?
How about let's going up to Cincinnati?
Burrow
gets hurt as much as anybody in this league, and he hasn't won it yet. Yeah, he went to a Super Bowl. He ain't win it.
Yeah.
So the pressure has to be on him, too.
I agree. Let's take a trip over to the AFC with, speaking of Josh Allen not winning big games, it's typically because of the Chiefs. Are you buying that the Chiefs are no longer the team to beat in the AFC?
It's going to be hard for me to believe that. If Pat gets back healthy, I still think they're going to have something to say about it. I don't know if one team has totally flew past them. I think some teams have gotten better, but I think if Pat is healthy, you still got to go through the Chiefs.
I don't know that answer. White Brian, what does Vegas have as far as AFC favorites? I imagine it's Bills, Broncos. I mean, Pat was healthy last year, and they were losing that division to Denver. Denver's built a hell of a team.
To see if it'll go again, because now the coaches start dumping on the quarterback. We're going to see if that continues.
Yeah, I mean, they made the playoffs the last 2 years, but winning that division, breaking the Chiefs' run in the AFC West was a big deal. What do the odds makers say of the AFC?
Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Chargers, in that order.
Am I the only one that finds it remarkable that the expectations remain so high on the Ravens despite bringing in a rookie head coach?
No, you're not. I just say this. We see people who make these runs and then they stumble and somebody else wins and then this team. No. I need to see a team do something consistently. And I don't know if those teams going to continue doing it consistently like the Chiefs did.
Yeah. I mean, the Bills have probably been the most consistent like playoff contender, but they haven't been able to get over it. You know, they haven't even gotten to a Super Bowl. I think that's the difference with Burrow, why people view him a little differently than Allen and Lamar, is he at least got to a Super Bowl. He beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead. Yep. But it does feel a little changing of the guard in the AFC because of the Mahomes injury. But the fact that he's already cleared and on the active is just like another example of Mahomes being just a different cat.
A different dude.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
The guy is different. And speaking along the lines of Mahomes, Caleb Williams had a lot of Patrick Mahomes comparisons with all the different crazy throws. And year one for him was not good. Last year, he definitely took a step up. But will Caleb Williams have an even bigger season than what he had last year? You buying or selling that?
If he can become more accurate, I'll buy it. But completing like 50-something% is not getting it for me.
58.1% completion last year, under 4,000 yards, just under 3940. 27 touchdowns against 7 picks. He just misses too much easy stuff, and people get so excited about the dramatic game-winning stuff, which obviously really matters. I would say the Bears are one of the most interesting teams in the NFL this season because, like, how much of that was fool's gold? How much of that was very real?
We're about to find out.
They had a rookie head coach. I'm trying to pull it real quick. I feel like their point differential had to be fairly minimal, man, because they won a lot of squeakers, dude.
Right then, yep.
I'll look for that. All right, so they scored 440 and gave up 415. So that's what, a 26-point differential? That is
440 and 415?
441 and 415.
Oh, 41, all right.
I mean, those are tight margins to live from, man.
Yep.
Doesn't always work that way.
That's not going to last like that all the time.
It's not. And I think a lot of people, this is our next buy or sell topic here, a lot of people expect Washington to make the playoffs. Are you buying the idea that the expectation for Washington should be a playoff team?
If the defense plays anywhere close to what they're expecting, yes. And I don't see why you don't expect them to come out and play better. Because what they were last year was awful.
Yeah.
So
I think defensively, how much better is better? Because you could go from 31 to 30, and that's not enough.
You got to be higher than that.
You go from 31 to 21, and then Jaden Daniels is Jaden Daniels. I think all bets are open. Like, those are the two things. Defense has to be notably better. How significant is that? I don't know. Could that be they're the 20th best defense, but they get a couple turnovers going their way? Like, just to my earlier point about point differential, and everybody's talking about how good the Bears were last year. The Bears went 11-6 and won a playoff game. Over the course of the regular season, they were 26 points better than their opposition. The Packers, who went 9-7-1, were 31 points better than their competition. The Vikings, who somehow scratched together a 9-8 season, were 11 points better than their competition. And the Lions, who did not make the playoffs, went 9-8, had by far the best point differential in the NFC North at plus 68. So, like, I don't know. I consider that Bears team, the numbers would suggest it's pretty fluky.
What the Bears did last year is very much what we did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And we saw when you don't have all that stuff working perfectly, what happens? How many times this year you going to get down and try to come back and it's going to be an interception instead of a touchdown?
A lot of questions.
But, dude, looking at the NFC, right? If you want to see the level of dominance displayed by the Seahawks and the Rams, both of them, the entire NFC South had a minus point differential. Tampa's was the best at -31. The Panthers won it at -69 with an 8-9 record. The Lions missed the playoffs, but had the third highest point differential in the division at +68. Washington, for the record, came in at -95. That tells you a pretty good story there. But the Seahawks,
Not that good.
The Seahawks and the Rams were so dominant last year. Seahawks were a +191 in the regular season, and I can only imagine what that was in the playoffs. And the Rams were a +172. I mean, you can add up. You might be able to add up third, fourth, and fifth, which would be the Niners, the Lions, and the Eagles, and it might not add up to the Rams at number 2. Like there were 2 dominant teams in the NFC last year and a bunch of other guys.
Yeah, there's a couple quarterback battles this year, but I think we've talked about the Browns quarterback situation, but one that we haven't really talked too much about is Kyler Murray over in Minnesota. Are you buying the idea that Kyler Murray could win that job and be Kevin O'Connell's guy?
I am.
I think he can buy it, and I think Kevin O'Connell can help him. But I think for it to work, Kyler Murray going to have to take a step.
I think Kevin O'Connell might hate J.J. McCarthy. Like, if you just tried to read between the lines down the stretch last season and decipher some of the stuff that was being said, like, I don't think they brought Kyler in to light a fire under J.J. I think it was, this dude has electric talent. If we can get him right, we don't have to deal with J.J. So do I buy that Kyler Murray has a real opportunity? Yes. Do I think he will convert on said opportunity? I'm not so sure.
I think that's fair. Terry McLaurin enters camp healthy, and having a full camp is going to be huge, but do you think it'll make a real difference for this Commanders offense in 2026? Having a healthy Terry, no holdout, no hold in.
Yes. Yeah.
Bye.
I very much buy on that. I've been
Buying
seeing
like hell
in the fantasy community, or guy Josh Norris, like guys like that are like, dude, McLaurin's getting drafted way too late. Now, for our listeners in like DC-based fantasy football leagues, that probably won't happen. But around the country, I think people forgot how good Terry was with Jaden healthy, like the 2 of them healthy, and I think it's a huge opportunity for McLaurin, especially with. I think the 10 targets a game conversation from David Blau is not necessarily real, but just the point of making Terry a consistent.
More viable, yeah.
Yeah, like we got to make sure we get this guy touches. I think that's very real. Like, I don't think there's actually a number
Every
attached
coordinator in the league build their offense to try and get their best receiver touches, except what we had last year, 2 years ago.
Right.
They just say, we're going to just go out there. No, you draw it up for him. If he's the best, draw it up for him.
And hopefully we get that this year with Terry McLaurin. But ESPN's Dan Graziano reported you had something there, JP.
Yeah.
What's up?
Jalen Carter, Philadelphia Eagles, $152 million extension with $106 million in guarantees.
Whoop. Got paid.
I mean, it kind of seemed like that wasn't going to happen, and I was shocked by that. But
he just signed it?
Yeah, I want to.
And Howie Roseman, brother.
That's why when it's like, man, there's no money to do things.
You can find a way.
Philly finds a way. Okay, yeah. Schefter. Eagles are signing 2-time Pro Bowl selection Jalen Carter to a 4-year, $152 million extension worth up to $160 million, including $106 million guaranteed. That now makes him the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. I mean, he's an all-world talent, man. He's been an all-world jerk at points too. So that's a
hey, when you can play, they keep that jerk around.
Yeah. I mean, Philly is loaded. I kind of think he might be the best interior defensive lineman in football at this stage. I'm sure Chris Jones would have something to say about that. I'm sure maybe Dexter Lawrence would have something to say about that. That's a big deal in Philadelphia. Wow. All right, Stallion. Sorry, back to you, dude.
All good here. So, Dan Graziano reported, or kind of just said that Deshaun Watson may have the upper hand over Shedeur Sanders in that Browns starting QB competition. Are you buying that the Browns could go back to Deshaun Watson in 2026?
100%. All that money they paid him, they want to see one more time if he can get it done. They're going to try it again.
Who was it? I heard Jerry Jeudy had like a video kind of making clear he thinks Watson should be the starter. I don't know how real that is. I don't know how real anything on the internet is anymore. Listen, man, there's certain athletes that become flashpoints around the world, and everybody just uses them to grind out content and like get eyeballs and just kind of suck up the attention machine. There's no way Shedeur played at a level last year that means he shouldn't face competition. And I'm not sure Deshaun Watson's background and situation is all that clean either. But like Shedeur last year, I mean, what did we just say about Caleb Williams? He doesn't hit the easy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur Sanders completed 56% of his passes with 7 touchdowns and 10 picks. Now, if you want to say that's a young player learning, I get that. But if they have a dude under contract that makes $40 million a year, and the owner's like, yo, I finally want to see this guy.
Yeah, I'm not sitting him on the bench.
That is, the numbers do not dictate that Watson doesn't get a chance. And we don't have to make this about anything but the football play. This doesn't have to be about prior suspensions or whose father is who. Like, just the one dude's making $40 million and has never played, has been hurt the whole time he's been in Cleveland. This dude got to play 7 games last year, and it was fine. Like, if you wanted to wrap yourself into a pretzel supporting Shedeur Sanders, I'm sure there's an avenue for that, but the numbers don't suggest it.
I think that's a fair point there. I read this the other day, guys, and yes, I read this.
You don't read.
I do read sometimes
Books,
when I
Jerry.
want to. Not books. I'm not a book
Man,
guy.
he looks at pictures.
I look at pictures. I'm a picture book guy.
Yeah.
So, I read this the other day where contract holdouts, hold-ins actually hurt the team more than the actual player itself, because everyone likes to talk about the player, but how does it impact the team? And I think in this article, they just kind of showed, at least myself, that it actually hurts the team a little bit more. Do you buy that narrative that we're suggesting here?
Well, normally the person holding out is normally one of the better players on the team. And if that person doesn't get that full training camp, that person gets hurt. And who are going to be hurt because of it? The team, for the most part. So I could buy that. But I think a player hurts himself too sometimes, not all the time, sometimes.
You're saying injuries or hurts like their standing?
Hurts just their standing. It's just kind of everything under that umbrella, if that makes sense.
It shouldn't, but it does. Because I think way deep down, fans will start to call a player greedy, even though they are operating in an extremely finite period of time where they're able to capitalize to the fullest extent on their bodies, which get beat to hell. So players should fight for every dime they can get.
Hell yeah.
In a
I'm
sport
with that.
without guaranteed money. But I think it does impact a player's standing in the fan base's eye right up until they catch a touchdown or make a sack. Like, I think fans are quick to forget. As for the actual injuries on the field, I know people will point to every year there's going to be some star player that misses time with a contract issue and then gets hurt. But what about all the dudes that are at camp the whole time not fighting about their contracts that get hurt? How can you possibly quantify that difference? Because
getting hurt is getting hurt.
A guy that holds out and then gets hurt, there is zero certainty that the injury would not have happened had he been at camp.
Makes sense. I got one more for you. Madison Beer and Justin Herbert just got engaged, and I checked my notes. They started dating in August of 2025, and 11 months later, they are now engaged. Are you buying the idea that it's way too early to get engaged?
No.
Within 11 months. 11 months of dating?
Hey man, they started dating officially 11 months ago. Were they friends? Did they know each other before that? You know, and then Has he been in enough of them where he knows, okay, this is the one, and vice versa? So no, I don't think it's too early. It's to each his own. I mean, it would be too early.
You're right. What if we asked your girlfriend if 11 months was too early? What's your counter at?
I played the fifth. Answer the question,
right.
JP.
He don't want to talk about that, Jay.
How old is Justin Herbert?
He's got to be like 27, maybe 28.
That seems moving quick to me.
He's 28. Just checked.
But like, I have no idea their situation. Plus, man, she's a famous singer or Instagram model or something, right? A quarterback in LA dating a famous singer, Instagram person, they live in an alternate. Like, I'm not saying, I just don't know what their life is like. So if they think they're ready, God bless these young kids. I hope they make it. Right? Like, I don't know, man.
I thought I was going to get a bunch of high fives, but like, heck yeah, Stallion, way too soon, way too soon. You guys were like, oh, love is love.
Man, and I want you to stop trying to find stories to help benefit in your social life. You got to make that decision on your own. Are you going to
making it.
You trying to get engaged or you breaking up? What's going to happen?
I don't know what's going on here. I'm just here to buy or sell.
Yeah.
Madison Beer has 39 million Instagram followers.
That's a lot.
If my man Herbert said, yo, let's lock this up, lock it up.
Lock it up, Jay.
Locked it up.
Hey, B-Mitch, are you familiar with Madison Beer's profile?
No. Let me see.
Lock it up, dog.
I don't think he's moving too soon. Should have did this 2 months ago.
I mean, not a bad idea.
That's an attractive young lady. Good, congratulations to the Herberts and the Beers.
Hey, why you red?
Sally wants this segment over as fast as possible.
You should have brought it
You're
up.
listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
It's time for football, and the Philadelphia Eagles just locked up one of the best defensive players in all the NFL. They have signed two-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Jalen Carter to a 4-year, $152 million deal. Includes $106 million guaranteed. The contract average $38 per million per season makes Carter now the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. Commanders get to camp today. The veterans reporting in Ashburn. First practice for the Commanders and most of the NFL now coming up tomorrow. Tonight, the Nats look to bounce back against the Toronto Blue Jays. They lost to Max Scherzer and the Blue Jays last night, 3-2. Scherzer making the start, his 100th career start in his career in Washington, maybe his final appearance ever in D.C. The Nats, even with the loss, stay just one back in the NL wildcard race. Tennis, Venus Williams on the court tonight. She'll play her opening round match 7:30 this evening at the Mubadala D.C. Open. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Forcey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I have two things to mention to the program here. One, this is just a casual reminder about things in life, Luigi. The best time to trade Juan Soto is never. The second best time is yesterday, Stallion. Number two, earlier in the program, we talked about preseason heroes for the Burgundy and Gold. We left one out. His name's Brian Keith Mitchell.
Who?
First ever kick return, house call in the preseason.
Yeah.
What did Coach Gibbs say after that? Catch his attention?
Yeah, I caught his attention, but Wayne Severe told me I hadn't done a damn thing yet.
After the return?
Yeah, I was on kickoff coverage.
Wait, you had to run the kick and then go right back on the field?
I was 22 years old, 21 years old at the time. I had energy, bro.
I bet.
And guess what? I was on tackle.
Did you lead the team in preseason tackles?
I think I led in tackles on special teams and rushing yards.
You
I
were
was playing
a legit
all the
preseason
time,
hero.
dog. I played all the time, so it was fun.
I got a great question from, I want to give him the right credit. It was a really good question from our guy, Tay. Tay asked, what are the top 5 training camp memories you have? Like, for me, I was just wondering, what was training camp like in 91? You guys, did you know you were a special team?
1990. I got there in 90.
That's your rookie year.
Yeah. So training camp, when I first got there, I'd be honest with you, like people always talk about how hard it was. I was so damn excited to be living out a dream that I don't think it was hard. You know what I'm saying? And then the next year, I was like, it was a lot easier than this last year. I guess because you went through the year, you now feel you're established a little bit. Wasn't nerves, but the dorms. You know, I'm like, oh man, this is training camp? I'm thinking like we're going to be staying at a hotel, you know, blah, blah, blah. We're going to stay on at Carlisle, Pennsylvania.
What was the
on
college?
The campus, Dickinson College. I was like, this is the NFL? You know, but I think like the biggest thing, bro, watching people get cut daily. Like now they wait till the end of everything, then they make cuts. Dude, you walk into the locker room the next morning and the dude you was talking to it yesterday or saw that night is gone. That made the stuff, it got real quick, bro.
So that 90 season, your rookie year, you guys played Phoenix, the then Phoenix Cardinals, which was in the NFC East back then.
Mm-hmm.
You played them twice in the first 4 games. And combined, it was 69-10 in those 2 games.
Yeah.
What was B. Mitch's, I don't know if you'd ever been to that part of the world at that age. What was your first trip to Phoenix like, September 30th, 1990? Did you get out and about, or were you?
Nah, I didn't really get out and about. It was hot. Well, we always went together to go get something to eat, but Phoenix was hot.
I've been with you in the Phoenix heat, and you've gone out and about.
Yeah, but it's like
not then.
Back then, it's not like now. Now, like, you know, we just playing. When we out there, we working for 2-3 hours. I didn't have to go do a football game.
Right.
You know.
You guys went 10-6 that year, finished third in the NFC. I'm guessing the Giants won the Super Bowl that year, so I'm guessing they won the division. Maybe the Eagles were good then because the Cowboys were terrible. That was right when they had fired
They were terrible.
Landry to bring in Jimmy. You go to Philly for the wild card round, beat the Eagles 20-6, and then the Niners lost. So the next year you get to camp. That's a Super Bowl team, one of the best teams of all time. Could you feel anything in camp that let you guys know kind of how good that team was?
In 91, you mean?
Yeah, 91.
Yeah. I kind of, like, from 90 to 91, you can feel a total difference in that football team. 90 was like things was just starting to galvanize. And in 91, we showed up. It was like, okay, people going to have problems. And I remember Buckhants asked Coach Gibbs about
Playboy.
Yeah, Coach Gibbs was like, look at your source. He was like, he said, man, many people say you all the favorites to win the Super Bowl. He's like, who said that? Because, Coach Gibbs don't want nobody talking great about the team. He wants you to always feel like you got to fight uphill. And when that was said and everybody saw that, you can tell. And then you go to preseason, it wasn't great. But there were times we were leading and people would come out the game. The top guys would come out, then the other team would end up winning the game. But you start off and you win 11 straight games. 7 before the bye. Win 11, you lose your 12th, and then you win the next, 3. And then the last game, he said, we're going to look at this like a preseason game. Played against the Eagles, pull people out the game, get into the playoffs.
That was the Eagles Super Bowl, too.
And get into the playoff game and put points on people. Because we had beat Detroit 45-0 earlier that year, and then we beat them in the playoffs 41-10.
Yeah, it was week 2. I'm sorry, it was week 1 regular season opener, 45-0 at RFK. I was at that game. It was nuts. I was a child.
That was my first punt return for a touchdown.
That's sick. The 3 playoff games, 24-7, 41-10, 37-24. Give me the point differential on that playoff run, Dub B. 24-7, 41-10, 37-24. And the Bills Super Bowl was a name your score, and Coach Gibbs took his, because he's a class act kind of
60 plus, 61, something like that.
You're saying plus 61. Yeah, I mean, hell, we can try to do it. 41 and 24 is 65, plus another 37 is 102, I think. And then 17 plus 24 is 31. 102 to 31. That's 70. It's plus 71 in 3 games in the playoffs. I'm curious about 90 and left hand up. If there's an injury or something I'm unaware of, you tell me. Rip started 10 games that year. Humphrey started 5, and Rutledge started 1.
Yeah.
Was that an injury?
It was injuries because that's when I played in the Monday Night Football game at quarterback.
Right. That was a body bag game.
Because Rip was already hurt before that game.
Was Rip the starter going into the regular season?
Yeah.
Okay. And Stan was the backup.
Yeah.
When was your first quarterback battle in camp? Because some of those Norv teams, I know you had them. Like, what is that like going into camp where the quarterback position isn't settled?
I think players kind of felt they knew who was right at the beginning. A lot of time we went into games where...
Norv's first year in 94, you draft Heath, but you also draft Gus, and you got John Freeze there to kind of be the veteran.
Yep, and we knew off the bat that he shouldn't be starting. Gus was the better quarterback.
That is so... I've been in locker rooms where guys know who should be going and who is going, and it's unsettling, to say the least.
And you can't say much for the most part, but, you step in the huddle and the quarterback go ready, and he forgot to play. And I was told to help him with the play. I'm like, y'all don't pay me enough to do that. Nope.
Now, is that in camp and preseason?
This is in preseason. We got into some games and he called the waggle the wrong way and he got destroyed. And he said, well, you should have helped him out. No, I shouldn't have. I got to think about the hell I got to do. If you want me to call the plays, pay me as a quarterback.
I forgot when Jeff Hostetler was here backing up.
I like Haas.
Yeah, he seems cool.
Oh, cool as hell.
That's 97.
He's a pistol.
What was Trent Green like? Because Trent Green went on to have some great years.
Trent was cool as hell, man.
Did you think he kind of had something in him?
Yeah.
Was he hurt then? Were they, because you're not really stashing.
He did
at
get
that
hurt
point.
in the game once he got a chance here. I think he was starting the game and he got hit early in the game, got hurt, something like that.
So in 98, he started 14 games and then hurt his knee because he missed the entire 99 season.
And then came back with the Rams and was
hurt again.
Was balling, though. He balled out for a good bit with the Rams. And then he got hurt and Kurt Warner got a chance and it was all over.
In Trent Green's first 5 games with St. Louis before he got hurt and then Kurt Warner took over. 5 games. These numbers are crazy. He threw for 2,000 yards in 5 games, 16 touchdowns,
Greatest show
and
on
5
turf,
picks.
bro. They were letting that thing fly. And that coach who they had down there,
Martz.
It was
Vermeil.
He
but
was
Martz
a
the
quarterback
OC.
coach here.
Really?
He didn't even talk. And you know how brash he was once he got down there to what's it called? He didn't talk.
He was known to be a jerk.
But he was quiet as hell when he was on this roster here.
Yeah.
Because like when I saw him on TV, I'm like, that's how that dude that was with us, right?
Mike Martz was quarterback's coach on the Skins in 98 with Norv.
Yeah.
And 97. So clearly he brought Trent Green there for a reason because he didn't, even once Warner had the monster seasons, he didn't want to let Trent Green go. And then Vermeil took over in Kansas City and immediately brought Trent Green over there. And he had
good, bro.
I mean, Trent had monster seasons in Kansas City.
Trent was good.
All right, that was fun. Well, did you ever have a favorite training camp, like your second year with the Eagles or something?
Favorite training camp?
Because that second year in Philly, you guys knew you were Super Bowl contenders. You're a veteran at that stage.
Man, I liked all my training camps. I didn't dislike none of them. You know, going away to Carlisle, but the fans were coming there galore. Then we went to Frostburg. The first morning I woke up for training camp, I'm like, what the hell is this? You're in training camp. It's not supposed to be cold. And, you know, being up there in Frostburg in those mountains and stuff, it was cold as hell, man. I'm like, nah, this not training camp. You know, dudes wearing sleeves and stuff going to practice. It makes sense to me.
Practice when it's hot, to play when it's cold. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
Somebody got to do it.
B. Mitch and Finley, Grant and Danny coming your way next. Fun day on the program. I enjoy going down memory lane with Brian. That was fun, man. As we move towards...
Roll into camp in my 280ZX. They hadn't made the 300 yet. It was a 280.
What was this, 90?
Red, drop top.
What was the first time you saw another player's car and you're like, damn, that's cool?
90. I saw a lot of... Kelvin Bryant had a nice, what was it? He had the BMW two-door, the two-door had just come out. It was 845 or something like that he had. It was sweet.
It's loud.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Connell says he has a date in mind when he will know whether Kyler Murray or J.J. McCarthy is QB1.
You know what that date is? When they signed Kyler Murray?
Maybe. He also said he's not going to share with the media what that date is. But it'll be interesting to keep an eye on.
He try to make them not ask questions, but they're going to ask anyway.
KOC says both Kyler and JJ will take reps with the first team. They'll also take reps with the second group, and I think that gives different layers to the evaluation. I told the quarterbacks, we don't need to make this 50-50. I know we'll be thorough. I know both guys will feel like they've gotten an opportunity to compete. Do you think there's a chance KOC is giving up on McCarthy too quick? He got hurt the first year, got hurt enough last year. I bet he played, I'll pull it, but I bet he played 10 games last year.
But, I mean, getting hurt is one thing. I think learning the concepts and things of that nature, if he's not doing that at a high level, then you know you're making the right decision.
Played 10 games last year, completed 57% of his passes, 11 touchdowns against 12 picks, sacked 27 times in 10 games. That's a lot. And there was the conversation. I think KOC said it on the record. I don't even think it was a report. Yeah, he doesn't know the offense, so we got to dumb this thing down. If you're a year and a half in and you don't know the offense?
If your offensive coordinator is saying you don't know the offense and they got to dumb it down, you know what he's going to do? He's going to get rid of you. Because he's not trying to dumb his offense down.
He's going to run his offense.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Time to make some bets, boys.
Holla. Gather around. Dun, dun, dun.
W.
Me and Ryan won. Everyone else lost.
Because I had damn Nationals.
Yeah, I'm going with the Tigers again.
I think the O's won last night.
I know. I'm going with the Tigers again.
All right. B continues.
Joey likes to. I'm gonna go against Joey.
No matter what?
No matter what.
Oh, I can't. I yearn for football. We've entered the baseball only portion of the calendar.
Got tennis.
Yeah,
we do have tennis. Who's playing tonight at Rock Creek?
Ben Shelton plays at 3, I think.
Give me Ben.
I found this out yesterday.
Who Ben playing?
Not sure. Not someone good.
Give me Ben.
Playing Dam.
That's the dude's name?
Ben Shelton's playing Dam Jr. D-A-M-M.
Give me Ben.
There is no way Ben Shelton is not over minus 200 against Dam.
It's tennis, dog.
Yeah, I bet he's minus 350. What are the odds?
He's minus 280.
Yeah, 280.
I can't do that.
Yeah, there's no way.
He's going to beat him in 3 straight sets. What's that?
It's best of 3, so yeah, you could take him to win 2-0.
Yeah, I'm going to take him to win 2-0.
I found this out yesterday. Do you know who Ben Shelton's girlfriend is?
Yeah, dude. Trinity Rodman, fool.
All right.
I took a picture with him in the suite.
Did you go Sunday?
No, I met him last year at a game. Well, yeah, when Maya took over, I met him at a game there.
Here's your DC Open update for the day. Shelton versus Dam at 2:40 in the stadium. Nakashima versus Echeverry at 2:50 in the grandstand. At 4 o'clock in the grandstand. Svajda versus Mensik. And then in the stadium at 6 p.m., De Minaur versus Tsitsipas. De Minaur is the number 1 seed in this on the men's side of this tournament.
Tsitsipas. Remember I used to pick him all the time?
Yeah, I do remember Tsitsipas. Stallion, what do you like?
Give me Cade Cavalli over 4.5 strikeouts tonight against the Blue Jays.
Over
He's
4.5?
Over 4.5.
Okay.
He has struck out 8 and 9 and 5 his last 3 times out.
W.
Brewers.
Luigi?
I'm going to go with Troy Melton getting the win versus the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay. Can I take Shelton also in 2 sets?
That's cool.
I'm going to take Shelton in 2 sets. There you have it. Tennis bets. Thank you to everybody who listened to the program today. Thank you for all the calls. That was a lot of fun talking about preseason heroes. Thank you to Nikki Jobvala for joining us. Grant and Danny up next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Football is back. It's about time. Commanders veterans reporting today to Ashburn. The first practice is tomorrow. High expectations, of course, not only for Jaden Daniels to have a bounce-back season, but a lot of pressure on the new OC, David Blau, as well.
You know, it's been a full process, call it, from January until the players got their eyes on it for the first time on April 20th, and we kind of went from there, and it's still evolving, right? This is a work in progress.
Big football news today in Philly. Jalen Carter signs a contract extension in Philly, 4 years, $152 million, $38 million per season, makes him the highest paid defensive tackle now in the NFL. Nats look to bounce back against the Blue Jays tonight, beaten by Max Scherzer in Toronto 3-2 last night. Scherzer's 100th career start at Nationals Park, probably his final appearance as a player in D.C. Nats with Cade Cavalli looking to bounce back tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. And tennis, Venus Williams in action, playing her opening round match tonight, 7:30 at the Mubadala D.C. Open. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scomro Forsey on the Fan.
To Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at Nationals Park next month. You'd better be listening to the Beltway Blitz in 2 hours, right at 4. If you want those tickets, we're giving them away exclusively this week on G&D. And at 5 o'clock, the voice of the Boston Red Sox. Our Odyssey station is the flagship home of the Sox in Beantown. Will Fleming, who at one point in time worked here at the Fan with us many years ago in D.C. from the area. Will be on the show today. Looking forward to chatting with him at 5. Want to talk to him about Connolly Early, the Curtis Mead trade, and the Red Sox being the team that has made the most headway over the last month in Major League Baseball. Toby, speaking of baseball, we do have the Commanders to get to as players are showing up at training camp today. First practice in the morning, so we've got a lot to cover on the football front. But you and I were out at Nats Park yesterday, the return of Max Scherzer, and I want to give an ovation quickly to Nats fans who crushed it because Max came back, got the standing O when he took the mound for warm-ups. It was hockey-esque. In hockey, when you make your debut, all the players hang back on the bench, and they let you do that first skate around the ice by yourself. Well, Max took the field last night for his pregame warm-ups, and all the Blue Jays kind of stayed in the dugout for an extra beat. He was out on the field by himself. I think Nats fans were like waiting for him to, lift up his cap or something. You don't know Max Scherzer very well. He was in game mode. But when he came out of the game after his work was done in the third inning, 2 2/3 and 75 or so pitches later, he did have a very nice moment where he waved to the crowd. And all night long, he was serenaded and celebrated just like he should have been.
Yeah, I mean, even when he was throwing his warm-up pitches, he at least acknowledged the crowd before he threw his first warm-up pitches and then was right back into Scherzer mode on the mound. And if you've watched him for years, you kind of knew that that's kind of what he locked in. So I was curious to see exactly what he was going to be able to do to acknowledge the crowd, but it was cool to see that. And Nats fans, like I mentioned yesterday, I think they do it as good as anybody in Major League Baseball of recognizing one of their own that comes back. And as he left the field, he kind of signaled in that third inning after 75 pitches, I'm probably done. He said, him and Schneider basically, Schneider said that he basically said, it's your call. And Schneider's like, I think you've done enough. And so as he's walking off the hill, being able to acknowledge and love the crowd, it was really cool. And he talked after the game saying, did you plan to have this one? And he's like, you know what? It was too special of a moment to miss pitching at Nationals Park one more time on his 42nd birthday. So it was cool that he got that opportunity, and I think he really relished it, and I think Nats fans relished it as well.
There was that feeling of, in a basketball game when you pull a guy out of the game with like 25 seconds left so that he can get the love and the ovation. Instead of the inning ending and him walking off with everybody else between innings while everyone's running up the steps to go to the bathroom or whatever, to pull him out 2/3 of an inning, a bullpen move, and Max, to some extent, was out of gas after a really good 12-pitch at bat against Dalen Lyle, I thought just added to the vibes of the night and ended up working out really well. This is how it sounded on the Nationals radio network right here on The Fan last night. One of the all-time legends, one of the great Nats ever, at 42 years old on his birthday in what is likely his final big league season, Scherzer pitching at Nats Park for the 100th time.
And Max has given him the baseball. So that is it. Scherzer will depart, and everyone here at Nationals Park coming to their feet for 42-year-old Max Scherzer on his birthday. He departs with a wave to the crowd and a look all around Nationals Park. His 100th start in this ballpark, and who knows if there'll be another one.
I think about the famous quote from Moneyball that Brad Pitt said, "How can you not be romantic about baseball?" With Scherzer, start 100, chasing down number 10 all-time in strikeouts, Walter Johnson, as the evening began last night on his birthday in D.C. His family was back for the first time since he'd been traded. It was all really, really cool. And I know that our own social media contributor Kevin DiDomenico last night had a really cool video where he went around the ballpark and he talked to fans about whether or not Scherzer should have his jersey retired, which sounds like an insane question, but he was not here that long. And if you think about it, they've only really had Ryan Zimmerman, Mr. National. It's still the infancy of this organization, 22 seasons in. I think it's a no-brainer. We could talk about this a little bit later on. To me, it would be egregious if Scherzer's jersey wasn't ultimately retired as a multi-time Cy Young Award winner and a World Series champion. Soto was unbelievable and is my favorite Nat ever. Scherzer's probably second. But here is what I think is non-debatable and irrefutable. Scherzer was the most dominant National ever.
Without a doubt.
He was the best National of all time. Cy Young is the equivalent for a pitcher of the MVP. It means you're the best in the league, right? He did it 2 times. He was runner-up another time. Every time he pitched for a few years, you were on no-hitter watch with Max Scherzer. I mean, he was that good. He was the best in the sport while here. How many guys can we say that about during our lifetimes? I mean, Alex Ovechkin, it's a very, very short list, though. Even greats like Steven Strasburg, who cemented his legacy as the World Series MVP, he was never the best pitcher in baseball for a season. He never sniffed a Cy Young nomination or close to it. So, to me, you're talking about the greatest National of all time while he was here. Soto could have become that, left early in his career. And that's not to take away from guys like him or Rendon in some of the seasons they had, the import of the World Series. But if you're retiring any jersey numbers from that World Series group, it has to start with Max Scherzer.
100%. I mean, he is the best player in terms of accomplishments that has ever worn a Nationals uniform. You mentioned it, 2 Cy Youngs, 2 no-hitters, a 20 strikeout game. One of those no-hitters should have been a perfect game. Like, he has the accomplishments of baseball greatness that no one else has. Like, Harper won an MVP here, but he didn't win multiple, and then obviously he's gone on to Philadelphia. But for Scherzer, he was good with Detroit. He won a Cy Young there as well, and he wasn't there super, super long before he came to D.C. But for him to culminate winning multiple Cy Youngs and having the incredible accomplishments with what happened in 2019, where he was a big part of that World Series team, that to me is just as important a National as anybody else. Now, he's played for other teams, whereas you talk about Zim, never played for anybody else. He was the first draft pick ever. That's Mr. National. Obviously, we understand his importance. I think you can throw Strauss into a similar type of vein in that he really put the Nationals on the map with his debut in 2010. Never pitched for anybody else, was a World Series MVP in 2019. But even Strauss, maybe outside of the postseason, was never nearly as dominant as what Scherzer was for that amount of time. And so, yeah, I think you absolutely should have number 31 never worn again for the Washington Nationals.
One last thing on Max before we move on. As I was watching him last night, and if you missed the game, the Nats end up losing 3-2. It was costly. There's still one back in the wild card, but they could be even in the wild card potentially right now, or within a half game at this point. Scherzer forever, when he was here, was a great combination, maybe the best combination in the sport of stuff and stones, as I call it. Like the ultimate competitor, the ability to dig really, really deep and empty the tank as he's kind of talking to himself and murmuring angrily on the mound. Well, last night, with very little in the way of stuff. I mean, Max, as we know him, is gone. His body's broken down on him a little bit. He's now throwing 91, 92, touching 93, essentially, with his fastball at points last night. But he still had the guts. He still had the guile.
Yep.
And he still had the basketball-sized stones. And the bases were loaded in the first inning with one out. Contact scores a run. A fly ball, sac fly scores a run. And he bears down and gets 2 strikeouts. The amount of times we've seen him do that, you can't count. But it was always with elite 97-mile-an-hour stuff and some of the best off-speed and secondary stuff in the sport. He didn't have any of that last night. Like, he's out there, and it's almost like every out is a trick. He is pitching. He is mentally doing gymnastics. He's pitching around everyone who's good.
Yeah.
Like C.J. Abrams, you're not beating me. Walk. James Wood, you're not beating me. I'm not giving you anything to hit. Where's Jose Tena? Where is right on right, I'll go get Cruz or whatever it was. And it's just a joy to see that even though the stuff is disappearing, the things that made Max other than that, they don't go away. And it was just a fun reminder last night. Twice he got into these really tough spots and got punch-outs of some pretty good Major League hitters.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff is not nearly what it was when he wore a Nationals uniform, but he was still finding a way to be effective. And to me, watching him all these years in D.C., Grant, that was someone that taught me what a great starting pitcher, not just a good starting pitcher, because to me, there are so many good starting pitchers where when you have your A game, you can look really, really good for 7 innings or 6 innings, whatever it may be. And you're punching out 9, maybe only giving up a run or something like that. And Max had a bunch of those starts. But the ones that always stood out to me were when Max clearly didn't have it. And you could see it in inning 1, inning 2, and you're like, oh, he's battling. And all of a sudden you get to the end of the game and, wait, Max went 6 and only gave up a run with, only like 3 punchies, which is abnormal for him. Like the way that he was always able to make stuff happen and still turn in a good start when he didn't have his best stuff was always so impressive. So you saw a little bit of that last night where it's like there's base runners everywhere. There's stuff always going on, but he still found a way to keep the Blue Jays in the game. And unfortunately for the Nationals, it wasn't one that they could win, but it was cool to see a little bit of vintage Max last night.
Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouillet today. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. As far as today's biggest news in sport, within the NFC East in the division, the Philadelphia Eagles have made a massive splash with an extension, signing their 2-time Pro Bowl selection, Jalen Carter. How about this money for Carter? 4 years, $152 million. This deal could be worth up to $160. So he could get to $40 million per year. He and his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, striking gold today. $106 million in guarantees. Carter is a guy that there's really never been any question about the ability. In fact, when he came out in the draft, he should have and would have gone even higher than he actually did. He kind of fell to Philadelphia based on transgressions off the field. He's the guy that, if you go back to opening night last year, got ejected from the game minutes before the season started with the Cowboys and the Eagles playing in primetime because he spit on Dak Prescott. Like, there's always been this, is he going to do the things we need him to do off the field feeling about him? But obviously the Eagles feel good enough about the character, the personality, to invest in him in this way. He's an unbelievable talent. Didn't start a ton as a rookie, has been a full-time starter the last 2 years, multi-time Pro Bowler, as I mentioned, who's become a second-team All-Pro player, and one of the more respected athletes at the defensive tackle position. He's one of these guys. Danny and I talk about Javon Kinlaw and some other D tackles a lot in terms of counting stats. And Danny's point is, get me some pressures, get me some sacks, make more of an impact as a pass rusher, and I'm totally for that. But I don't think the best metric for D tackles is always counting stats, because you can be used in various ways where that's not the ask. He only had 3 sacks last year. He only made 33 tackles. He only hit the quarterback 12 times, right? He is felt on every single play. You account for him on every single snap. And Toby, I promise you, if we were to poll the coordinators in the conference who have to play Philadelphia, like who are the defenders that you have to constantly know where they're at and send someone else to them, he is very, very high on that list. So this is a gigantic pain in the butt in the division. The Eagles have a ton of talent. They're not going away because of Howie Roseman's dominance as an executive. And this 25-year-old just got paid as the bank was broken.
Yeah, and they just also earlier this offseason agreed to a 3-year extension with Jordan Davis. So those two are going to be playing in tandem together for the foreseeable future. And I think
this is my response to that, by the way, as a Commanders fan. Yay.
Yeah, frustration, annoyance. And to me, they show a little bit of some of the shift in how the modern NFL is going a little bit, Grant, where we talk about edge rushers all the time. We talk about how important those guys are, but I think in the modern NFL where you need to be able to stop the run and be able to be effective while still playing in some sort of nickel sort of package, so you need to have good defensive tackles to be able to stuff the run but also get after the passer when you need them to as well. I think you see that with this Eagles defense. That middle of their front four there with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter is as good as anybody in the sport, and I think they work off of each other perfectly. Obviously, they go back to their college days together, but Jordan Davis generally throughout his career was a little different last year, had a breakout season, but he's been more the run stuffer, big-time guy in the middle, and Jalen Carter is the penetrator, get up the field and be a big-time pass rusher. They almost flipped roles last
down
year.
A bunch.
Yeah.
He lost a lot of weight. He was moving better. I couldn't believe when I saw him for the first time, and it would have been on TV. I didn't see him in person until deeper into the year. But he looked like a different person. Like he clearly had some kind of routine change, and his entire offseason was probably about tightening up the frame. But he moved better.
Yeah.
And he broke out in a massive way. As you said, he got paid as well. I think that Jalen Carter is the best defensive player in the division. And best might be a semantics thing. Maybe that's not the right word, because like Quinyon Mitchell might be more talented, the cornerback, but he's further away from the ball. You can kind of avoid him a little more. When you're over top of the ball, forever Dexter Lawrence with the Giants as a defensive tackle, I think of him as a game wrecker, a world eater. Like if he wanted to take over, he could, because he's so close to the football. Or you've got to double him and chip him, and now all of a sudden Kayvon Thibodeau's eating your lunch, or whoever the edge was at that time. Nowadays it's Brian Burns. But if I'm thinking of best defensive players that Washington's got to reckon with and deal with in this division, Jalen Carter in Philadelphia. I think Quinyon Mitchell, probably the most talented guy at the corner position in the division. I mean, you could make a whole list of Eagles, by the way. It's why that defense,
it's Eagles defense, by the way.
every year is top 5, and they also have a great coordinator in Vic Fangio. But Jonathan Grenard coming over to Philadelphia now is going to be a problem, I believe. I would put him in the discussion. You mentioned Jordan Davis. For the Giants, the only guy I've got now with Lawrence gone in that elite category is probably Brian Burns. I don't know that they have anybody else. They've made moves. They brought in Edmonds in the second level.
Yeah.
And good players, but I think Burns is the guy. And then for the Cowboys, the trade they made for Quinnen Williams. He's got some Jalen Carter to him in terms of top of the board pick, elite athleticism, trench player who can both get up the field and penetrate or be good against the run. So that's my short list. Anybody I'm forgetting in terms of best of the East defensively, do you think?
No, I think that's about right. I mean, they've still got some other guys, Dallas, that is, like Rashawn Gary came over, Kenny Clark, but they haven't necessarily been as effective in the last couple of seasons as maybe they once were. Yeah, so, I mean, they're not on the same tier as Jalen Carter, and I'm interested to see, because Quinnen Williams in previous seasons was in the conversation as best defensive tackle. That's kind of quelled a little bit. I'm curious to see if maybe a little more motivated on a better team with the Cowboys versus the Jets, if he gets back to that. But it's hard to look at that Eagles defense, and you could come up with 4 or 5 guys on just that defense alone. And remember, Zach Bond kind of had a down year after the year before. Zach Bond might have been on that list, going into last season. And Jahad Campbell was a first-round pick. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a big step forward this year. Cooper DeJean is somewhere in there as well. Like, that Eagles defense is disgusting.
Cooper DeJean's basically an all-pro nickel.
Yeah.
They're supposedly moving him around. I wouldn't touch anything. I mean, I would let him just keep being awesome in the role that they play him in. The other thing I would say, too, just to localize for a second, is while the Commanders have a few guys that I think are on that really good list, and when you mentioned some of those other names, and I'm saying, yeah, those guys are good players, but they're not on the Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, elite Brian Burns list. I think Daron Payne, and hopefully like a guy like Odafe Owe, they paid him to be on that list. Those guys can get to the really good pile. But Washington does not have an elite talent that you worry about all week long.
No, I wouldn't say so. You're hoping that some of the guys you brought in, and Sonny Styles too, at the linebacker position where they're going to use him in different ways, you hope that he gets there. I mean, generally when you think dominant, Grant, you're thinking about somebody that's going to put pressure on the passer, so you're thinking of somebody up front.
Yeah, that's a good point, because dominant, and this was my point with Quinyon Mitchell, but I think about like some of the best corners in the league. it's a different thing. You're just not on the ball. And I think it's also, you can coach around, you can scheme around, you can just avoid guys that are in the secondary for the most part. You cannot do that the closer to the ball a player is.
Yeah, and unless you're the Christian Gonzalez's of the world or someone like that, then maybe you could throw them in. And Quinyon Mitchell, I think, is pretty close to that territory. But even then, we're not talking prime Darrelle Revis. I think Darrelle Revis was like a different animal. And if they had someone, you talked about this yesterday, it's more of a zone culture now, and people play a lot more. If that were more man and you had a Darrelle Revis, I think he could still be considered, obviously, with what he was able to do. But there isn't that kind of guy anymore. So it's generally more of the defensive tackles, edge rushers, or maybe a linebacker that's going to get downhill. But I think they're going to use Sonny in some of those ways, too.
It's nice that you don't have to worry as much about Micah Parsons now.
Yes.
Who I just heard was going to miss the first 6 weeks of the season or so with the Packers coming off the injury he suffered at the end of the season, unfortunately. Speaking of the Commanders and training camp, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are going to speak with the media toward the end of our show. So hopefully we'll have some audio before we're done tonight that we can pass along on Grant and Danny. But practice number 1 is set for tomorrow morning. Let's give a spotlight on some of the Commanders who we've got our eye on going into camp. And we'll do that next on G&D here on The Fan.
It is brought to you by COP Defense Properties. All right, Commanders training camp is upon us. Veterans report today to training camp in Ashburn, and the first full practice is tomorrow. Some of the biggest news in the NFL today, the Philadelphia Eagles made history signing Jalen Carter to a 4-year extension worth up to $160 million. It's the richest contract in defensive tackle history. The Nats look to bounce back tonight after falling to the Blue Jays 3-2 in Max Scherzer's return to D.C. Cade Cavalli gets the ball against Shane Bieber with the first pitch set at 6:45 right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Mystics return from the All-Star break tonight, hosting the Connecticut Sun at Care First Arena. Washington entered the break with a 199 thrilling victory over Las Vegas. Tip-off at 7:30. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? COP Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Danny's out, Toby's in. It's Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan, and you can listen to us all over the DMV on the Odyssey app, YouTube channel, high definition, way to go there. So training camp gets started officially tonight. There's a press conference. Peters, Quinn going to speak. That's the kickoff, if you will. But the first practice, thing you guys care about, the Triscuit crackers that we'll put into our stomachs, that's tomorrow morning. We'll be all over it here on G&D. We'll get some interviews for you. We'll be out there with a full report from practice come 2 o'clock tomorrow, or I guess whenever the Nats end, because they're playing a day game against the Blue Jays, and we're on shortly thereafter. But I figured we could kick off camp officially here on G&D, Toby, with one of our vintage spotlights. We normally do these going into game weekends throughout the fall, but we will put the spotlight on various players who are in the news or are notable or interesting for some reason. Then you can go with the whole roster at this point. But here we go. Spotlight. I'll go Antonio Williams, the third-round pick out of Clemson, getting ready to make his camp and Commanders debut in front of thousands of fans in the days ahead. What will he be as a rookie? And will he get a true opportunity to make a significant impact this year? This was a guy that the Commanders felt like, from what I've heard internally from them, was a top 5 player in the class going into last season. Then he had a down final year collegiately. But go back to his third year, his penultimate college campaign, 75 catches, 11 touchdowns. They think he can play in the slot. They think he can play outside. If you sign Diggs or Ayuk or a veteran to be named later, maybe the expectations for him go down. But he was the 71st pick in the draft. They think he should have been gone well before then. Do not be surprised if Antonio Williams emerges as the number 2 receiver behind Terry McLaurin in this offense.
Spotlight Odafe Oweh. You went out and spent a big-time contract on him this offseason, 4 years, up to $100 million, and you don't sign someone to play the edge rusher position if you don't think that they're going to be effective against the passer. Last season, played all 17 games, finished with 7.5 sacks, but which version of Odafe Oweh are you going to get? In 5 games with Baltimore, no sacks. In 12 games with the Chargers, 7.5. You're hoping you get more of what you saw there. In 2024, he had 10 sacks, so you're hoping to see this guy really emerge. And seeing him out at OTAs, he was very, very impressive just in terms of seeing the physique in person, and I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to take that and apply that as a pass rusher. I think he'll immediately be a good run stuffer. I think he's got the length to be similar to what Dietrich Wise was supposed to be, but obviously an upgraded version here as a pass rusher as well, getting the $100 million contract. But is he going to be able to be that game wrecker? I think this defensive scheme is going to put their guys up front in one-on-one opportunities. Can he win those one-on-one opportunities and be the guy that the Commanders paid big-time money for this offseason?
Spotlight Brandon Coleman, the offensive lineman who was once drafted in the 3rd round. Coleman out of Texas Christian was chosen with the 67th pick. I mean, he was barely out of the 2nd round when he was taken. Very, very start of the 3rd round. He's not a starter as we enter the 3rd year of his career. That feels problematic for where he was drafted, except that when he played tackle, he actually played really well. He was a pretty solid left tackle. They got to the NFC title game. They understandably supplanted him with one of the best tackles in the sport, Laramie Tunsil. So he moved over to the right side, and then they drafted a right tackle in Josh Connerly. So then he had to move to guard, and he wasn't as good at guard. So then they supplanted him with Chris Paul, and now you're kind of wondering, well, is he a starter? Is he just your swing tackle? Is he a swing guard? Is he the first guy up at 3 or 4 positions? There's enough value in that in today's NFL that makes some sense, but it's certainly not why you draft a guy just outside of the second round. So can he push Chris Paul? Can he close in on a starting job? Will he get a chance to compete again for a guard spot? Remember, last year when he lost that job, he was not that healthy. He was missing practice time. He wasn't on the field a ton. That's something to monitor. I think Coleman's book is not written yet. I really like the player.
Spotlight Mikey Sainristil. This is a do-or-die type of season for a third-year guy picked in the second round. We've seen flashes of really good play from Mikey Sainristil, but are you going to get some of that consistency? He's played inside and outside, been much better as an outside corner. They signed Amik Robertson, who you would think is going to fill in right away as their nickel cornerback, which would leave Mikey Sainristil outside with Trey Amos. Can he prove in year 3 that he is that guy that the Commanders should be banking on to be one of their starting outside corners or just one of their starting corners, period? I think this is a big year for him. I think this scheme, like I talked about with Odafe Oweh, I think they're going to be able to get some pressure on the passer. I think that should help out the back end. And I think a defense that is going to disguise things, force guys to move all over the place, I think it relies on guys having a high football IQ. And I think that's where you see Mikey really stand out. When it's something that relies on his football IQ, I think he does a really good job of that. Maybe sometimes he can get beat with some of the physical concerns, but I think his football IQ is still really high. So if they can utilize that, tap into that a little bit, I think you could see him have a good season in year 3.
Spotlight Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the 7th round pick last year at 245 overall out of Arizona. Remember, he had missed college time, had only played in a game the previous season. Well, as a 7th round pick, he was the talk of camp a year ago, stole the starting job, ended up having a success rate of almost 54% running the football, one of the highest levels in the National Football League, 800 plus yards and 8 touchdowns for him as a rookie, 4.6 yards per carry. That's Alfred Morris-esque. And that's about where he was, over 4.5 per pop. That's an area Brian Robinson couldn't get to. A lot of guys here haven't done that. He's got home run ability. We saw him hit a 72-yard long ball for a touchdown against the Dallas Cowboys that ended up in the bleachers in batting practice. He's got the ability to hit for extra base hits and homers. Is he the first and second down back? What roles are carved out in the backfield? Rachaad White averages 50 catches a year over 4 seasons in Tampa. I like him on 2-minute, 4-minute in the passing game. I like him out of the backfield on 3rd down. Katron Allen's a thumper. He's got some Chris Rodriguez to him. They drafted him in the 6th round. Does he end up taking some 1st and 2nd down work away from Bill? Can Bill stay healthy? He was on and off the field all of camp last year. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, huge training camp loading here.
Spotlight Josh Connerly. You need him to be good at right tackle, and last season there were ups and downs, and I think that's to be expected. When you draft a kid, Josh Connerly, that late in the 1st round at pick number 29, generally if you're going to get an offensive tackle there's going to be some concerns, and for him, it was you're not sure that he's quite ready to play at the NFL level yet. He could have returned to Oregon for another year, opted to come out in the draft. I would say that if he would have stayed in college and come out, he would have been right in the running with Spencer Fano, who went number 9 overall this year's draft. Francis Mauigoa went number 10 to the Giants. I think he would have been right in the running there for a top 10 pick. So I think that talent is there. How does he progress in year 2 for this team? You got to remember he's only 22 years old. Seeing him out at OTA's minicamp, he slimmed down a little bit. He started to kind of get into what his professional body is going to be. And I think they're going to like some of the versatility he gives this offense. Getting him out in space if they want to run some screens and do stuff in that nature. I think he's going to excel there. But really, you need him to step up in year 2 and protect Jaden Daniels. He was good at times as the season wore on. You need more of that consistency because you're in the NFL. You can't just say, well, he's just facing Micah Parsons and Brian Burns. You're going to have to face those guys. I need you to step up. So in year 2, hoping to see him take a big step.
He's super important because if he is a stalwart, standout, stellar, legit stud right tackle, then you're set on both edges. If he has a year this year like last year, you might not even be set at the position. Maybe Coleman has a shot again at tackle. Now, I happen to believe in the upside. I think the athleticism, the footwork, the size, he's got everything, checks every box. Him going in the 1st round, to me, having seen him, makes all the sense in the world. but the results were not necessarily there, and so he's got some work to do. I think that's a good one. Last one for me, I'm going to go paint with a broader brush here. Not one guy, but a group. Spotlight linebackers. They're probably only going to have 2 on the field for the most part at any given moment, and that could change some as Durante Jones digs into his bag of tricks. But who are the 2? I would hope that within a few weeks into the season, Sonny Styles is up to speed and knows everything well enough that he does not come off the field as an all-world athlete, 7th overall pick, guy that can play multiple positions. You could use him at edge and safety and wherever else you want to. Leo Chanel is one of the most athletic linebackers in league history in terms of RAS score. Frankie Louvu is a really good pass rusher. Which 2 are used most often and in what ways and in what roles? What does that look like? Do they use Chanel more on running downs and then Louvu coming downhill as a A-gap plugger and blitzer and crossfire guy on passing downs? Chanel, I think, can run and turn and actually cover a little bit. So how do they go about operating at linebacker where they've gone from the least athletic room in the league to maybe the most athletic room? I am absolutely fascinated by that.
Yeah, I'll spotlight a position group as well. How about the tight end position? Chig we kind of have an idea of what he's going to be able to do for this team this season. I think if he's at his best, he's maybe going to be their second receiving option, and people are really excited to see what he can do. But it's the other guys. John Bates, Ben Sinnott, Colson Yankoff. They're going to run a lot of 2 tight end, maybe even 3 tight end stuff. If you want to compare them to the Chicago Bears offense with Ben Johnson, last year Colston Loveland led them in receiving, but Cole Kmet had 350 yards receiving as well, their second tight end. Who steps up as that number 2 tight end? Is it simply John Bates because you know he's a great blocker? I think you can obviously depend on him as the blocker. Can you depend on him as a pass catcher? Ben Sinnott, this is a make-or-break season for him going into year 3, similar to what I mentioned with Mikey Sainristil. I think there's still more to be tapped into there in the passing game. He's a solid blocker, but can he show something as a run-after-the-catch guy similar to what Chig can give you? And Colson Yankoff, is there's a chance for him? And, after what he did last season to really wow some fans in the preseason, does he get more of an opportunity if Ben Sinnott doesn't step up? So who's the number 2 tight end after Chigakonkwo? I think that's a big question to be answered here in training camp.
And is your spotlight ahead of training camp on Grant and Danny. So now it's your opportunity. We want to know at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Who are you most excited to see at camp? If you're going out to practice or if you're not, like most of our listeners, because there are only a handful of open practices again. Who's the guy who you're going to be seeking out content of and checking in on and searching the name of to try to figure out what is being said about them? Who's that player for you going into camp in 2026? 800-636-1067, G&D on the Fan. Training camp practice number 1 tomorrow for the Commanders out in Ashburn. We just gave you a spotlight here on Grant and Danny. Some of the players, position groups we're fixated on going into practice. We want to know who you're most excited to see, what players you'll be tracking most closely. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane? How are you?
What's up, Commander? How you guys doing today?
We're chilling.
Hey, look, mine is that sorry, fat-ass Deron Payne. That's all he does is steal paychecks. That's who my eyes is on. That sorry SOB. He got one bag, and since he's got his bag, what has he done since he's been here? And can he even fit in our system? We're going to run a 3-4. He can't play nose. Hell, he can't even play D-line right now. So let's call it what it is. Hopefully we can move him and get anything besides. My eyes on Deron Payne, to answer your question. He's got to do something for us this year. He's got to step up and be the leader in that room, in that D-line room, and take control. Like, at some point, man, you was a high number 1 draft pick, top 10, I think. You come from Alabama, roll tide, whatever that's supposed to mean, go Vols. But no, it's Deron Payne.
Appreciate you, buddy. Bringing the energy as always. Deron Payne only makes $22.5 million per year.
Hey, that's it?
His cap number this year is only about $28 million.
No.
I certainly understand the sentiment. He had 11.5 sacks in a contract year in 2022, and in 3 years since, he's got 11 sacks. Now, he doesn't get paid exclusively and solely for sacks, but I think that is indicative. Every number in his career was at its best the year when a contract was on the line. The good news is, essentially, he's going into a year where a contract is on the line. He's no longer 25 like he was in the prime of his career then. He's going to be 29 this football season. But he did make a really good point. I think he could play 5-tech if they go with a traditional 34. My guess is this isn't going to be... It's going to be fairly positionless. Like we think about football still as a 4-3 versus a 3-4 and all the traditional roles, like when you would buy the magazine going into training camp, and they would have the little graphic where there were like 4 linemen and 3 linebackers. It's just not that way anymore. Think more basketball, positionless. So in a 34 in air quotes, could he play 5-tech and get up the field? I think so. But where I think Shane's actually onto something, and I talked with Logan Paulson about this a lot over the summer on Take Command leading up to camp. He does not really play or look a whole lot like what the Vikings wanted out of that position room. They want a little bit more of that like space taking up, smart car, like presence, your Harrison Phillips types, those kind of guys. So it is interesting to me. I don't view him as the perfect fit schematically. He might just be so talented that he's not scheme dependent, and they'll find a way to use him. Like they'll build something for him. But he's got to be a lot better. He was too quiet too often last year. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I thought that there was a way that they could get out of the contract, and I kind of assumed that they probably would this offseason. They did not do that. They opted to keep him. And to his credit, he did disappear a lot last season. But I would say, and you can tell me if you disagree here, of their defensive linemen, I think he was their best one last year. That's a low bar to clear.
I think that was kind of by default.
Yeah, but again, like he was their best defensive lineman. It's not saying much, but I thought there were points last season where you saw some flashes, but you do need to see a lot more for someone getting paid what he is. You need to see him be really much better than he has been the last couple of years.
I guess this is kind of the Dylan Cruz corollary for me, where there's so much venom and animus, it seems like, from the fan base toward Dylan Cruz because he was the number 2 overall pick and they were told he was one of the best prospects in baseball.
Yep.
There's a bar that they expect, right? Whereas I'm watching him and I'm going, damn, good catch. Oh, really nice job going first to third. Like he does all this little stuff without hitting a ton. And you're going, this is a pretty good baseball player. But if I look at it through the lens of, well, he's the number 2 pick and I was told he was going to be this franchise-altering talent, I understand some of that frustration. Payne's the same way. Payne is helpful. Payne is solid. Even on a day where he's fairly quiet, he does some good things. But when you're paying him this type of money, I think about the movie Remember the Titans and one of my favorite lines from Coach Yost, who was the defensive coordinator, talking to, I believe it was Petey, when he benched him at one point or something. He goes, if you want to be a star, you better give me a star effort. And with Deron Payne, you want me to pay you all the money. I need you to play like a guy that deserves all the money. I was stunned that they just decided to sign up to give him close to $30 million this year.
100%.
Vic's in Accokeek. Vic, who you got your eyes on going into camp?
I have my eyes on Devontae Jones. I'm looking forward to hearing. If I was at camp, I would want to sit in the film room. I would want to be in pre-practice. I would want to be in the drills. I want to hear the language that's being used. I want to hear the standard of accountability from the pass rush, how we stop the run, how we have run sits. And I say that to say, we were talking about this last week, Grant. When those standards are set, you said there's things you want to see. You said, I want to see a good pass rush. I want to see ability to stop the run and get out the field on third down and causing turnovers. If those standards are set, you will cause turnovers. You will rush the passer. You will stop the run. Because if you're stopping the run, you're moving forward, and that means you're dominating the man in front of you, and that clogs up the lane to get to the passer. That's the stuff I want. I want to hear good football being taught, because we have the athleticism to cause havoc on defense, but it must be done with sound, good defensive football. That's all I got.
Thanks as always, Vic. Appreciate you, buddy. He's always coaching it up.
Yeah.
When he calls. That's
well,
Coach
and
Vic.
I will say it is going to be interesting to see. This defense is going to be very different this season, so I'm curious to see how it plays, and I would assume that it's going to look very similar to the Flores scheme, but Durante Jones might have some other little twists, so I'm curious to see his wrinkles.
I love the answer of Jones. You could have gone Blau as well. I think they are two of the maybe three most important people in the building.
Yeah.
Daniels might be one. And then those are 2 and 3. And I think you could actually say Blau's one because of how responsible he is for Daniels' success, which would make Daniels 2 and Jones 3. But the point is, this is a huge bet from Dan Quinn and this organization that they got this right with these coordinators, changing up schemes. And because of the lack of high-end all-pro type talent, you're really counting on scheme elevating your wide receivers, your corners, your running backs. Those guys have to hit. I mean, it's got to work. So it's a good phone call there. Next on G&D, I want to get an update on the MLB trade market. What kind of value is there for Foster Griffin? If the Nats were to trade him, what could they get back? Same question for Luis Garcia. And should we expect that they are going to trade those two players? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
It is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders' full roster reports to Ashburn today with the first practice of training camp starting tomorrow morning. Veteran linebacker and special team standout Nick Bellore announced his retirement today after 14 NFL seasons. The Nationals lost to the Blue Jays 3-2 last night, and Max Scherzer's return to D.C. He went 2 2/3, throwing 75 pitches, surrendering a run, and struck out 4. Cade Cavalli gets the ball tonight against Shane Bieber. First pitch, 6:45 on the Fan, 6:15 right here on the Fan. And in the NBA, Draymond Green has agreed to return to the Golden State Warriors on a 1-year, $27.7 million deal, according to Shams Charania. It's almost 7 times what LeBron will make this season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
In 1 hour, right at 4 o'clock, when we kick off the Beltway Blitz, we're going to give away tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. Next month, they're in D.C. at Nats Park. Someone's going to win tickets today listening to Grant and Danny. That's at 4 on the Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson on G&D with you until 6:15. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7. Of course, we're in Richmond right now for 3 hours. AM 910, FM 105.1. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Thank you for those of you that are doing that. We're in high definition today. And you can listen to us coast to coast wherever you are on the Odyssey app. We'll catch up with Kyle Glazer of Foul Territory. Covers Major League Baseball, longtime writer at Baseball America, buddy of mine who's super plugged in on the trade deadline coming up in just a couple of minutes. I want to ask him about Foster Griffin, whether or not he's going to be dealt and what the Nats might get back. Also, what is the chance that they trade Luis Garcia, who had a really good at-bat with the game on the line before striking out at the end of the game last night against the Blue Jays? He's up over 20 homers, one of 3 Nats hitters who can say that this season. I did see this, though, and I wanted to bring this up really quickly. 45% of Americans say that they make their bed every single day. 7% say that they never do. I think 45% of Americans are liars. Now, I'm also coming from the perspective of single men, probably.
Yeah.
I would think that the single dude who lives by themselves probably makes their bed at like a 10% clip on a daily basis. I think it's a very, very low number. It's not something that was part of my portfolio. If I had a guest coming over who was going to see my room or perhaps maybe lay down in my bed at some point, maybe they wanted to take a nap or something,
yeah,
I would make my bed. That was the extent of my life as a teenager and college or whatever. But otherwise, it's just me. No one else is going to be here today or tonight. I'm not making this damn bed. What's the point of that? Why would I do that? And I've seen some of the, the axioms like, you got to make your bed. It's how you start your day. The military people, David Goggins and people that talk about,
yes,
if you don't do that, you can't do anything else. So I ask you, Toby Altizer, do you make your bed every day as a single dude?
No chance.
When is the last time you made your bed?
A couple of days ago.
You do? Okay.
I not generally. Like
what percent of the time do you make your bed?
Oh, it's
out of 100 days. How many times will you make it?
Maybe 5.
And on those days, why? Like, what's the difference?
There might just be one random day when I'm resetting things. I don't know. Like, it's not very often. No. And this idea that, like, you have to make your bed to be successful for the day, I'm going to take L's all day. I don't really care. Like, I'm going to take L's in just about every aspect of my life. I don't really care. I don't need a W that I've made my bed. Who cares?
So what about if a young lady's coming over to the house?
Well, that's making a lot of assumptions here.
That's a good point. In a hypothetical world where you had a date, maybe you're going to come back and watch a movie, would you make your bed?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not ridiculous, but there's also no reason for me to make my bed when I'm the only one that's ever going to see it.
But I'm saying there could be a girlfriend.
Yeah, in an alternate universe, then yeah, maybe I would make my bed a little more frequently, but no.
Kevin D. Domenico, you have a girlfriend, but you're a single guy in terms of like marriage status, right? How often do you make your bed?
Well, we live together.
Oh, this changes everything.
So it's made, yeah, just about every day.
Does that mean
I will
that she
say when
makes
she's
it,
out
or
of
do you
town,
make
there are definitely times where it goes up. It might be unmade right now.
But how often are you making your bed versus her?
Yeah, I'm probably 60-70% clip when I was single.
You made it that often?
Yeah. I bought into all of that, but I will say it's not a win. It's not a win to make your bed.
No.
What was your philosophy on doing it?
Just keeping things tidy.
My thought on that always was, like, if your room is clean, the bed is the bed. So whether the blanket is askew or it isn't, it doesn't change if your room is clean or not, necessarily.
Correct.
It's not like the blanket is on the floor. Like, as long as if it's piled up on top of the bed or it's laid out as a square covering all corners of the mattress and the pillows are set up just so, it doesn't really change the cleanliness of the room. I mean, it looks better for sure. But in terms of like getting in your way, what about you, Darius? You got the basement set up are you a make your bed guy?
So it's a couple caveats. I'll try to keep this quick as possible. So one, I don't really sleep under my comforter. I'm more of I have a quilt that I use, like a quilt, like over cover blanket that I use. So I don't really need to like physically make my bed, if that makes sense, because I don't sleep under the actual comforter of the
Is
the
there
bed
a
set up there.
comforter on your bed?
There is a comforter on my bed.
And you
yes.
lay on top of it.
I lay on top of it, and then I have a quilt / blanket that I use that I primarily
Very
sleep
detailed.
under. Right. Yeah.
Do you make your bed or no?
Generally, I don't have to because I don't sleep under the comforter.
That's a no. By the way.
So I would say no.
Yeah.
Now also because like you said, I live in the basement, and the basement's kind of a public space because the laundry room's down there, so people are walking down there often. I typically try to keep it cleaner. Now, when I had like a room, in my old house, no, I did not make up my bed at all, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
I just think 45% of Americans saying they make their bed every single day. I think if you pulled single dudes, that number's way lower.
Oh.
Also, I think people are lying. This is one of those things where you claim you do something to look good that you probably don't. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. I want to talk about the Major League Baseball trade deadline with my buddy Kyle Glazer of Foul Territory TV. Kyle, I just saw this poll. 45% of Americans make their bed every single day. Now, you've got a couple of young ones, so you're sleep deprived and you're just trying to get by, basically. But are you making your bed every single day?
Absolutely. I'm kind of shocked to hear you guys don't. This is one of those things that no matter what else happens, if you get up and make your bed every single day, you feel so much better that you accomplished something during the day. I am absolutely on the side of get up, make your bed. It just makes everything else feel better, like you did something today.
So before you were married and a family man, was it the same way, like single you 8 years ago or whatever? Was that something you were doing?
I would say for the most part. Now, look, not every day when I'm in college and I oversleep and I have to race out of the bed and run to class, not so much. But for the most part, yeah, I always try to, keep to somewhat of a routine and, make my bed, shower, work out, stuff that makes you feel like you're doing at least a little something with your life when nothing else seems like it's going the way you want it to.
That last word was a W, work. What was that word you said? I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
What was that? Exercise? All right, let's talk trade deadline. Kyle Glazer, Foul Territory TV. So I want to start with the Nats. We could extrapolate out to the rest of the big leagues after. But starting with Washington, how likely do you think it is that they trade Foster Griffin, and what would a return in a market look like for him right now?
It's certainly possible, but look, as we sit here today, the Nationals are only one game out of a playoff spot, and that number 6 spot in the National League is very, very winnable. They have the highest scoring offense in baseball. I'm inclined to say go for it, barring, a 6-game losing streak here going into the deadline. If they do decide to trade Foster Griffin, as amazing as he's been, we typically see pitchers who are going to be free agents at the end of the year. The returns are pretty modest. Sometimes you'll see something, last year, for example, like Merrill Kelly, who was pitching well with Arizona at the time, and Texas acquired him. It was 3 prospects in kind of that 15 to 30 range. Some interesting guys, but no one who's great. One other comp is last year, Adrian Hauser. What he was doing with the White Sox, the Rays acquired him. What the White Sox got back was a former top 100 prospect who needed a fresh start, and Curtis Mead, as well as, some other pieces as well. So, you could see, whether it's a young big leaguer who needs a fresh start or a couple of mid-range prospects. But if you're the Nationals and you're in playoff, we're right there in the playoff race, I think the answer is keep him versus what that return would be.
So I also think there's a complicating factor here that I keep bringing up, which is if they hang on to Foster Griffin and then offer him the QO, the qualifying offer, which I guess isn't a guarantee because it's $20+ million, and this ownership group's last big pitching decision was $7 million a year for 2 years for Trevor Williams a few years ago. But that said, in a world where he turns down a qualifying offer and hits the market, you're getting a draft pick just outside of the second round, which is like Roman Anthony territory for Paul Taboni and his staff. So I think the return's got to be better than that, or it's even more of a reason probably to hang on to him, no?
Yeah, and realistically, when you look at the kind of prospects who get moved in these deals, those guys in the 15 to 30 range, a supplemental second round pick, those guys are typically in like the 8 to 12 range. So again, it's like anything else in life, going to depend on the offer they get. If they get something that blows them away or gives them some sort of young cornerstone centerpiece they can't pass up, sure. But we just generally don't see teams offering that for players who are going to be free agents at the end of the year anymore, unless you're in that Tarek Skubal phylum, which, again, as amazing as Foster Griffin has been, we can acknowledge he's not going to bring back a return like that.
How much do you think acquiring Connolly early for Curtis Mead would play into this? Do you think it makes it more likely? Do you think it less likely? Or is it just something that they'll make their decision regardless of that trade?
They'll make their decision regardless of that trade. Look, this was an opportunity. Again, they bought low on Curtis Mead, who we just talked about in a separate trade. They were able to get something out of him, which was very, very smart, going after guys who, are big leaguers but haven't even reached age 26 yet. Give them a shot. They did that, and they were able to flip him for a really good young left-handed pitcher. Adding Connolly early and keeping Foster Griffin in the same rotation only is going to make the Nationals better this year. Again, it's not a replacement as much as this is a way to strengthen our rotation regardless. I think it was a good trade for them.
Yeah, go into more detail there. I have not actually talked to you. I meant to text you the other night. What did you make of Mead for early and the return for Washington and how they did there?
Yeah, I thought they did really well. Again, Curtis Mead, they did a really good job with the buy low there. They were able to help him get better, stay in the strike zone more, and make more hard contact, be kind of the slugger he was anticipated to be. And look, if you look at the Nationals, what they needed was pitching. They already had an explosive offense. They had, Brady House down in AAA who could come in and step in. I think this was a good situation where, again, you had a team like the Red Sox who had a need for young position player at third base. The Nationals had a need for young pitching. It just matched up really well. I think both teams got something they needed. I like both players in this deal. I thought it was a good swap for both sides.
Talking with Kyle Glazer here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer sitting in for Danny this week. So some of the other guys that could be on the move, we can get into C.J. Abrams in a moment. I don't think it's very likely that they'll move him, but someone that they could potentially move at the deadline is Luis Garcia Jr. What do you see as a team that maybe would be a fit for him, and what kind of package would you expect back for Louis?
Yeah, so I want to start with Luis Garcia, and this kind of goes in line with the Griffin and Abrams conversation. If you look right now at the top 3 National League first basemen by OPS, it's Freddie Freeman, it's Matt Olson, and it's Luis Garcia. He's been a huge part of this Nationals offense that leads the majors in scoring. He's signed through the end of next year as well. Again, I don't see the Nationals moving him, making them a better team, especially when they're one game out of the playoff race. Now, out of the wild card spot, I should say. Now, if they do, again, a lot of times we see for guys, with this year level of control remaining and this performance, you'll sometimes get like a good young on the cusp big leaguer type, and maybe one or two other pieces in that 10 to 20 range of a prospect list. So you can get good young player for them. But again, if I'm the Nationals, if I'm one game out of a wild card spot, I have one of the top 3 hitting first basemen in the National League, I'm holding on to him. I really don't think it makes sense for the Nationals to sell off here. Again, barring they lose these last 6 games before the break.
So, Kyle, I think a lot of our listeners are going to agree with you, and this is music to their ears. It is my understanding, though, that internally they're prioritizing more 27, 28 than right now, which isn't to say that they're going to sell. I think they're going to try to split the difference. You've already kind of seen it with the Meade deal that they made for Connolly early. They're going to add relief pitching to try to make a go for it. But their philosophy, and I just want to get your thoughts to this, just based on the conversations I've had, is trading Foster Griffin now is trading him at peak value. And Luis Garcia, who turned into Barry Bonds for a month a few weeks ago, is the best right now that he's ever going to be. And they kind of view it a little bit less like these are two guys that could help them maybe get into the playoffs this year, and more the stock market, and they're flipping at peak value, a la Curtis Meade, perhaps. Your reaction to that?
Again, totally understandable, and it is a situation where if they were 5 games out of a wild card spot, I'd agree. But the reality is it's a very dangerous game to play where you say, oh, well, these guys are peak value, they won't get any better, and, we need to play for the future. It's never a guarantee that you'll be right back in the playoff race. Many teams have thought that, and then everything falls apart. And a lot of times players do get better at 25, 26, as we're seeing with Garcia and with Foster Griffin coming back over from Asia. Those are two demographics of guys who we do see get better and then maintain their new level of performance. So it's not a guarantee they're going to drop off. And it's not a guarantee if the Nationals move them, they'll be in a better position than they are right now. It's a very risky game to play. The Nationals can still put themselves in position to be successful for 27 and 28 without hurting their chances this year. And by that, I just mean go acquire some rental relievers. Those guys cost nothing in trades. We see every single year. And guys, 20, 30 in your prospect system. The Nationals can do that without a problem, make their team better for 26 without taking away anything for 27, 28. That's the optimal path for them here.
Yeah, so I think that's interesting, Kyle, because I'd thrown that out a couple of weeks ago, and generally our thought process when we were talking a couple of weeks ago about what they should do at the deadline is if you're going to acquire a reliever or if you're going to get a starter, maybe get someone that's going to be here for 27, 28, maybe even beyond, but that's going to cost a little bit more in prospect capital. The idea you're throwing out is maybe you just give up some prospects that are much lower down the ranks, but you get some help in this season. Which one of those approaches do you think makes most sense for this team?
Given the Nationals are still building again, right? This team is very good and they're on the upswing and you don't want to hurt that. You still want to keep a good system, which they have. I think the right move is, look, you can go get a Mark Leiter Jr. from the A's right now for someone in your system who by trading them does not affect your future outlook in any way, shape, or form. Brennan Bernardino with the Rockies. John Schreiber with the Royals. These aren't the biggest, sexiest names, but they're effective, and you can trade guys from your system to get them that, frankly, losing them will not hurt your future outlook in any way, shape, or form. For the Nationals, where they are just as a team, what they're trying to accomplish, what their timeline looks like, that's the best route for them because it allows them to compete in 2026 without hurting them for 27, 28, and beyond.
We're talking to Kyle Glaser of Foul Territory TV. The trade deadline is August 3rd. That's Monday coming up at 6 p.m. We'll have a special trade deadline here on Grant and Danny, a program leading up to 6 p.m., and we'll break everything down going on around baseball and certainly with the Nationals, who have already made the big splash to kick everything off, acquiring Connolly early for Curtis Meade. C.J. Abrams does not look like he's going to be moved at this point. It would seem almost impossible to thread that needle if you're another team. Coming off of NL Player of the Week, best player in baseball probably since the All-Star break. He's also just put it all together, had a career year. If they traded him, let's just say hypothetically, they get this crazy Godfather offer that they can't turn down that has been floated as still possible and they haven't slammed the door on. What does that look like?
Yeah, so real quick, I need to go back. I said Brennan Bernardino, rental reliever. I meant Brooks Raley. Bernardino has a few years of control left, so I need to correct that real quick. In terms of Abrams and what that offer might look like, we're talking about a mid-20s shortstop who's hitting for power and average, is in his peak and is continually getting better and better, leads the majors in RBIs right now. This is the type of player that you could potentially get if a team were willing to do it, 2 top 50 overall prospects or prospects of that caliber who just graduated to the majors, along with, 1 or 2 other really good prospects. You talk about those premium 4-player packages, that can be really appealing. Again, the risk, though, is you think about, say, the Marlins with Christian Yelich. At the time, that 4-player package they got looked pretty good with Lewis Brinson and Monty Harrison and Isan Diaz and Jordan Yamamoto. Again, Yelich was 26, similar age to Abrams, and it turned out to be a disaster of a trade. So even though you could get some really good top prospects and really good young players, the reality is, any of the guys you're getting, you're hoping that one day they might be as good as C.J. Abrams. So, again, if they were 10 games out, it's a different story. But given how many years of control they have for him and where they are, keeping him makes sense. And the other part of this is, if they do fall out of it and they decide to move him in the offseason, they're still going to get a haul. There's no real rush to trade him right this minute.
Right. And I think that the most likely outcome for the moment, I think it's very unlikely he gets traded right now. But I do think he gets traded this offseason, barring something changing, because it looks hard to imagine an extension getting done with him. But that's where I want to go with you next, Kyle. I've said all along, let's see if he can't sign this guy to an extension. He's not advised by Boris. He is with Rock Nation. I don't know that that's their preferred way of going about it, in these arbitration years. I don't know the book on them is out completely yet. But my point all along has been he's not a shortstop. So you can't make him one of the higher paid shortstops in the sport. But you could offer him the money to make him the highest paid second baseman and move him over. I heard Jeff Passan talking today about the fact that there are teams that want to acquire him that view him long-term as a center fielder, which we've never seen him play at the big league level, but is interesting. He does a great job tracking the baseball going back as a shortstop. But I've thought about something like, and you'd have to tell me if this is in the ballpark or would make any sense, but I'm just going off of second base money where Simeon's got the biggest deal. Because he's only 25 and he's so young, I could do an 8-year deal with him at like $27 million per year or something and offer him $216 million. Now, for the record, I don't think this ownership group would sign off on that right now. We have no reason to believe that they're willing to spend that kind of money because it's been forever since they have. But in a hypothetical world where they said, yeah, no problem, let's get it done, do you think going to Abrams with like 8-27 or let's say 8-28 at $224 million, is that enough, do you think, to get something done this offseason a couple years ahead of free agency or no?
We have to remember that he's going to view himself as a shortstop. And even though, yes, since he was an amateur, people have been saying, hey, he's going to have to move to second. Hey, we think he actually might be better in center field. But he's going to view himself as a shortstop in any contract negotiation. And with that, you're more looking at 10 years, $300 million plus. So the reality is, if you're the
even if he's going to move off the position, though, Kyle?
Because that's going to be his argument. Him and his agent's argument is going to be, people have said he's going to move off the position since he was drafted, and look at him, he's still a shortstop. We view him as a shortstop. You're going to have to pay him as a shortstop, or we're not signing an extension. That is going to be their argument. So the reality is, if you're the Nationals, the best thing for them to do is wait and see how the CBA negotiations shake out, what exactly the different salary structures are going to look like in terms of luxury tax, if we get a cap, which I don't think we will. Right now, if you're the Nationals, the best thing to do is wait on this until after the CBA negotiations. Because again, even if we all view him as not a shortstop, and I agree with you, the argument him and his agent are going to make is, well, he is a shortstop, so you're going to have to pay him as one. And if you want to move him off, that's going to be a decision you make.
Kyle, real quick, just going around Major League Baseball, I'm going to throw a couple names at you. Tell me if you think they get traded and maybe just a little bit about them and what they could return. Let's start with the guy at the top of the market, Tarik Skubal.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, we've seen teams be hesitant to trade a lot for rentals, but given how good he is, we might see something like the old, Aroldis Chapman, Andrew Miller type of deals back in 2016 where teams are giving up 2 top 100 prospects and 2 other really good young prospects, even for a rental. I think that especially if the Tigers successfully drive the bidders up against each other, they should do that. And by the way, the Brewers can pay that and suffer no ill consequences for the future. They're stacked in terms of what they've got in the big leagues and the minors. If I'm the Brewers, I pay that, no questions asked.
How about Mason Miller?
Yeah, the Padres really don't want to move him. Again, you're looking, the closest comp would be the Craig Kimbrell trade a decade ago with the Padres Red Sox, which again is 2 top 100 prospects, the 50 to 100 range, and 2 other, really good young prospects as well who, have major league futures. That's sort of what that rate would be like for a closer at this level of performance with this many years of control left.
How about Twins starting pitcher Joe Ryan?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Again, the Twins are kind of weird what they're telegraphing, what they will and won't do. I think that for Ryan, you probably are looking at something like, again, whether it's one good young big league starter or a prospect around the cusp, another good prospect on top of it, and maybe a third piece somewhere. That would be roughly what I would expect.
And then what are the Angels going to do? They've got a couple of guys, Soriano, Detmers, Neto potentially as well. Are they going to change and actually trade people, or are they going to hold on to them?
That's the $1 million question, right? Artie Moreno has said, I should say what has been communicated from the Angels is that Artie Moreno is going to stay out of the way and John Mozeliak has full power. And if that's the case, then, Detmer, Soriano, Neto, they're all going to be on the table. But we've seen Artie Moreno step in before and spike deals that have been agreed to just because he likes the player. So I will believe that Artie Moreno is stepping aside when I actually see it. Until that happens, I'm skeptical.
Kyle, great information. Appreciate you bouncing around with us. Deadline's coming quick. Looking forward to it.
Thanks. Anytime. Happy to join you guys.
Check out Kyle Glazer. Foul Territory TV is where he applies his trade. We'll get you some NFL burning questions on the eve of practice number 1 for the Commanders when we return next on G&D. Guys, it's GP. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season. And do it in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, this one's cool. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. My buddies get in on that every year. I've been big on Circa Survivor in the past. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And then there's the Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Commanders training camp is in full today. Veterans made their way out to Ashburn, and the first official practice is tomorrow as the NFL continues to heat up here this summer. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield is reporting to training camp without a new deal. He'll play out the final year of his contract before becoming an unrestricted free agent. The Eagles are signing two-time Pro Bowl selection Jalen Carter to a 4-year, $152 million extension. It's worth up to $160 million. He's going to be the highest-paid defensive tackle in NFL history. Cade Cavalli gets the ball against Shane Bieber and the Blue Jays tonight for the Nationals. First pitch at 6:45 right here on the Fan. And in the NBA, Draymond Green has agreed to return to the Golden State Warriors on a 1-year, $27.7 million deal. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Little under 15 minutes away from a double play. Grant and Danny on the Fan. In a half hour at 4, we've got those tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan exclusively right here on the Fan at 4 o'clock all week long. Training camp getting started unofficially this evening with the kickoff press conference. Adam Peters, Dan Quinn in the 6 o'clock hour. We'll get you some of that audio hopefully before we get out of here. But tomorrow's practice number 1, first thing in the morning out in Ashburn. So we'll have coverage for you on Grant and Danny and all day long on the Fan. It is time for some NFL burning questions. All 32 teams have reported. We bring in our producer, Darius Dameron, to spin us around the NFL.
I should probably pop my mic up. That would be very helpful. What's up, guys? The Eagles just gave Jalen Carter a 4-year extension with massive money. Is Philly still the best team in the NFC East?
I'm in the minority on this. I don't think they win the division. I think the Cowboys do. I'm very, very high on Dallas, assuming health of Dak Prescott, because I think that the horrendous defense that has held them back the last couple seasons will be improved. I really like their coordinator hire on the defensive side of the ball. They went out and did something similar to what Washington did, getting a first-timer who people around the league really like, Christian Parker, who came over from the Eagles, actually, in their secondary. But you look at the upgrades in terms of personnel with the draft pick, Caleb Downs in the secondary, Colby Durant from the Rams, Jalen Thompson from the Cardinals, D. Winters from the Niners, Rashawn Gary from the Packers. They have 4 other drafted players, 4th round and earlier, who are going to play a lot in their rotation on defense. And they are the best offense in terms of talent. Pickens, Lamb, I think Flournoy is really good. Javonte Williams had a huge year, good offensive line. Prescott's kind of set it and forget it. 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns. So I think the Cowboys are an 11, 12-win team. I think the Eagles come back to the pack a little bit.
I'm going to take the Eagles still. Their defense is so good. We were talking about some of their names earlier, and their defense is going to be fantastic once again. Question is the offense. They're doing something similar to Washington, going with a inexperienced coordinator in Sean Mannion to be their offensive coordinator, and they're going to try to bring some of that modern offense to this team. And this is kind of that every other year thing that Philly does, where they bring in a coordinator and all of a sudden they're awesome for a year, and then they have a down year the next. Yet last year was their down year. I think they're going to be up again this season, and they got my favorite receiver in this year's draft. I loved Mekhi Lemon. I don't know that he necessarily fits with what Jalen Hurts is best at, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mannion tries to get Hurts out of his comfort zone a little bit. And I think Saquon maybe looks a little bit better after, he kind of struggled a little bit coming off of that 2,000-yard season. So, yeah, I think Philly's still the team to beat in the NFC East.
As the Steelers reported to camp today, Aaron Rodgers talked to the media and doubled down that 2026 is going to be his final season in the NFL. Will we see Rodgers in the playoffs one more time?
Pittsburgh always is right there, but they're just not that good.
That was Mike Tomlin's Pittsburgh. This is Mike McCarthy's Pittsburgh. This could be different.
I mean, Rodgers is like going through a midlife crisis where, I mean, it sounds like a good thing, at least for him, where he's meeting up with his family and reuniting with his parents he hadn't talked to in years and his brothers and stuff. I don't think that's enough to change things for Pittsburgh, though. They're still not very good. They're third in their own division, right? I just don't see them being better. Maybe they could squeak into that final wild card spot, but there's too many teams I'd take ahead of them. So, no, we will not see Rodgers in the postseason.
Way easier for me. No, they're not making the playoffs. The Bills, the Ravens, the Patriots, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Texans, the Bengals, the Jaguars. That's 9 teams I like better than them. I think they're probably on even footing with like the Colts, something like that maybe. But yeah, I'm a no on the Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, Rodgers has not been that good. Now, I'm not a hater. I'm glad he's playing again. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. But he is just a very league average player at this point. He's not going to elevate everybody around him. They don't have a great supporting cast. So I think they got worse from a coaching standpoint. McCarthy's solid. People give him a bad rap. But I think Tomlin was better and was the guy that kind of kept them in the postseason mix that Toby talked about. So I like the Ravens to win that division. I think the Bengals make the playoffs. I'll say absolutely not on the AFC North for Pittsburgh.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are kicking off camp with a couple of disgruntled players. Vita Vea's asking for a trade out. Baker Mayfield's contract extension talks have not gone very well. Are they still the favorites to win the NFC South?
I think so. I think they'll win their 5th out of 6 years. And by the way, they haven't finished in second in any of the last 5 years because they tied with the Panthers last year after they collapsed. They didn't get in via tiebreaker, essentially. But yeah, the Bucs are the most talented or best team, I'll say, because they have the quarterback in Mayfield who has the chance to play at a high level. I'm not sold on Michael Penix. He's never really been overly impressive. Somewhat limited in terms of an athlete. He has a really good arm talent, but hadn't put it together in Atlanta. Tua's probably going to start some early in the year. Speaking of guys that are just okay, leaving Mike McDaniel. So I'm not high on Atlanta. The team that came on last year that I started to really buy into was Carolina. They've had a hell of a start to camp. They already lost a important defensive starter and then had an offensive contributor today carted off the field. So the vibes just aren't good there. I think they're the team that'll push Tampa, but with Igbuka, Jalen McMillan, Chris Godwin, Wirfs is one of the better tackles in the league. Like, there's still a lot of talent on that offense for them, kind of like what they did in the draft as well. Ruben Bain's going to be a good player on the defensive line. Josiah Trotter in the 2nd round at linebacker. They're trying to build that thing back up. They brought in A'Shaun Robinson, Alex Anzalone. So, yeah, I think they're going to be a 10-7 type team that wins the division probably.
Yeah, I'll take Tampa. They got off to a 6-2 start last year. You kind of saw that in quarterback when you're watching it. They were good to start the year. Baker was
legitimately. Did you have the same feeling watching quarterback that I did, where you're like, how on earth did this team not win the division?
Yes, 100%.
It's crazy.
And you're just like, what in the world? 6-2 to all of a sudden missing the playoffs. So, yeah, they're going to be right back on the horse. But if there is a team I had to pick to be pushing them, it would be Carolina, because I like Dave Canales and I like what they were able to accomplish last year.
One of last year's breakout candidates was tight end Tucker Kraft for the Packers before he got injured. He's going to start camp on the PUP list, likely to be ready for week 1. Who do you consider the favorite to win the NFC North?
Oh, man. I would take Green Bay. I would think that as much as everyone talked about Washington being the team for regression and they took that year 2 step backwards, I would think that Chicago is the team to have that discussion with this season. I don't know that they're going to go from 11-6 to what Washington did, where they went 5-12 the next season. But I would expect them to take a step back, and I think this is a year for the Packers to take that step forward and get to 10 wins. Matt LaFleur, the Packers have been beneficiaries of that added extra wild card spot for the last couple of seasons. So this is about time for them to step up. I think Matt LaFleur, even though I think he's a good coach, goes in with a little bit of a hot seat this season if they're not able to play a little bit better. So I think this is a season they take that step forward. Jordan Love is a really good quarterback. So, yeah, I think the Packers are the best in the NFC North.
This is probably one of my hotter preseason takes. I like the Bears to win the North. You just said that people are going to have them falling off, and I think that that's true. I think they're like plus 300 to win that division, distantly third behind Detroit, who's still a favorite for some reason. I don't really get that. And then Green Bay, who I actually would pick if not the Bears. I think those two teams will be vying for the top spot. The Lions will be a game or two behind them. But I think you're talking about maybe 3 10-ish win teams. I mean, I think it is. Yep. It's kind of jumbled into a blender. Obviously, this won't be news to people. I'm a big believer in Ben Johnson offensively. But on top of that, I think Caleb Williams is going to keep getting better. Him, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, these are franchise quarterbacks. These are guys that were drafted at the top of the draft and have proven that they were really good picks. Defensively, the Bears need to get better. Well, what did they do? They went out and got Kobe Bryant from Seattle. They drafted a starting safety in the first round. They brought in Devin Bush from Cleveland. They bring in TJ Edwards from the Eagles. They have Kyler Gordon, a second-round pick that's going to start in the nickel. Like, they might have 5 new starters on a defense that was number 1 in takeaways. So they're not – if the same Bears team showed up this year, I agree, they wouldn't win as many games. It was a lot of crazy comebacks. But I think they're better on paper, on defense especially, than they were last year. And I kind of count on them to scheme it up offensively to make it all work. So I'm high on Chicago. I'll have them as the favorites in the NFC North. G&D on the Fan. Some burning NFL questions going into training camp. Let's get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Time for our double play, sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter. Absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, AC, and electrical. Absolutely the best. Toby Altizer is in for Danny Rouillet today on G&D. It is time for the double play. Toby, what do you got?
Yeah, so I saw this story. I sent it into our Twitter DMs, and this story is unbelievable. So there was a ER nurse. He's 32 years old, and they were out. Him and his buddies were out hiking up Montana's tallest mountain. So he's just hanging out, doing different things, and they were using. I mean, I'm assuming these are pretty avid climbers because they've got poles and everything, like the stuff that you would need if you're going to be making these types of treks quite often. They've got the stuff. Well, they get near the top of the mountain, and he slips on a rock, and unfortunately, one of his poles impales him on his side.
That is,
I mean, literally, you see a picture. It's going in one side, coming out the other, and the crazy part about this is. That's awful, but he then is an ER nurse, as I mentioned. He checks, realizes that, okay, everything's fine here. I didn't pierce any organs. I'm not excessively bleeding. And so once they realize that he's okay, at least until they get to a hospital, he decides instead of having a helicopter come medevac him out, which is going to cost a lot of money, he says, we'll just hike everything all the way back down. They had to hike 6.5 hours back down this thing. And we're talking 10 miles, Grant, with something sticking out of his side, to the point that as they're walking down the trail, some of his buddies will go ahead, and if they see a family or something with some kids, like, yeah, maybe don't look. Because this is pretty graphic. And he walks all the way back down, goes to the hospital, and he's totally fine. It was to the point that they realized he was fine. He was so fine to the point that they were making jokes that he was a kebab on the way down.
The pictures, because you sent this, and originally I just saw the headline and the story. I didn't actually see the images until the last few minutes. The pictures of this are disgusting.
Yes.
I don't know how this, the walking stick that looks like metal or whatever, how it misses his rib cage and everything.
Right.
But it just goes through, it looks like just skin in one side, out the other. But it's not like just barely inside the skin. It looks like it's like 2.5 inches in. So it had to have pressed up against without getting into rib cage. I don't know how it happened. But I would have screamed, cried. I would have panicked and assumed I was dying and just crawled into the fetal position and tell everyone to leave me behind. You guys keep going. Tell my family I love them. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would never hike up 10 miles up a mountain.
I guess that's true. I wouldn't have been there.
Regardless, if this sort of thing happened to me, I would not have handled it very well. And it's a credit to him. It's an incredible story, but glad that he's okay. But I can't imagine hiking up the mountain just to slip and impale yourself and then walk all the way back down like nothing happened.
It's time for your boys' double play. I saw Dan Orlovsky and the ESPN crew yelling about this on one of the shouty shows on ESPN.
Wait, they do that on ESPN?
They tend to get loud on ESPN, but this was funny enough to me. Dan Orlovsky is adamant against dudes getting pedicures, which I don't really understand. This is just it's good for your health. It's good for your feet. This is something that people do all the time, especially for an athlete. If you like an athlete that plays a professional sport, just know that they've probably gotten pedicures. These dudes are in cleats all the time, and their feet are their moneymaker. I mean, they got to run around and make plays. You can't have these toenails getting ingrown and all this stuff. But Dan Orlovsky, former NFL quarterback, says, not up in here.
Question. I am.
You never get a pedicure?
I have never gotten a pedicure.
Oh, it's a delight.
I never will.
Yeah, no, it's
I am
great.
completely against pedicures for dudes.
Why? What for?
You're a dude. You're not supposed to get pedicures.
Yes, you are.
Nah, man.
You're a dude. You're not supposed to get pedicures is a take from like 1996. That's such a tough guy bit he's doing. But that aside for a second, I've only gotten one that I can remember in my life. I guess it's possible I've had two and I can't remember the other time I've done it. I think it was like, bachelor party or something where a guy wanted everyone to go get pedicures or something. I'm trying to remember when we would have done it. But I know I can picture at least one time where I've done it. It was fantastic. I will tell you, though, I don't think they're for me. Like, I love the idea of them, and I'm not against doing them because I'm a guy. I don't like my feet being touched a whole lot. My feet are ticklish. When they take out that brush and they take off like the dead skin from the bottom of the feet or whatever, everything they're doing is uncomfortable. The few times I've gotten like a full body massage or whatever, when they get down to your feet and they try to start like rubbing the oils and rubbing on your feet, I'm like, we are good there. I'm just giggling like a schoolgirl. I don't know why. I can't deal with the feet touching, but the idea of a pedicure is great. And I think taking care of your feet and having like toenails that are clipped correctly and just having your feet be, maintained, which is all you're really doing, especially as a professional athlete, is probably a prerequisite. I think that's a terrible take from Orlovsky.
You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you can't have it. I'm just never going to have one. I'm good.
Never.
No.
Why?
No. I mean, the closest...
Is it a comfort thing as a dude? Like, you don't feel like a man if you do it?
No, I just have no need. Don't really want to. The closest I've ever come, I told you about this before, is we did you stick your foot in a fish tank and a bunch of little fish nibble at your dead skin on your feet. So
that's such a whack.
I've done a fish pedicure, if you want to call it that, but no, I'm not.
Why would you do that and not a pedicure?
I'm just not getting a pedicure.
But that doesn't answer my question. You're willing to let fish nibble at your skin.
That's like a novelty thing that I'm willing to... I'm not doing a pedicure.
But you keep saying that. Why is my question.
I don't want people touching my feet, much less seeing my feet.
So it's a comfort with basically your feet being...
It's also just something
center of attention.
I'm not going to do.
That's what I'm drilling down on. It's just that you don't like being pampered?
I don't have an issue with other people doing it. Me, myself, will not be seen sitting in a pedicure chair.
It's not happening.
No.
What about a manicure?
No.
Okay. I would do a manicure, I think. I've never done one. But like a pitcher should do that kind of stuff. I mean, this is real life maintenance that can affect your job, and there's millions of dollars.
Yeah, again, I don't have an issue with other people doing it. My job, talking on the radio, does not require me sitting in a pedicure chair. So no.
You were limping around the other day with a foot problem. Maybe if you got
that might require surgery or a lifestyle change or something. I don't think that requires a pedicure.
Gout Altizer. Kurt Gouty Altizer over here. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our Beltway Blitz is next. As soon as we return, let's give away those tickets, Tobes. Aldine and Luke Bryan at Nats Park next month. This is G&D.
Commanders veterans report to Ashburn today with the first training camp practice set for tomorrow. Washington added veteran quarter Rasul Douglas, while longtime special teams standout Nick Bellore has retired after 14 NFL seasons. Nationally, the Eagles have made Jalen Carter the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. 4 years, $152 million extension. He could make $160 million over that span. Cade Cavalli gets the ball tonight for the Nats against Shane Bieber and the Blue Jays. First pitch, 6:45 on the Fan. Gus Varlin was recalled from AAA Rochester to take Andrew Alvarez's spot. Now the Nats have an extra arm in the pen. Gus's brother Louis plays for the Blue Jays, so the siblings will be in opposite bullpens tonight. Mystics return from the All-Star break tonight, hosting the Connecticut Sun at CareFirst Arena. Tip-off at 7:30. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats to you. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan's Double Trouble Tour. Show's coming to town Thursday, August 20th at Nats Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders, but let's start on the diamond. Jesse Doherty covers the Nationals for Notice. He was over at the ballpark for the return of Max Scherzer yesterday. Of course, Jesse also covered the team during the 2019 World Series run, wrote a book about it. Jesse, Scherzer coming back. I know it was not a big crowd, which was a little disappointing, but that's kind of state of the union around these parts at this point. I did think that the people that were there showed him a lot of respect. I liked that.
Yeah, and I thought he recognized the moment, too. Like, after the outing he had, which was 8 outs, 75 pitches, obviously not the standard he would hold himself to earlier in his career. Like, he's not one to acknowledge an ovation, right? Like, if I remember correctly, he only really does that after he has 6 scoreless, 7 scoreless, and then even then it's a question mark. He's so dialed in. So for him to, like, wave twice on the way out, I think it was a recognition of how big the moment was and of the crowd's response, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see. I think the Nats Park crowd always does a good job of that. But unfortunately, the game yesterday for the Nationals, not able to get the win, and they're fighting for that wild card spot, so every game matters the rest of the way. What'd you make of their performance and unable to come up with that clutch hit when they needed it?
Yeah, it's almost jarring when the offense is the problem. Like last night, they got the pitching they needed. Even the offense that did come, one of the 2 runs is a solo homer, so you're not really manufacturing, stringing those hits together. That's a really good bullpen over there. I saw someone say this on Twitter, like, if I'm Paul Taboni and I'm adding, I'm certainly calling Toronto. I mean, we still don't know if the Nats are going to take that approach, but certainly a game you really need when your pitching staff is what it's been. It's a lot of pressure to put on the offense that you always need to produce every time that the pitching staff gives you a chance, but it felt like, given the time of year, that was really one the Nats let get away.
Jesse, it feels like there's always like one little nit I can pick with what they're doing with their lineups or their construction, and yet they're the number 1 offense in the sport. So maybe it's just one of those sit back and watch. But this Jorbit Bibas is the new third baseman on the the wider side of a platoon thing is going to get under my skin a little bit. So you got Brady House called up. He has 2 doubles, performs well in that first game, but as a right-handed hitter, will be on the short side. Are they just going to have, because he's left-handed, like Bibas play righties? I mean, he doesn't hit righties either. He might be left-handed, but he does. It's not like you're playing a guy who matches righties. They don't have that guy.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think they've been pretty dogmatic about handedness with their lineups as we've seen, and I think one element of that is just feeling like that tilts the numbers in your favor each matchup. I do think another element, we saw this a bit with Garcia, and this is more anecdotal than anything, but when he did start to play against lefties, he sometimes looked worse against righties, and it just kind of took him out of rhythm. Now, I think you could argue both ways, right? Like, is there something about getting everyday at-bats for your Brady House, seeing the ball all the time, facing righties, working through it? Or is there, after that, if you went 0 for 4 after that game with 2 doubles, like, is that a step back mentally? And if he comes out this week against a lefty again and rakes, like, is there some merit to putting him in positions to succeed at all times when he's still figuring out the righty side? Now, again, the flip side is if he never gets a chance, he'll never figure it out. So I'm with you. I think it is a curious one.
So, and then there's a couple of things to that I want you to react to. I guess the first is, what are they? Like, are they trying to just win the night and make the playoffs, because then maybe we should have a different conversation about the deadline. Is developing a guy like Brady House longer term pretty important here and kind of helping him reach his ceiling? That's another conversation. But I guess my point is, because I like the idea you're kind of getting at, well, maybe House is the most important guy, so you want him to be feeling good and keep him confident. I'm just saying I like the idea, but it can't be a rule all the time. If you don't have, like, I'm right-handed, they shouldn't hit me over, a left-hander. You know what I'm saying? Jorbit Bibas is not me, but he's closer to me than he is James Wood. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah, and for 5 years now, the question of development versus competitiveness was easy, and now it's not, and that's why it's so fascinating. Even you bringing it up that way. I mean, I think look, like if you gave him troop serum and you said like Brady House against righties, given the way he got chewed up, the whole first half, and Vivas against righties, like, what do you think gives you a better chance in that spot? I mean, the way they pinch hit in late games, basically going with handedness at any spot aside from like James Wood and C.J. Abrams, would basically tell you that they think the handedness in a lot of cases is going to decide that matchup. So I think maybe they might answer that question, Grant, as, yeah, we are trying to be competitive. Here it is. And I'm not saying I necessarily agree either, but like I think there is a chance that they check both boxes, the developmental piece and the competitive piece, with this approach, even if it does feel like you're not going to ride the guy who just had 2 doubles, who just had 3 hits, whatever it is, because I hear you. I hear you for sure.
Less than a week until the trade deadline. What do you feel like is the right approach, and what do you feel like they're going to do at the deadline?
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. Like I've been a little bit wary of the idea that you can make major decisions for your franchise based on whether you're like 2 up or 2 down, under 500 or over. Like, I think these guys have at least talked as if they are so process driven to the point where like I haven't quite bought the idea that like every game matters that much for something as big as like an Abrams trade. Now, I do understand, like, when it's a guy like Foster Griffin, he's been amazing. He was an all-star, but he doesn't have any control left. So if you're thinking of a somewhat minimal return there, I mean, I wouldn't say minimal, but it's not going to like light the world on fire. Maybe you actually are going to make that choice versus whether you're like in the wild card race versus 3 back versus 2 back, 1 back. So like, I guess for me, like, I would hold on to Abrams here. I think it's really hard to find that superstar talent that he's showing, even for the next 2 years. And then you just give yourself every chance to, build a relationship, make him want to stay, get that extension done, no matter where he fits positionally down the line. And I think you could justifiably then trade Griffin and Garcia. A little bit talking out of both sides of your mouth. If you're going to worsen the rotation, then add to the bullpen. It's like a little bit of column A and column B. But I think that just giving the leverage to sell high for a guy like Griffin, that you basically has found money after you did a really good job scouting him in Japan. I think if you take the money and run there, I don't blame you.
What would an extension for Abrams look like? I'm not convinced ownership would be willing to do it to begin with, but we were actually talking earlier in the show about this. Like, I'd go to him and say, hey, we're moving you to second. We'll make you the highest paid second baseman in history. Here's 8 or 9 years at $28 million and start there. But the pushback I got from a guest on that was, well, him and his agent are going to say I've only played short, so I went $300 million in 10 years, and like now you're at an impasse. Paston today was saying teams think of him maybe as a center fielder in the future, whereas I've kind of thought you move him to second. But like, what does that look like? It seems complicated then, doesn't it?
It definitely does. And frankly, second base money and center field money, as you know, is different too. And I think like there's a couple factors here, right? Like, I think extension today is a higher value and different than an extension in 2 years when he hits free agency, both because he's playing as well as he ever has. He's younger. You have more years of his prime ahead of you. You have more years of him at shortstop if you want to have him there, at least, for the Nats until Eli Willits is ready or whatever it may be. So I think the question of timing is huge there. Like, if you actually wait, let's say they hold on to him for the next 2 deadlines, they wait till he goes to free agency. They bank on the fact that he loves the hitting staff. He loves Blake Butera. He loves playing with James Wood, all that stuff. He wants to be in DC. Like, I think you're actually probably going to get him at a bit of a discount at that point, unless, I'm wrong and he's going to keep going up and up and up and up. I mean, there's a point now where you hit a ceiling, and I mean, his last week, NL Player of the Week and numbers he put up, like, it'd be really hard to top those. But like, I think right now he probably has as much leverage as possible. Is that an argument for him that he should pick up the phone and be really receptive? Maybe. But I think also it's hard to tell guys that in the moment when them and their agent are looking at it and being like, we're just getting started. Like, we're going to settle for something and a deal, and they're going to sell it as we're giving you the stability and we're giving you the assurance of a long-term deal, which is what teams will do, right? They're like, we're going to make sure you get this amount of money, but give you the safety blanket, and you're going to cut us a deal on the money because you're getting that security. Now they might just say, screw that, we're willing to go to ARB 2 more years and then let it ride in free agency. So I think I think timing is a huge part of it too.
Jesse, appreciate the time. We'll chat again soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Let's talk NFL. Joining us to talk a little NFL is PJ Glasser, Westwood One Sports. PJ, Jalen Carter gets a big contract to stay with the Eagles. How do you rank the teams in the NFC East right now?
I'd still go Philly 1, Dallas 2, Washington 3, and New York 4. I think Philly's Dallas's offense is really good. I'd still put Philly's defense as probably the best unit in that division. I know there's a lot of excitement around the Cowboys this season, but I still think Philly on paper has the best roster. It's the team I'd probably trust the most. And if that offense can get back to what it was a couple years ago, I definitely think they're the team to beat.
The Chiefs are suddenly really interesting, PJ. Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City coming off of a very rare down year, missed the playoffs. Obviously, he was on the shelf at the end of the year, but they probably would have missed the playoffs anyway, frankly. He's expecting to practice early in camp. How do you see them in the pecking order in the AFC West?
Grant, Kansas City is going to be really interesting, I think, because we're almost going to see an identity change out of them a little bit, right? I mean, certainly in this Mahomes, Andy Reid era, we think of them kind of as the air raid offense and throw the ball all over. I know it hasn't quite been that really since Tyreek Hill got traded. But what the Kenneth Walker signing tells me is certainly Mahomes coming off the injury. They're going to lean on the run game and they're going to lean on the defense. So I kind of think like Denver is almost the Chicago version of the AFC a little bit from last year, where they had all those close wins, all those one-score games, then went in their way. And the Chiefs obviously were on the wrong side of that this past year after being on the right side of that 2 years ago. I see some regression from Denver. I think the division comes between the Chargers and the Chiefs. I think the Chargers in the regular season could win a lot of games. I love the hire of Mike McDaniel as the OC. But look, Kansas City, it seems like they're flying under the radar. And I think the fact they bring in Kenneth Walker, give their offense a little bit more balance. The defense should still be pretty solid. I think the Chargers actually win that division, but I think it's going to come down between them and Kansas City.
What about the Houston Texans? Their defense is going to be good once again. I think we all expect that, but is C.J. Stroud going to be able to get back to what we saw him do as a rookie? And it's not like he has to be spectacular with how good their defense is, but what do you expect out of Houston this year?
That's the $1 million question, Toby, right? The defense is still going to be one of the best, if not the best in the NFL, but it's all going to be about the offense. And it really didn't do much to shake it up. It feels like, kind of all these other teams, certainly New England went out and got some weapons for Drake May. Some other teams around the league did that as well. You were kind of waiting for Houston to do that, knowing they have a championship defense, and it feels like they really didn't. So that AFC South, you guys, I think is going to be really fascinating. As we know, in the NFL every year, there's a team that goes worst to first. They finish last in their division, and then the next year they win it. I kind of think the AFC South could be a candidate. I like Tennessee a lot. I think the hire of Saleh and him calling the defense, Dable as the OC, Cam Ward taking a big jump in year 2. I think they could be a factor in that division. Jacksonville, who certainly made the playoffs and won that division last year. So any 4 of those teams could do it. Texans got the best defense, I think, in the NFL. But yeah, I'm skeptical about that offense. So for me, I think the Jags are probably the team to beat in that division, and I like Tennessee as a sleeper too.
The new head coach of the Vegas Raiders, Clint Kubiak, today said Kirk Cousins will start camp as the number 1. How long does he hold off Fernando Mendoza, do you think?
I would say maybe week 5, week 6 would be my guess. I kind of see the Raiders being what the Giants were last year, where you had Russell Wilson start, Jackson Dart's kind of waiting in the wings. You're asking yourself after week 2, week 3, why is Russell Wilson starting games? What is the point of this. Let's just see what we have in Dart. Let's see if we can grow with them. And clearly the Giants realized that, okay, maybe we do have something, and that's kind of what ignited all the excitement into this year and probably a reason why Harbaugh ended up taking that job. I think it's the same thing with the Raiders. Like, they're coming in with the plan. Cousins starts, Mendoza comes, off the bench, and then maybe in the middle of the season. But I think, guys, after like week 3, week 4, we're going to start to ask the same questions that probably the Giants were last year. So that would be my guess, Grant. Probably in that week 4, week 5, maybe week 6 range, we see Mendoza.
PJ, I appreciate you joining us. Have a great rest of your day, man.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Let's talk Commanders. Joining us to talk about the Local 53 is David Harrison, WUSA 9, Locked On Commanders. One more day till we're out sweating in the Ashburn heat together, David. What are you looking forward to with training camp getting underway?
I think overall just seeing the schemes continue to develop. You know what I mean? We saw a lot of really exciting kind of tidbits of what the schemes are going to look like, and it's been a lot of fun, and there's a lot of versatility to it. So I just want to kind of continue seeing that grow and see what it's going to look like ultimately.
David, at wide receiver, there's been so much speculation about whether or not they go get a veteran, Stephon Diggs, Brandon Ayuk, someone in the building that isn't there yet end up emerging. How do you think this plays out? And if they are going to go the veteran route, it probably isn't going to be like today, tomorrow. Those guys don't want to sweat for the entirety of training camp. Like, what would the timeline even look like on that?
Yeah, I got to say, and I know it's kind of shaken, and because of recent developments, but I'm still kind of like 75%, man. I think Brandon Ayuk is coming. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I think eventually that's going to be the outcome to this thing. And I think until then, the Commanders are just going to kind of see what they have, and Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, Treylon Burks, all these guys, and only if there's just like a need, like, hey, like this isn't cutting it, like this isn't going to be good enough, knock on wood, it's not an injury or something. Like, I think maybe then potentially they'd be compelled to go, get serious about a Stephon Diggs or someone like that. I know Kayshon Boutte and he wants to trade out of New England has been a part of that conversation, here and there on the fringe. But I still don't know, man. I think this Brandon Ayuk thing is just too much to go away fully. So I still think that's the end move. But you never know based on what happens in the early weeks of training camp where the Commanders might go.
It's funny. I mean, for a while I was team, they're definitely going to sign Brandon Ayuk. Really, at about the time where he started calling out Jaden Daniels and talking about his mom, I kind of said, all right, this isn't going to happen. But I am still hearing, essentially, that I don't think they've closed the book. I don't think they're as interested. But if and when he becomes available, which he hasn't even fired his agent, he hasn't filed to get reinstated, he's still got to do a lot of things that he hasn't done. I think they'd at least talk to him and kick the tires, so I get where you're coming from. My question is, how would they sell that? Or would they need to? Like, what would they even say about why there's so many people in this league doing everything right that are desperate for chances? Why give him the chance after he did everything wrong for so long?
Yeah, I think like the way that AP is probably going to approach is obviously he's got a relationship with Brandon from their time in San Francisco together. He already said back to Scouting Combine that he believes, in second chances and that everybody deserves second chances and things like that, and just kind of take the line of like, listen, whatever happened between him and his previous organization, it doesn't really impact what happens with this organization. And as far as like his social media, activity, I don't know if Adam Peters going to invoke, freedom of speech or anything like that, but kind of like we're worried more about what he does once he's in the building and all those things. I think that's probably the line, that they'll take in those initial questions, but ultimately they know this business just as well as we all do. And if ultimately Brandon goes out there and performs and is able to make this team better and him and Jaden are celebrating touchdowns with Terry McLaurin and all these guys, like this is going to be, hey, remember when we were all worried about Brandon Ayuk more than it'll be an actual problem.
David, Mikey Sanders still, big year going into year 3. They signed Amik Robertson, who has played in the nickel through a majority of his career. Do we assume that Mikey's just going to play outside for a majority of the season? And what do you expect to see out of him in this new scheme?
Yeah, because he's done some outside stuff, but like you said, he's definitely a better fit inside, more kind of a solidified better fit, whereas Mikey has done a little bit of both. And I think a lot of us think that he's actually looked better in coverage, at least on the outside. I'll be honest, just having watched him when he played in Michigan, I'm a Buckeye fan, so unfortunately I had to watch them do some good things against the team I was cheering for. But getting to watch them, like when Durante came, I was like, oh man, like Mikey Sainristil blitzing in a Durante Jones package from the inside is really intriguing. But again, if he's from the outside more, I think they're all going to kind of get an opportunity to do a little bit of everything. Like I think Mikey will play mostly outside, just as a projection right now. But I think that he's still going to get some inside reps. And I think he's going to see some blitzing opportunities, more blitzing opportunities than he had before. And I think that's somewhere he can really make a splash in the right. If the right call is dialed up at the right time, Mikey can really do some damage that way.
Is there anything pressing on the itinerary for the Peters Quinn press conference this evening? I know it's about an hour and a half away, but is there anything that you're looking forward to? You really think is notable that they need to be asked?
I mean, I do. They're going to be asked some of the obvious stuff. Obviously, the staff change that's already happened, and then who is going to be the new tight ends coach? Moving forward, that's going to be a big topic. I'm sure the depth of the wide receiver and even the secondary is going to be big as well. Really, what I'm planning on asking. So if any of my fellow beat reporters are listening to this, don't steal my question. But DQ has kind of talked about the importance of kind of I don't say altering, but shifting a little bit of the training camp approach to where there's some unscripted stuff, and that kind of really intrigues me just from like a training background. Those sudden change moments in NFL games or those high stress moments where everything is on the line. We saw this team go 8-4 in one score games one year. They go 2-6 the next year. Like that's just such a wide disparity, and I think we can all agree like the personality from 2024 wasn't there in 2025, and whether that was Jaden and Terry's injuries or whatever, it just wasn't there. So this year, like that's always the challenge in training, right? Is how do you emulate the pressure of the real world thing? Like I can put you behind a fake microphone but there's nothing on air and try to challenge you, but until that mic is live, like it's a little bit different, right? So I think that's going to be interesting for me to watch, and also to maybe ask DQ about today, because like having unscripted periods is cool, but are you unscripting the unscripted periods? That makes sense. Like if everybody knows period 6 is unscripted, okay, it's unscripted, but we all know it's coming. Like we know, the storm could still be, heavy, but we know the storm is coming, so we can board up the windows. But I want to know, like, is DQ going to have like a 6A? So when period 6 ends, it's not period 7, it's 6A, and you didn't know this was coming, and now we are actually ramping up the emotions a little bit. I think from a training nerd, kind of aspect, that's something that I'm interested in.
Well, David, hopefully no one steals your question, and we'll see you out there at camp tomorrow.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Be good. There's David Harrison joining us on G&D. Beltway Blitz in the books. That was a good blitz. Will Fleming, who covers the Red Sox, we want to get some Connolly early intel from him and talk about the trade the Nats made with Boston over the weekend. He's going to join us coming up in about 35 minutes at 5 o'clock. Next, though, I'm interested in what camp looks like this year compared to last year. We knew in real time. We were talking about this on the show. It was a pretty laissez-faire, kind of easy training camp. Like, how do they avoid that? What could that look like? G&D on the Fan.
It is brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Commanders' first training camp practice bright and early tomorrow after veterans reported today. Meanwhile, out in Vegas, Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak announced today that four-time Pro Bowler and former Commanders quarterback Kirk Cousins will be the starting quarterback over first overall pick Fernando Mendoza to begin training camp. In the MLB, Gus Varland was recalled from AAA Rochester to give Washington some bullpen reinforcements. Gus's brother Louis plays for the Blue Jays, so the siblings will be in opposite bullpens here tonight. 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch on 106.7 The Fan for Nats Blue Jays. Red Sox play-by-play man Will Fleming will join the boys to discuss the Connolly early trade with Boston at 5. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development. Great benefits, too. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Means a lot. We appreciate you. Will Fleming, WEEI in Boston, calls Red Sox games for the Boston affiliate, our sister station. He'll be on the show coming up in a half hour. I want to learn about Connolly Early a little more from a guy who's seen all of his starts in the big leagues. Toby, one of the things I care a lot about going out to training camp tomorrow is going to be how do the practices look? How does the structure look? How much more are they grinding and getting after it a little bit? Really, I'm interested in that. So I want to get your vision of, like, are we going to be able to notice that right away, do you think, if this is different?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because obviously there's not going to be hitting and stuff on the first couple of days of training camp, but you do need to see this thing have a much higher intensity throughout the entirety of training camp. So it's tough to quantify necessarily, I'd say, Grant, for the listener that maybe isn't able to get out to training camp like we are. But I do think it is something that we'll be able to notice because I was trying to just think of this in the last couple of minutes of, like, what tangibly could I bring back to say, oh, yeah, this is going much different? I think it's one of those things you'll know it when you see it. Maybe it's the pace of a practice. Maybe it's the lack of veteran rest days or stuff like that. Maybe that's more noticeable. But I do think it is something that, as we'll be out there, we'll be able to tell, like, okay, they're getting after it a little bit more today. It's obvious when the pads come on, like whether you're getting after it, but that's not a majority of days at training camp, right? Like that's the few and far between, and then you get ready for the preseason games. But I do think that there has to be an upped intensity, especially with the start of their schedule. But even without that, even if they had a cakewalk to start the year, quote unquote, it's still the National Football League. If you don't come out ready to go, you're going to end up in a really bad spot. And I think that's what happened last year to an extent, is there was a lot of extra stuff going on with Terry and this and that. But even so, the actual football that was going on was not nearly as intense as necessary to get you ready for week one.
Well, to your point, I'm not even talking about, and haven't even really thought about when I say this, the beginning of their schedule, which is a murderer's row first 3 weeks. I mean, that is as arduous and difficult a 1 through 3 to start a schedule of 17 games as you're going to find. At the Eagles, favorites to win the division. At the Cowboys, second favorite in the division and playoff projected. And then hosting Seattle, defending Super Bowl champions in your home opener. There's a real legitimate chance, if things play out chalky, you're 0-3 to start the year going to London for what is, in air quotes, your second home game. Now it's a neutral site game, a pick'em game against the Colts. So if things go the way odds makers will project, you're 1-4 at that point. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll beat Philly or Dallas. They'll benefit from the new schemes and a little bit of, some uncertainty from Philly or Dallas as to what they're running on both sides of the ball. And I think they'll probably be 2-2 through 4. I think there's a chance they even go somehow, some way 2-1 in the first 3. I mean, we don't know. Seattle might step backwards this year after a Super Bowl. sometimes that naturally happens. You celebrate, you read your own press clippings. It's not like they have a quarterback who's above that with Sam Darnold. Maybe he has a really bad game here and throws a few picks, and you're 2-1, you're through the murderer's row, and everyone's really high as you go to London on what this team can accomplish. But when I'm talking about needing a better training camp, it doesn't even have anything to do with those first 3 weeks. It's just about how last year felt like they had really rested on their laurels a little bit. They thought they were really good. They thought they were going to just roll the footballs out and go whoop people's butts after getting to the NFC title game. Because we got the quarterback we've been waiting for 30 years, Jaden Daniels, and it's over now. And man, was the opposite what actually happened. I think they set themselves up to fail. I agree with you, there were variables like McLaurin that hurt them, but I just think the plan was bad from Jump Street. And Dan Quinn has essentially acknowledged that, maybe not in the same words, but it's kind of said it needs to look different this year. So I just want more urgency. I want more of an aggressiveness to hit the ground sprinting. I'm not trying to ease into this thing this year.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is something that you see the first practice tomorrow. They're flying around, and again, they're not hitting, but they're getting after it, and they're playing ready to go. That they're, we always reference the clip of Dan Campbell from Hard Knocks years ago for the Lions, where he was almost pleading with his guys, like, "Look, I'm not trying to be crazy here and just have you guys hit each other for no reason. I want to make sure that you're ready for the season. This is what I got to do. If I could do it another way, I would, but this is the way that I got to do it." I think Dan Quinn needs to live on that line more than the line that he lived on last year, where it was like, this is the bare minimum to get us ready for the season, because the bare minimum was not even close to having them prepared for week 1. So this year, it's got to be bordering on maybe this is a little bit too much. They've got a younger team overall.
See, I would like that. I'd like a little bit too much. Like, if we're having that conversation, we're not going to, because I don't think Dan Quinn coaches that way.
No.
But to your point, you did have all those guys that needed veteran rest days all the time last year. I think it was like the second day of training camp, Bobby Wagner and like 7 dudes, Zach Ertz and Laramie Tunsil, who misses a ton of practice time, which I'm more okay with because he's actually outstanding. He's your best football player. But the amount of guys that every 2 or 3 days at camp were not dressing, it was like 7 or 8 dudes on that, whatever squad we're calling that, the old man squad. That's a much smaller group now, and it is a lot more younger players. So why can't you go a little harder? There's no reason to have as many days off. I know there's rules. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble with the CBA. I'm not saying you have to even brush up against that. But comparative to the past, like even looking at the schedule, there's a lot of built-in days off. So when you're there, let's put on pads. Let's hit. If we're constantly having these built-in days off, far beyond what you even need to in the CBA, while we're there, let's not go shells or shorts and T-shirts a whole lot. Let's get after it a little bit, and then the days off mean a little more.
Yeah, and I think, too, when we say we want you to be a little more aggressive, B-Mitch has done a really good job of talking about this when I've sat in for JP, is there's a way of going about training camp where you get the work in, but you're also not, as much as possible, not putting your guys in injury danger, where you're making sure that you're not necessarily tackling to the ground, but you're thudding, you're making sure you keep your guy healthy, but you're also still getting in the work necessary to be ready, because I think, too, you have to go full speed, Grant. These are 2 new schemes. This isn't something... Jaden Daniels has never played in this scheme before. Mikey Samuelstill's never played in this scheme before. Take your pick of anybody. This is new schemes for everybody. So I can't learn how to what I can and can't do in Durante Jones' defensive scheme if the offense is going 50%, because then I have to go 50%. I can't figure out if I can get to this landmark at my route here if I'm not going 100%. I need to do those reps to get ready for the season, because these are brand new. So you talked about maybe you benefit from some of the schemes early on. Well, the only way you can benefit from your schemes being unfamiliar early on is if you can actually run your schemes correctly, right? So you've got to up that intensity a little bit, because you are installing new things. Last year, it didn't work out, but at least they were running the same stuff, so you had an idea. This year, you're starting from the ground floor, so you can't just walk in thinking that you're going to somehow get to that level without getting those reps that are necessary. So I think that intensity is going to be higher this season. Is it going to be enough? That's something we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, nobody tackles. You will see that with like the real football Cowboys. Dan Campbell's teams do that some. And like Mike Tomlin had some tackle practices with Pittsburgh, talking to some of the reporters every year that make trips to like 17, 18 camps. 4 to 6 of them might do that. The Chiefs with Andy Reid sometimes. If you have a much older coach, maybe you'll get some of that. But no one should expect that they're going to ever go to the ground. You don't have to. I actually think that, to your point, and it sounds like to B. Mitch's point, that is adding to the risk of an injury. But there's really no reason why you can't put the pads on and get after it. And even if it's, not constant 11 on 11, like thumping, and you're just out there for some of the one-on-ones padded up, like there is value in a lot of the work that they can get done. David Harrison was on the Blitz talking about, being intrigued by one of the ideas Dan Quinn has of more unscripted things. I think that's really important. When I was covering the team, there were guys that would look at the script, quarterbacks especially, but they would see, okay, this is what I'm running. Let me get the defensive script. This is the defense they'll be in. And you'll go through a practice where the ball's not hitting the ground because, you kind of know the answer key.
Yeah.
How's that helping? You know what I mean? That's like, I don't know, any kind of a workout where you're not challenging yourself, you're not pushing yourself. Of course, you can look pretty good. So the less of that they do, the better as well. Next, I wanted to get into a graphic that I saw that was pretty hilarious. An AI bot of some type, I don't know which one they used, picked the NFL MVP for the next 10 years. Jaden Daniels is on this list, by the way. How many MVPs did he win? I'm going to tell you next, but there are some funny names on this list. AI's crack at predicting the next 10 MVPs in the National Football League. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. Will Fleming, who calls Red Sox games, is going to join us at 5. We'll talk about Connolly early. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Toby's in for Danny. This is The Fan. BetMGM, social media account, posted a graphic they put together where they asked AI to give them the next 10 most valuable players in the National Football League. So I found this interesting. Now, the bad news is in the next 10 years, Jaden Daniels only wins 1 MVP, which I would say is a little bit disappointing, surprising, although you'd take it. The Commanders have not had an MVP in the National Football League in my lifetime, so that would be a big deal. Here's the good news, though, Toby. Jaden Daniels wins the Most Valuable Player award in 2026.
Oh, let's go.
The bounce back is on. The revenge tour is real, according to AI for Jaden Daniels. Now, if he wins the MVP award, I think you might win the division probably. I mean, it's really, really hard to thread that needle where you're the MVP, but you don't win the division, right? So that means Washington's probably 12-ish wins again, like they were in 24. At the end of the year, you're going, okay, it's the bread of this sandwich is Jaden Daniels playing like an MVP and winning 12 games. So you feel like he has now joined that Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar kind of group. And he's got an MVP on the mantle at 25 years old. Pretty damn good.
Be pretty awesome. And you're probably, like you said, you're probably winning the division. And if he's playing that well and you've won the division, you feel like maybe you can make a little bit of a run. So sign me up for that.
Yeah, home playoff game with the MVP on the field?
Yeah, sign me up.
I think you'd be just fine with that. The following year, 2027, is where we're going to have to do a little bit of explaining, I think.
What the heck, AI?
C.J. Stroud is your MVP, the Houston Texans quarterback. So I suppose they're thinking he's going to have a renaissance. It's got to start this year. He has gotten worse. I mean, he's taken steps backward, right? But if he plays well this year and is in Houston and is their starter on a good team that's got a great defense, and maybe he's just like protects the football. They win 12 games. They're the 1 seed in the AFC, and he sneak attack wins the Most Valuable Player award. I guess it's not the craziest thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like you sneak attack win the MVP in the NFL, though. Like, usually some quarterback has a ridiculous season, so he would have to be, I mean, you're thinking he's got to go for, like, 4,500 yards and 30-plus touchdowns.
Drake May was a vote away from winning the MVP last year in a season
but he was incredible. Like
he was, but I would call that like a sneak attack season. He didn't have monster totals. He was clearly the most valuable player on a team that never lost with a pretty soft schedule. I'm not trying to take away from Drake May. I really like the player, but I didn't like he didn't have a dominant season. Matt Stafford statistically did. I actually think Drake May should have won the MVP because I think he had way less talent around him than Stafford did, but that's another story. If Sam Monson doesn't vote for Justin Herbert, maybe Drake May does win the MVP award last year. But my point is, like, there have been guys who aren't putting up 40 touchdowns, aren't throwing for 5,000 yards.
I mean, if the Texans were like 14-3 and CJ throws for 30 touchdowns and 4 picks and something like that, then maybe he could be that guy.
Here's a funny one in 2028. A guy that is currently still in college. Arch Manning. And it looks like they list him for the New York Giants, by the way.
Yeah.
As the MVP of the league in 2028. So I don't know where Jackson Dart is in this. I guess he's been traded, and the bottom fell out. Maybe Dart just kept taking hits, and they decided we can't keep doing this.
So that would be his second season in the league. He wins MVP.
Correct. That's May last year.
Because he essentially, the bottom drops out. So the scenario here would be the Giants suck this year, and they get either the number 1, number 2 pick and take Arch Manning.
The Giants go 3-14 or something like that. And Jackson Dart either is awful and gets hurt or just gets hurt right away. And they're picking at the top, and it's Eli's relative, and they're like, we're doing this. We're getting Eli's nephew. And then he wins the MVP in his second season. 2029, Caleb Williams joins Jaden Daniels as a most valuable player.
He's got the talent for it. So this, that makes sense, right? Like, he could get to that level. If he can actually make the layups, I mean, he's so good when he's playing off schedule.
That's what's crazy is he doesn't get the guys that hit ninth and bat 175 out. He's great against Shohei. He blows the ball past the best hitters in the sport. But Luis Arias, Luis Arias,
Yeah.
last night takes him deep.
Yeah, Nasim Nunez is hitting like 850 off of him.
Correct. He really struggles with Jacob Young. And
Yeah.
Jorbit Bebas loves seeing Caleb Williams coming,
Yeah, but I mean, CJ and James, they struggle against Caleb.
If you're just joining us, this is BetMGM. They had AI tell them who the next 10 MVPs will be in the National Football League. AI knows ball, so they're all quarterbacks because obviously they have to be. So we've got Jaden this year, CJ Stroud next year, Arch Manning in 28, Caleb Williams in 29. Then Drake May makes good on just missing out with a 2030 MVP. So runner-up in 25, and then the 2030 Most Valuable Player Award. So what's cool about this is now Daniels, Williams, and May, the top 3 picks from their draft class in 24, all have won an MVP award in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
It gets even more entertaining after this, though, because now we're getting into like further down the road. Julian Sayin from Ohio State, who was a Heisman candidate at one point this year, and a lot of people feel like could win it this year.
He's got to be a high-end processor because he's not like the prototypical quarterback to come into the league now, but I don't know.
Well, this is better, though. It's not just like Julian Sayin with a good program, whatever. Julian Sayin of the New York Jets is your MVP in 2031. It also, that means
man.
it's like 5 years in, so just a
Yeah,
trajectory.
because I think he should be eligible this year, so he'll be
Yeah,
fighting
he's
with
coming
Arch
out.
Manning for one of